So,
I don't see one either.
oh, what's up?
All right, live.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and anyone else who is interested in watching some SWCCG on this beautiful Saturday. I am Logan Pedig, or the Admiral Pi. I am here with Jared, or sorry, not Jared. I'm losing it. Justin Mirashiro. How you doing today, Justin?
Pretty good. So we are on the second stream for the Indianapolis Eclipse Open. Um, we've got table two action for you all throughout the day here. We're trying to locate the pairings for us here as we're getting set up for game one. I see somebody's got an old allies deck there, but I'm not sure if that is. Are the person that we are going to be covering or not, because they're like half on and half on the table. Um,
Looks like their game has started, so it'll be interesting to see if we are able to get a game on our table here.
yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on there. Although, yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing over there.
Hmm. Um,
Those polls sure do look like leadership and two strike planning things, and yeah, so probably game has begun. Um,
Looks like one of B-Fred's companions. I saw too much writing on that Leia for it to be anyone else's.
Apparently, I have to go to the Indianapolis Eclipse Major, maybe. Try
I
to.
would try and give commentary on what we're watching over there, but I can see just about life force counts on turn one, and not a lot we can do with that.
I don't even. If you can see life force counts, good for you.
I can see a life force. Sorry, let me rephrase that.
Yeah. Um, okay. Um, yeah. Sorry, folks. I'm not too sure what is going on here because the dark side is not on there at all. Oh. This person might have just been sitting down and practicing their opening as he's like packing all of this stuff up.
Oh, okay.
This makes a lot more sense. I'm like, how is the dark side player also just like not in view at all, and like both the deck boxes are in the middle of the table? All right. Anyway, so we're just getting started over here. It's close to start time in Indianapolis. Um, I believe we have, if I remember correctly, 42 players registered for this tournament. Um, and kind of a lot of folks that like don't always make it out to majors. I know a lot of the Colorado guys are going to this one and are probably not going to any other tournaments this or any other majors this year. Um, I think I know there's a big contingent from Minnesota there as well and the East Coast, so should be a lot of new faces here. Um,
Yeah, it's always nice to see players who aren't able to make it out to a lot of tournaments show up whenever they can. Just having more people in the community come out to these events, it just makes it a lot more fun. Bigger events mean a lot more people, a lot more enjoyable opportunities, and I always have a blast at worlds or nationals or continentals. Just when there's a lot of people who just want to play some Star Wars or chess in this particular example.
Yeah, I can't really see his screen either for that one, so I can't. I'm not the one to give commentary on chess strategy anyway. So,
Okay,
um,
so we got pawn to uh, E3. I'm
all
not going to
right.
try and give upside down chess commentary.
Um, so Logan, I know that you are still in the top four for the GEM PC or for the
Hmm.
GEM PC. So I won't pick your brain too much about what you're playing and all that. Although your opponent, I think, is at this tournament, so he's not going to be listening anyway. But
Yeah, hopefully this gets posted to YouTube after our
yeah.
games.
What do you What do you think we're likely to see here, meta-wise, out of the players at this tournament?
Um, you know, just based on kind of what we saw last night as well, I'm thinking we're going to see some No Idea. No Idea was very popular last night. It took up two of the four light side decks. Um, and then I think we're just going to see some strong decks. We're going to see probably some Thrawn, some Carbonite Chamber testing. If we get Kendall on stream, we're going to see Court. And then for light side, I don't, I think light side is in a really interesting place in the meta right now where there's not one deck that just stands above to me as being so much better. So I think we're gonna see everything. I think we're gonna see Zero Hour and QMC and Hitco and the Skywalker Saga, and we might even see some speeders. I think light side is in a really, I don't necessarily know if it's good or bad, but it's in a place right now where there's not one deck that says I'm the best and you have to play me if you're gonna win.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that, and I think, um, I think that the spot that Lightside in, it maybe feels worse, but I think the reason for that is because there isn't a deck that I guess like Gemp Tom would say is good in the sense that there isn't really a Lightside deck that's like, oh, you're at worst like 40% against everything, right? Like I think there's
Hmm.
pretty much all of the good light side decks have like one or two matchups where they're like, oh well, that's probably going to be our lunch round. That's probably going to be our matchup where I'm like, I'm really far behind. I have an idea of what to do, but if it doesn't go perfectly, I'm not going to be able to win. Whereas I think the dark side has a few options in there that have game kind of against everything. But I think that's actually um, in an open event like this, that's not necessarily a bad thing because the trade off is that Lightside has a number of decks that match up really well against the top dark side. Um, so if they make their meta call correctly or get the right pairings, you can go 4-0 with a light side deck. I think it's a little bit higher risk, is
Oh,
how I'm seeing the meta right
I
now.
completely agree. It's a lot more of betting on a gut shot when you're picking a light side deck. If you pick a dark side deck and pick Thrawn or Noah, sorry, not no idea, Thrawn or CCT or even something like Agents of the Black Sun, you have a pretty widespread range of protection. You're not risking, oh, if they flip over this deck, lunch round.
Yeah,
Whereas you are with light side, and
yeah.
you could be at least there.
I think Thrawn feels like the best example to me where I don't think, off the top of my head, I don't think Thrawn really has many auto loss matchups that it would see from light side. I know we saw a number of players in GamePC and whatnot and Jawa Cup play like EVO to match up well against Thrawn. Um, but I think we also saw EVO lose that match. So it's not like a guaranteed win or loss. Thrawn is going to be in pretty much all of the games that you play. Um, but like you said, there's a bunch of no idea out here, and I think I think the big reason is because the addition of the new Jin. Um, Gives no idea a lot of play against Thrawn where they can win that matchup. Where before that card, I think it was pretty rough. But now they have lines to be able to do the damage race. So no idea is very well suited to Thrawn. But unfortunately, as we saw in the other GemPC top 8 match, like if you pick no idea and your opponent picked CCT,
CCT.
you're in a lot of trouble. So
Yeah.
um,
And like one of the things is Jin also like isn't immune to trample. So like if you put Jin at the beach, you are risking having Veers in a walker and squishing her.
yeah,
Like they're even though they have Jin, it still is a less than favorable matchup for No Idea. In my experience, as the Thrawn player, it always feels really good to see your opponent flip over No Idea, especially if they don't have that turn one or turn two Jin. Because then they're just missing out on so much pressure. The game just feels like it's snowballing in your favor.
well, it looks like the pairings that has just been posted, and well, we've got kind of a marquee matchup right away on table two. We're gonna have Joe Olson against Brian Fred. So two Outrider Cup teammates playing each other round one of this tournament. Um, so we were just talking about, oh, there's a bunch of new faces. Also, two guys who are like a combined like 95 points or whatever in the fantasy. So, kind of goes
Yep.
either way.
Yep. And I mean, we might have to fix some of the lighting. We are dealing with Brian Fred. If he leans too far forward, we do apologize about the glare. So just want to apologize about that beforehand.
Yeah, unfortunately,
All seriousness though,
we're at the mercy of hotel overhead lighting. So we'll
exactly.
make do with what we can and try to keep you all up to date on what the what cards are on the table as much as possible.
Yeah. But like this matchup, both Brian Fred and Joe Olsen are phenomenal players. I love B Fred. B Fred is one of my guys, so to speak, even though he's the oldest player in the game. And if you exclude Johnny Choose Kids, I'm the youngest. But he's just a phenomenal guy as well. Never had a bad interaction with him, and sometimes he plays really good stuff, and sometimes in the Gem PC he whips out speeders. So who knows what we could see out of Beefred here, but it'll be entertaining no matter what.
Hey, look, I played a bunch of speeders in OCS last month, so
Um, Looks like they moved the table a little bit. The glare does look a lot better on the top side. We'll just see how it is on the bottom. Hopefully that's
yeah,
not going to be too much of an issue.
we'll see once cards start to get played. Um, I'll
If it's too bad, we'll just get Hayes to come over and stand on the table.
All right, looks like Brian's going to be on the top of
Light
our screen.
side.
He is light side. He's going to be on the top of our
Oh,
screen,
yes. Okay.
which is good because his cards are probably the ones that we would need the most help telling you about. So,
Yep. There we go.
looks like the mainstream has Apollo Chu against Tommy against Large Porg. So
Oh,
I'm I want to hear what decks they're playing, but for right now we will have this matchup, and looks like we have Qui-Gon communing for Beefred. Starting Walkling, Insurrection, Aim High, and Jedi Business. That looks like the special promo Jedi Business.
that
Uh,
looks like the OCS one from last year.
yeah,
And
and
Joe playing Thrawn.
yep,
Starting
and
pretty simple. Endor Shield, Alert My Star Destroyer V, and Code Clearance.
yeah, code clearance. Um,
Uh, Beefred's got a.
Beefred has a card in the wrong sleeve. Well, we'll fix that real quick. Yeah, he's just gonna de-sleeve his probably one of his. Oh,
Oh,
he has a bunch of cards in the wrong sleeves.
Beefred, man.
Well, they're just gonna. Yeah, he's just gonna de-sleeve his starting cards because like Master Qui-Gon can never leave the table, so no harm in putting that one in the correct sleeve. And
And the
yeah,
location
yeah,
hopefully is not going to leave the table.
starting site, yeah, can't leave the table either. And I imagine switching over like Insurrection or Jedi Business is probably fine too. So
Something like that.
yeah. You can't do the starting interrupt because you could potentially retrieve. Well, yeah, they're going to do the starting
Well,
interrupt if they
we'll cross
retrieve.
that bridge
Yeah,
when we get to it.
if they retrieve it, they'll realize it. So yeah, not a big deal.
Hopefully they
Oh,
realize it before.
Befriend's starting effects are already not sleeved, so you can't do those.
Yeah, that's typical Beefred behavior.
Yep.
Yeah, hopefully they realize that the starting interrupt does not have a sleeve on it before Beefred shuffles it into his deck and
Well, if he tries to retrieve with it, they'll realize because I believe that starting interrupt goes to lost, so that one's fine. As far as the matchup goes, I mean, I I would be surprised if Joe has a lot of games against Qui-Gon commuting specifically. Now, commuting in general, yes, that's certainly a matchup that you would have to have played a little bit with Ron. But every commuting kind of approaches you a little bit differently. So, and Qui-Gon commuting is not one that we've seen played very much in quite a while. Um, Now, what do we think of Joe's start here with the code clearance? I know there's been kind of a up and down between code clearance and an Imperial Arrest Order. Um, What do you think of the code clearance?
I like it. In a matchup against No Idea or QMC with a bunch of scrubs, you need as much forfeit as you can get. And being able to drop another 8 forfeit at the did we freeze?
Yeah, the stream seems to be struggling.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll pick back up
Um,
for us.
yeah,
Oh,
just getting the
all
um
right.
oh um
Maybe.
being able to get the extra forfeit bonus in oh that's concerning.
Yeah, that's not great. All right,
Um,
apologies for the technical difficulties here, folks. I'm going to try to get this fixed. But I don't.
but yeah, like I was saying, having that extra forfeit in a game where your opponent just has a bunch of scrubs could certainly be helpful. However, in a game where Beeford's going to have a lot of weapons, he's going to have lightsabers and potentially a gun or two. It is going to, um, it might not have as big of an impact.
All right, so I think the video just went down, so I'm going to alert Sam.
Um, oh, this is on the PC Twitch right now. Jeremy DePaulo and Johnny Chu are supposed to be taking the main game, which is one of the Chu kids and Large Pog, Tommy himself.
Okay.
Hmm.
I think they are getting. I think the mainstream is getting set up here, so they should be live in a minute. I'm going to try to get somebody over to kind of restart the side stream here. But
During the usual
uh,
lunch break.
okay, well, as soon as we can get this stream back up, we will certainly be happy to bring you more coverage of that. It's kind of a shame because I'm kind of interested to see what Beef Red has in store for us with the Qui-Gon communing. I mean, I know the big in general issue that people have with it is just that it's extremely restrictive character-wise. Um,
Yeah.
you can with only being able to play Jedi Council members, that cuts off uh, every version of Luke because I don't think you can play Rebels either.
Correct. You
Um,
are not able to play Luke, which really does suck.
Yeah, every version of Luke, the Jedi Ahsokas. So you can play like General Kenobi, you can play Anakin Skywalker Jedi Knight, but also with it being Master Qui Gon, you can't play Qui Gon Serene Jedi. So your character selection is really restrictive. It also doesn't have an activation. It doesn't have like the ability to pull a lot of activation the way Yoda commuting does, or even Obi-Wan commuting. So um, yeah,
The thing that I've always noticed it struggled with is it didn't have a definitive space package. It always felt like you wanted all of your guys on the ground, and without a definitive space package, it became really hard to compete.
yeah,
Um, just always feeling like, oh, your best case scenario is like booster and pulsar skate, and that just didn't feel good enough to play.
Yeah, I think so because its restriction isn't the same as like the episode one objectives, where like you can't play cards with ability except for et cetera, et cetera. You can like play Honshu and the Falcon, so that's something. But I do think a lot of times they ended up like playing General Leia, and then you want to play solo, and then or you often want to play your Han and Chewie personas on the ground in that deck. Um,
Well, yeah, when you're playing Rey and General Leia, because those are that's the only persona of Leia you can play, you just feel like you're going down that the resistance path. You
yeah,
feel like, well, I play solo because he has a destiny, and well, Chewie with bowcaster is really good. You just continue going down that path, and it just feels like you always don't have a great space package.
yeah, which for a main deck is um, not necessarily unusual per se, but yeah, you really want to be able to cover a little bit more than that. So, all right. Well, sorry for the delay here, folks. We're just waiting to hear on what's going on with the side stream. We'll see if we can get you an update as to what's happening in that game or the other game. Um, yeah, some technical difficulties here with the new hotel and everything going on. So, I mean, also, I'm sure there are more people in Indianapolis now than there have like maybe ever been. So there's probably a lot of demand on bandwidth and all that stuff going on. So hopefully we'll be able to pick everything back up here and get you some more coverage from that game as soon as we can here.
Like the mainstream is lagging a little bit too. Oh, nope, we're back there.
Is the mainstream covering their regular game?
Yep, it
Okay.
is still Lodge Porg versus Apollo Chu.
Right.
Apollo Chu is on BHBM, and Lodge Porg is on, looks like EBO, Hoth EPV.
That sounds like a matchup that is not really going to have any interaction at all happening.
Nope. So Apollo's turn 1 gets out Karita, gets out the security tower, the Emperor, and Emperor's powers.
Well, let's pop over so you have something to watch while we're waiting for our stream to come back here.
So this matchup is a little bit tougher for BHBM just because you're never going to get to capture Luke. Luke is always going to be in a speeder doing something at a site. You're never really going to get the opportunity to capture and start dueling, or at least you shouldn't if the EBO player is doing their job.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not an ideal situation. Because if I remember correctly, your destiny just needs. Or actually, wait, does your destiny trigger? Or no, they're going to give you Leia, right?
Potentially. I do believe. Oh, I don't know if your destiny says present at a battleground. That would
That
be the
that
important game text
yeah,
difference.
that's what I was just thinking of. That like, well, if it says present at a battleground, that could actually be a that could be a significant issue for EBO. Um, and Apollo does have an internal or an interior battleground there, so he can. Although I guess actually your best bet is to put Vader at the exterior site so they can't like hide Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Luke has to be present at a battleground site. So I assume Largeborg is just going to have to give up Leia or Luke to bring him before me in order to avoid just eating 3 damage every turn.
But you don't
Um,
want to give him Luke.
yeah, like you
Giving
probably.
him Luke feels really bad.
He's certainly looking at there as another with his shield pull. Yeah, he's going to pull there as another with perimeter scan. So
I think that's the right play. If your destiny does say present at a battleground site, I think pulling the there's another shield is the move. So we're just gonna see Tommy deploy some sites and draw some cards.
now one thing with EBO, is it does take a turn or two to set up, so Apollo will have an opportunity to just kind of draw some cards and get himself situated. Man, I almost wonder if he wasn't supposed to play Karita.
Um, I think if you don't have anything in your hand that says I can get activation, you almost have to. You can't sit there and say, okay, it's my turn too. I'm gonna activate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 10.
Yeah, I can't really see what. So I mean, one of them had to be you cannot hide forever, right? And then
I think that's the flipped over card. I think it's
he has
his
Phantom Menace.
destiny.
He has Phantom Menace in play. Um,
I am your father. The um your destiny.
yeah, normally
I feel the conflict. Did he start Phantom Menace?
I don't
Did he
think
start
so.
I am your father, Phantom Menace, and you cannot hide forever? Because
I
the
would.
two effects next to BHBM are probably the BHBM effects.
Yeah, that's
Your destiny
fair.
and Insignificant Rebellion.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe he did start Phantom Menace. That would be interesting. Because this is not a matchup where I'm expecting to see Jedi. So it seems unlikely that Phantom Menace is going to ever go back to the
Ooh.
table or be especially relevant. What is
Apollo ripped a Grim or a Monarch.
on
That
foot?
is
Monarch on looks like 15 cards? Or 14 cards, maybe. Oh no, that looks like 15 cards to me.
yeah.
So Tommy was just not.
Oh.
Tommy was not protecting himself from drop either.
I assume he had an interrupt in his hand. He could have cycled if he decided to pull it,
Sure, sure, sure.
but
He's gonna grab the Grimta or the Monarch. Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
I don't hate it. He's playing masterful move. You just want to stop him from being able to play it more than once.
I mean, he could. Well, I guess yeah. There's still the drop shield, but like he could do the classic, the classic Tom play of, you know, you got Monarch, so you grab Monarch, and then you just drop to 14 again, and then he can't Monarch you again, so you're fine.
Wouldn't hate it.
So now we'll see what Tommy has to come back here. It's pretty likely he'll still be able to set up EBO. This where like the drop would have been more devastating because of the timing, because drop only puts cards back between turns. So if you put back EBO or you put back the extra site with drop, they can't get them again on their next turn because they're in their use pile.
That's true.
So if you're playing EBO out there, don't get dropped. It's real bad. So Time is getting Echo Base Garrison and the Docking Bay, suggesting he already has EBO in hand.
Yeah. I mean, unless it's the 1/4, but I don't think that would happen. Nope. It's there in his hand.
That would be
Looks like
devastatingly
a
bad.
control tunnel vision as well.
Okay. I guess it wouldn't be devastatingly bad if it was the last card in force then, but
Well, it would just suck to have to use your control tunnel vision on that.
yeah.
Alright, so there's the 5th Hoth site.
So he can quote unquote flip now. Um, all right.
Exactly.
Let's see if
Apollo went down with Asajj to the 4th marker, which I just always feel dangerous doing that against speeders. If your only weapon is lightsabers, and sure you can draw 2 Battle Destiny, but you still have the risk of not drawing anything and just losing your guy.
I mean, you're certainly planning on losing Asajj anyway. I think that look, the reason he would start with Asajj is because Asajj is just like not valuable in the matchup because of the speeders. So
That's true. That's true.
you can put her out here, threaten the two Destiny, dare Lightside to do something about it, and like if you can draw high enough Destiny to clear one of the speeders, you can then come back over the top with like Vader and Tarkin or whatever, and do a lot of damage against the remaining speeder. Um,
Mm-hmm.
or potentially you just trade Asajj for one of the speeder pilots, and the speeder pilots are a lot more valuable than Asajj is. So I feel like this is fine. We'll see. We'll see what Tommy responds to. Because the other thing is, Tommy doesn't actually have to respond. Right? It's a drain one, so what does he care? But the bigger deal is getting Monarch takes away a bunch of resources that he could potentially have spent flipping here. Because
Yep.
he needs to put characters on 3 locations and play EBO, but then also like needs to play ships for that to really matter. So you'd have to like spend almost all of his hand.
Yep.
Oh,
So we'll see
and
general.
he has strike planning. So he probably used his. Oh man, he gets to keep both of his generals with strike planning. That's pretty lucky.
That's really lucky.
Getting monarched after you use your once per game pulls is pretty bad.
That always hurts.
All right, so it looks like Sam's playing in the tournament right now. Sam Tashima, whose phone we use for the alternate stream. Looks like Chris Schoenthal is telling us he's in the middle of a battle right now, but we'll get him to fix the stream after his turn. So hopefully we'll be able to switch back over to our other game and kind of catch up in the middle and see what's happening between Beefred and Joe Olsen.
If people are skipping through the stream, it's going to be really confusing when it swaps from Beefred and Joe Olsen to Apollo Chu and Tommy.
And then back.
Oh yeah. Gonna be quite the magic trick.
So Tommy
we'll see.
does get EVO
Luke's in the
going.
docking bay.
Yeah,
Flips.
Luke's in the document just so you can get EVO flipped. Because you can play Rogue One to the docking bay and then Luke can move over. So, although that does mean that Apollo has a free Your Destiny ping if he plays Vader this turn.
No, it's at the start of Darkseid's turn. So.
Oh, that's true. It is, and there's another plate anyway. So none of that's true.
I don't know how many ships Tommy has in that hand. It didn't look like a lot.
No, I mean he's held his Haven. Obviously, he wasn't going to play it if he didn't have a ship several ships to play. It's tricky because like either of them going to space is kind of dangerous.
Is that an IG-88 with Riot Gun?
That is an IG-88 with Riot Gun. I actually like that card and bring it before me.
I love that. Oh my gosh.
Now I wonder if he's playing that card. One card that's always been like the 61st card in my bring before me is Human Shield.
I always play it. It's a must play.
Human Shield.
Must play.
Human Shield gets a lot better when you're playing IG-88 with Riot Gun. Aha! All right, so Sam's stream is back up, so we're gonna switch back over to that. Go full screen on it here.
All right.
All right. So we'll see what happens later. So Joe is playing the version of Thrawn that we saw in the GMPC top 8 against MHT. He's playing the Trooper Thrawn because he has the Admiral's Order, whose name I cannot remember. That is
forward batteries potentially.
I believe
intensify the forward batteries.
I think intensify the forward batteries sounds right to me. Yep, intensify the forward batteries to make his troopers cheaper to deploy at related sites to systems he occupies.
Is that young Skywalker sitting on Beefred's Lost File right now?
That is a young Skywalker sitting on Beefred's Lost File right now. I don't really know why, but we will just have to go with it because I definitely certainly if he's not allowed to deploy it for 2 different reasons. It is a Destiny 6 card though, So like,
But just play Restraining Bolt. Oh, if Beefred is playing that weird the skull interrupt,
oh, he can
um,
skull young Skywalker.
he can. If
Okay.
that's what Beefred's doing, uh,
I really hope that's what he's doing now. That's amazing. Although I feel like I would just play BB-8 because BB-8's better, right? BB-8's a 6.28.
yeah, but he's not as cool.
That he's not as
Uh,
cool. That's true.
so Beefred pays to drain at both locations. Joe loses a um,
A command and another
excuse me.
card. There's a lot of player on
It's
his
the
lost pile
troopers, the reacting troopers, and then cancels one of the drains.
with a reacting trooper. Yeah, so Beeford's actually set up pretty reasonably on the ground here. Um, he's at he's at Joe's 1-1 site instead of the 2-2 site, which looks a little weird, except the 1-1 site has text that says the dark side can't cancel or reduce your drains there. So he's getting some guaranteed damage there, regardless of the various effects and whatever that Joe has.
Yeah, he's immune to the Tarkin's orders and the whatnot.
And
So
the strategic reserves and everything. So yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. And then he's got Yoda and Kit Fisto at the Naboo site, which is where strategic reserves is doing its thing. But it is a drain of 3, so like it makes
ooh,
sense that they would need to. Ooh,
the battle planes will come down too.
battle planes also.
Beefred gonna verify the reserve deck. There's the boss Nass chambers.
So Yoda, General Kenobi, Ascension Guns, Jedi Knight, our Brain Dead, Blaster Deflection, Jedi Resilience. So
Pretty standard main stuff.
yeah, looks like kind of a feast or famine reserve deck as far as destinies go. If he was going to battle this turn,
1-1-0 or 4 or
yeah.
higher.
Although as we discussed before, Joe or Beefred rather's options for a space package are pretty thin. He does have a skull in his hand. I can see it now. Yep. Joe Wilson versus Brian Fred is who we've got here, Silver Glen. Yeah, you definitely called it, Logan. I see a skull in in Beefred's hand, which is amazing. Awesome. Unfortunately, it doesn't even seem like this is a matchup where it's likely to come up because Joe's not. I mean, Joe can do a big battle, right? Is kind of what the trooper build is planning on doing. Whether he can do multiple is going to depend on how open Beefhead leaves himself to that. But like right now, the Plo Koon is.
Well, Beefred also has a Are You Brain Dead in hand. So no
Yeah.
matter what, he's not getting overflowed.
Yeah. I was like, the Plo Koon is the most vulnerable because, right, like if you drop your big trooper beatdown on Mace Windu and like you just like carve up 2 guys and like sorry about the mess 1 or whatever, like it can go really bad. So going after the Plo Koon is certainly the most appealing. But yeah, there's the Are You Brain Dead in hand. There's the skull. So yeah, this.
Plo Koon also makes himself fully immune.
Yeah, can make himself fully immune and forfeit +2. Which kind of goes counter to the fully immune, but if you need to save force, you need to save force.
I think the fact that Beefred is playing young Skywalker and not BB-8 signifies that he is not going the resistance route. It tells me that he's playing Han Chewie the Falcon, and I mean, I would assume you're still playing a Rey, but Rey I don't believe is a resistance leader.
No,
so without
she's not.
The ping from BB-8, it makes sense that you're playing. Well, it makes a little bit of sense as to why you're not playing BB-8 and you're playing young Skywalker.
Yeah,
I still disagree. I still feel like you should be playing the BB-8, but
yeah, that's a pretty good read though, because like yeah, as we said, like General Leia is like the one Leia you're allowed to play in here, so like it would make a lot of sense to play General Leia so that you could, so that you could have a Leia to use against. There's another, so you don't have to do Anakin, and then yeah, once you're playing a Leia, you kind of want to play the BB-8 and all that stuff. So
it could also be that Beefred doesn't want to place his BB-8 out of play. The problem with Skull is you place a character from your lost pile out of play to add their destiny to power. And if you're playing the Leia and you're playing the BB-8 and don't want to have to toss your BB-8, it does give you an out to just adding 6 to your power and adding a really cool shiny card to your deck, which we know Beefred loves to do.
Now, I guess one wrinkle here, because as a, I personally would probably be playing Ray in commuting, but
I would assume Beefred is.
well, but the errata to commuting does make that not like a no-brainer now, right? Because the errata makes all commuting decks can't search their use pile, not just the Obi-Wan commuting. So that does apply to Ray in all of them. So
Yeah, I mean,
Ray's
like,
utility is blunted a bit. Now the draw from bottom of force pile is still good enough that I would still probably do it. Also, she interacts really well with Jedi business because of the Anakin's lightsaber. But on the other hand, you maybe don't want to play the Anakin's lightsaber on her when you have Anakin Jedi Knight who really wants to be armed. So I could see it going kind of a couple different ways there.
I think she's still a must play. I think in any deck where you can play Ray, you have to. Even though you lose the use pile search, you still have so much deck manipulation. You peek at the top card of your force pile. Oh, I like that card. Draw. Like, being able to do that once per turn is huge.
Yeah, and that is the big strength of the Qui-Gon community is that Qui-Gon has the additional
Additional
pile
draw power.
manipulation. So Beeford, yeah, did a lot of manipulation with his cards last turn. He did play his Wisa so that he could get that Boss Nash Chamber out of his deck. And now Joe is activated and is looking at what he wants to do here as far as damage. His systems are pretty typical for open, I would say. Kashyyyk, Lothal, Kessel.
Sometimes you'll see that Endor system if people think Kitco's going to be big, but this makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I was going to say you see some flex to Endor. I mean, I could even see like Naboo being reasonable. But yeah, this is a nothing wrong with this. So Joe is going to play Force Push. So he's setting up for something here. Now, the one, I guess, drawback of the Trooper package is it takes a lot of cards. So
Yeah, it doesn't look like Joe has a lot left face down.
yeah, it looks like 3 cards in his reserve deck as he's doing his Force Pile pull here. I mean, we're pretty far into the game, so
20.
um,
Even.
yeah, like the Trooper,
I mean,
he has a lot of cards in hand, so
yeah.
the deck space cost though means that like he may not even have he may have like one more ship, but like trying to assemble like a full walkers package is something that this deck may not have access to anymore in order to fit all the trooper stuff in. So
Yeah, it's probably one of the things that you cut.
Yeah, we'll see how how it all comes out here. Definitely, if Joe's playing Force Push here, he's doing so to try to cause some action.
Interesting enough, Joe knew exactly what he was going to put down before he looked at that force pile.
Yeah, which I think is pretty common when you play Force Push. Like, usually you play it knowing like, oh, these are the 2 cards I want to put back, and then like whatever you're getting doesn't really change that decision. I'd say particularly this late in the game with as many cards in hand as Joe has, there's definitely going to be 2 cards that he just doesn't care about anymore and wants to put High Destinies back or whatever. So Joe has made his selection, is shuffling up his force pile. And now, of course, he has the awkward part of like, does he pay to drain? I feel like he probably wants to with Thrawn at least because he wants to cause his 3 damage.
I feel like you for sure have to every time you can.
Yeah, so Beefred's going to lose.
He stacks Wisa on the objective, just adding 5 to power. Yeah. I like that. Not giving him a chance to cancel immunity or exclude is probably the right play.
Yeah, and he's already lost 2 6s, it looks like. Or a 6 and a 5.
No, I think you were right. I think it's Resilience, Impressive, Most Impressive, and Wisa.
Yeah. Alright, so he's got Vader against Mace Windu, which is going to make him only immune less than 8.
And this is not Yoda communing, it's not capped.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is that a Stormtrooper?
Yep, that is an OG Stormtrooper.
Guys, it's like 7 in the morning.
Joe had that OG Stormtrooper against MHT as well, so same kind of build, if not the exact same build. Looks
That
like
feels dangerous unless you have the trooper assault or something else.
I mean, I would assume if he's making this attack, like I wouldn't be surprised if he had force push for a trooper assault. Although I would guess he's playing enough of them, he probably doesn't need to do that. Oh, that's a good call. So Beefhead pulls the do or do,
Ascension.
yeah, the do or do not, because as we noted, he has a Are You Brain Dead in hand. Are You Brain Dead's not immune to sense.
Yeah,
So
there's Sergeant
yeah.
Tarl, and then a snow trooper, and then the glare took everything. So I have.
Yeah, he added a
Was
bunch of
that Kurt
stormtroopers.
Canus, I think? Was the last card put
Oh,
down?
it could be Kirkanos, which would also be pretty devastating because Kirkanos can cancel Are You Brain Dead.
Kurt Canus also forfeits for 8.
Yep. Now, I mean, Joe is going to have to lose a bunch of, like two characters here probably. Oh, he verifies his reserve deck and has a total of 4. Is that a full scale alert?
Yeah, we're gonna have to get the game text on that one.
Full
Draws a
scale
1.
alert. Draw a Destiny of Destiny less than the number of Stormtroopers on table. All opponents' movement is blocked for the remainder of this turn. Huh. Okay, so
No dodge.
Yep, no dodge. No narrow escape. Oh, except for smugglers and starships.
Well, last time I checked, Mace is not a smuggler.
Nope. That would be a heck of an ad for for Watch Your Step.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine 2 swings, fully immune, basically?
It's like, I have a good card on the ground? What's happening? Alright, so
unfortunately, it looks like Beefred has a sorry about the mess non-combo. If he had the combo, killing Kerr would allow him to.
Well, he could at minimum at least force Joe to use Kirkanos.
It is Kirkanos.
Yeah, it is Kirkanos and a Stormtrooper cadet. So,
oh yeah.
Trooper assault's grabbed. So
all of his guys are power +1, power +2 from Stormtrooper assault. They're like power +3.
All right, so he is going to hit Kirkanos with
Beefred has no cards in his unless that is his reserve deck.
He has no cards in force. He's holding his reserve deck because he's going to do some swings.
Yep.
Joe just sees the Joe knows before he even draws he's going to hit the Stormtrooper patrol. That's fine. That was the cost of doing business here.
There's the skull.
There's the skull to place. He has a second young Skywalker in his last spot. So he plays long.
Well, he's got 1 in his hand too.
So he adds 6 to power, makes him 12, and then I think Master Qui-Gon adds 1 as well.
Beefred's going to be down a lot of power here.
Master Qui-Gon, Jinn, an old friend. Oh, that's why you play. Master Qui-Gon gives all Jedi Destiny +1, so Luke is actually a 7.
Oh.
So, all right,
That's disgusting, Beefred.
It all makes sense now, kind of. Okay, so that means that Mace is 14 here, draws a 4 for 18. Joe draws a 3 for Battle Destiny.
That got a billion power.
That is more math than I'm able to do while I'm not at the table. So, Kirkanos is 5, right? So he had an Emperor's Enforcer and Stormtrooper Patrol is 12. If we assume each of those troopers is 4 power, then they're
going to be more than that.
Well, I'm saying like minimum if I assume they're all 4 power, that's another 16 on top of that. So
there's 5 troopers there.
Other 5 troopers, so 20. So that's another 20 power on top of that. 32 plus 3 is 35. 35 against 20 or against 18.
Oh
wait,
Joe loses Kerr.
Oh, they're having a conversation about this though, so I think it might.
Oh, Joe's gonna grab it.
Yeah, I think Joe grabs it, cancels it. Oh wait, no.
No, he lost Kerr first.
Oh, I think Joe made a mistake there then, because that was game-winning overflow with Kirkanos.
Yeah, unless we're missing something.
Am I misremembering how Kirkanos works? I mean, that's possible.
Unless the interrupt is actually immune to sense and we're both going crazy. But I don't think it is.
If with an Imperial presence, I cancel non-immune sense interrupts. Okay, and then brain dead.
No. Brain dead is not
Yeah,
immune to sense.
Brain is not immune to sense, and he definitely lost that battle. So, yeah,
Definitely,
Oh
probably.
no, yeah, yeah, I'm not too sure what just happened there. Oh no, because you know what actually might have happened. Oh no, because Beefred drew Destiny. I was gonna
Joe
say.
might have canceled the skull.
Oh, Joe might have canceled the skull. Yes, that could be. He might have canceled the skull. No, because the skull would be on top of Lost Bow then.
I don't know. I felt like Joe should have just won the game there.
I also feel like Joe should have just won the game there, but I'm sure that Joe and Beefred will remember this game, so we'll be able to ask them at a later time. But yeah,
Beefred doesn't even remember what he did a turn ago. No, I'm just kidding. I love Beefred, but like every time I ask him about his game, he's like, "Yeah, I don't know, dude."
Okay, well, Joe will definitely be able to remember and tell us what happened here.
Hopefully, yeah.
The thought I was having there was like, well, if Beefred saw the writing on the wall there, he could have swung at Kirkanos, declined his Destiny draw, and then Joe has first loss action in battle. The only thing he can do is forfeit Kirkanos. Because he has no battle legacy and he has no attrition and no battle damage, so you would have to forfeit Kirkanos, and then Beefred would be free to play his Brain Dead. But that's not what Beefred did, so I'm not too sure what occurred. So it looks like Beefred has another mace and another lightsaber. Is that that looks like Mace Windu's lightsaber?
Yep. That was a pretty big foil.
Oh, does Joe not have did Joe not pull aim high and get wrecked again by it? Because Beefred's Walkwing is gone. So I wonder if Beefred lost the. I wonder if Beefred lost the mace and retrieved the saber with Walkwing.
No. Are you brain dead plus the Jedi and use pile? So he just had another one in hand.
No, but the lightsaber should still go lost.
Oh yeah, he for sure lost the lightsaber and then
Walkwing to the lightsaber.
retrieved it. Did Joe mean to say that Vader is at the 1-1, but put him at the 2-2? I don't.
No, I think he moved. I think he moved Vader over the way that he meant to, but.
Well, then he moved Vader back to the 1-1 and then put him back at the 2-2. So I don't know what's going on.
I think they might have been talking about like alternate plays and whatever. So Vader will add 3 to power here. He's gonna be hit.
Very hit.
Oh no, I think Beefred actually just had an extra lightsaber because he is certainly not behaving as though these draws are random. Yeah, he swings again. Vader's hit again. So okay. So he has another skull. So now Vader's
Skull's a used interrupt.
Yeah, so now Vader is gonna take some overflow here. Yep. So 7 against I think I can't see it, but I think it should be like a 3. That looks like a V card of some kind. Yeah, it's a 3.
It's a stormtrooper or something.
So 12 power total against 7 plus 7 plus 6 plus 1. So 21. So
is Mesa power 6?
Yeah, so Joe's peeling 8 here. Wow.
Yikes.
If Joe loses this game, I feel like we must be missing something about the Kirkanos play. I'm not sure what, but I'm sure we must be missing something about it. Because I think, like, the reason you play Kirkanos here is because you know that this kind of thing could happen. Right? You know that
And I
he's
don't
playing
think
Brain Dead.
Joe is unaware of what Are You Brain Dead does.
No. So, yeah, that has to be the reason. There's got to be something that we were missing about that. We'll have to ask Joe later what it was. But
I can also
yeah.
call Beefred after the game and just yeah, we'll have Beefred hop on and do a post game interview.
I mean, he could just talk to the camera. We can't talk back to him, but all right. So one benefit to Joe here is he does get to cause free damage now because he is occupying a site. Beefred has moved away from him, so he is not threatening to dislodge Joe from the site control. So he is getting to cause a bunch of drain damage for free. However, although we saw a lot of GIMP PC action recently, this is not a differential matchup. So
Nope.
it doesn't matter.
Winners win.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter if he can reduce Beefred's diff if Beefred still wins the game. Now, Beefred looks like he has so many cards left.
Compared to Joe, it looks like he's got about 80.
Yeah. Joe did just peel 8, so you know.
Loses the first aid combo. I don't know if Joe has a hand, and then he just top decks 4.
Yeah. Joe has looks like about 2 or 3 cards in hand. He deployed a lot last turn, so. And then I think he's maybe just moving all his troopers over to the 2/2. Oh, he's moving 1, 2, 3. He has to be wary of another beatdown. Most notably,
and Carl.
most notably, Anakin Skywalker's and Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber are not deployed here, so he has to be.
There's a fat Anakin sitting directly in Beefred's hand right now.
Yeah, he has to be cognizant that that's a possibility. But I think he needs to spread here, having peeled 8 there and been dislodged in his position a little bit.
Joe goes to punch Beefred. Always resort to violence. I like that option.
You gotta keep it in your back pocket, you know. All right, so Beefred's, I think, thinking about his tracking and moving cards. I guess that's the other thing with all these young Skywalkers is that Qui-Gon lets you kind of position them wherever you want in your reserve deck and force pile and everything, so he can make sure that his cards are where he wants them to be.
So he activates 2, moves 1, draws 1.
Yeah, he did put a young Skywalker down, so that is the bottom card of his use pile now. He's just going to activate everything.
Not planning on battling.
Yep.
I don't think Beefred has 9 cards in his. Oh, he does.
Yeah.
I can't.
I think Beefred has a lot less cards down than it looked like.
Yep. Joe cancels the first drain, loses price and something else to the second one.
12,
It's going to take a
15.
drain of 3.
Looks like Beefred has 18 down, and I think about
command
8 in
and price, lost in space. I think Joe still has to lose 2 cards. 1 more, actually.
Yeah,
sorry,
so
resistance is on the table.
1 more. Yeah, Beefred's very far ahead in this game. And then
that's an Ellis.
Which makes Ellis makes sense for the trooper beat.
Yeah.
He doesn't have enough force left to even pay for an Ellis, really. So Beefred's just considering, like, what does he even want to use this force for now? You like move Mace over and like kill 3 troopers, but like, does that even help?
I think you have to put something in front of the troopers. You can't just let or 7 damage come through.
Yeah, eating 7 damage is pretty bad. I guess he has to be kind of. There are 2 troopers on strategic reserves also, so there's more beatdown that could happen afterwards.
Joe has like 5 cards face down.
Yeah, but like two of them are troopers on strategic reserves. One's a trooper cadet, so that one's free.
The other one costs 3 to deploy.
Yeah. I
I do
like,
want to yell at B-Fred for using young Skywalker instead of Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, though. We're gonna have a problem about that.
I mean, that's Chris Kelly's problem to have.
Hey, I don't know. Chris Kelly said I was now a member of the Hit Company or the Hit Co. So
playing or is deploying General Kenobi and moving Mace over.
takes it back.
Oh nope, he is. Joe's got another full scale alert to trap B-Fred's characters in place.
I hope B-Fred's got another Are You Brain Dead?
Yeah.
Otherwise this card's gonna hurt.
That could be really bad. I see a leadership in hand.
B-Fred pays 1 to do nothing and ends his turn.
Yeah, I don't know why he paid the 1. I don't think you're actually allowed to do that, but that's fine. Blast Deflection doesn't do anything. Does he have another skull?
Yeah, there's a skull, there's quite a mercenary, there's a leadership.
Okay, this is quite a mercenary. And then this is Blast Deflection.
There's another General Kenobi.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. His Onita leadership, Anakin, sorry about the mess.
Oh. Yeah, close enough to a skull. Draw 2. Whatever.
Oh, there's a Sergeant Wallen in Joe's hand. He's going to play the cadet for free.
Grappling hook?
He's going to play the Stormtrooper Patrol for 2. Battle.
Joe doesn't have enough to assault, though. Which... Oh, no, he can't.
Oh, yeah, he can't play... He thought he could, but he can't. So he plays Sergeant Wallen. I mean, he's still got 6 characters there. Yeah, that Stormtrooper Assault would have been backbreaking.
That Trooper Assault would have been game.
Yeah.
B-Fred does get to add 1 to a Just Run Destiny here.
He does... Oh, he can't...
Does
Wait.
Does Joe
no.
have a leader?
He does. Sergeant Narthax is the leader.
Okay.
Or, whatever. Sergeant Major Bursk. Sergeant Major Bursk is the leader.
Okay.
Well, yeah, 16 power and 8 forfeit. He's not overflowing here, so... Joe does draw Trooper Assault for Battle Destiny, which is good, but... Yeah, there's no way that's overflow.
A little bit tragic.
Well, actually...
I think he's just counting.
Yeah, I don't think it's overflow. Yeah, they're counting out what the next turn is going to look like. I think Joe's just figuring out if he should concede or not. Or oh no, B-Fred has some overflow. I think he's just losing a pile of force. I apparently just didn't count correctly. I assumed that could not be overflow without Trooper Assault, but especially because you do 10 for Battle Destiny.
11. He got to add 1 with Obi-Wan.
Oh, yeah. Joe didn't lose anything either. He just loses Stormtrooper Cadet. Like, that doesn't really matter, but...
Maybe he did and we just missed it? Oh, because they're all power +2 without the garrison. They're +1 from the site and +1.
Oh, they're +1 from the site. I forgot about that. Oh man. Okay. All right. So that explains where all the overflow power is coming from. Because like the patrols aren't cumulative, so only one of them applies. But
well, then each trooper is basically power +3. I think B-Fred's gonna lose this game.
Yeah, he might not be able to pay to. Yeah. Wow.
I like that.
So actually, the full scale alert was the backbreaking play.
Huh.
I think B-Fred actually, wow. Even though we said he wasn't supposed to, I think B-Fred actually was supposed to just take 7 drain damage.
Yeah, that's better than peeling 40 or whatever
Yeah,
you peeled.
yeah, he,
Congratulations to Joe. Good
yeah.
start.
That was, I mean, especially to come back from peeling the 8 and the
Mm-hmm.
weird Kira Canis play that we still don't understand, and Joe was still able to find the winning line. That was pretty impressive. So,
Yeah. Heads
uh,
off.
yeah, I
For
mean,
the
no less than we
3/3 of.
expect from the multiple-time world champion, but you know.
From the 1/3 of the game that we got to watch.
Yeah. I mean, the part that we missed, I think, was probably just all set up and then like playing cards and draining, whatever. So,
Hey,
um,
that's the real Star Wars. That's what we want to watch.
yeah. All right, so that will advance Joe to 1-0. Beef Red starts off 0-1, but still plenty of Star Wars to be played. First round doesn't really decide anything as far as how the rest of your tournament's going to go. Let me see if I can get a handle on how much time is left in this round. Um, uh,
If you want, the mainstream is still going. The game between Apollo Chu and Tommy is still alive and kicking.
I think just to keep the things separate as much as possible, we'll hold off on
Sounds good.
that. But yeah, I'll
Mm-hmm.
see if I can get a time left. Um, let's see. All right. Well, while we're waiting on the answer to that, certainly Beefred had a really cool take on this, and to all the viewers, if you like the decks that you saw here on stream, on either stream or for the rest of the day, you can leverage the greatest Star Wars CCG deck building minds by accessing our tournament deck list posts. The deck list from day 1 and day 2 of this event, and pretty much all of our events, will be made available within a week from the end of the event. Those will all get posted online. If you go to www.starwarsccg.org, hover over the deck lists and click tournament deck lists. That'll show all the deck lists posted from our major events. There's also, if you play online, there's GEMP and portable files that are available on the forums, so you can just download the deck, put it right into a game right away. So that's a really useful resource to get a lot of innovation quickly. So
I'm a big fan of the deck list tab. I use it all the time, especially whenever I see Beefred try out some more stupid stuff. I'm like, that looks awful. All right, let's try it out.
I know that many of Garrett's and my opponents in recent Jawa events probably didn't like that Dennis Reinhardt's Dark Side Combat deck was posted in the deck list tab, because we definitely played a lot of that deck and beat up on a lot of Hitco players with it. So,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a deck that I definitely needed to see Dennis's deck list to get a full view of everything that was going on in there. So yeah, it's really cool to be able to see kind of all the choices and all the innovations and everything that are happening. We'll find out exactly how many young Skywalkers Beefheart is playing. So
Mm-hmm.
all right, we will.
Just on an update for the main table, it looks like Apollo is Life Force. It looks like it's pretty even, but Tommy has control of the fourth marker and the Hoth system, and Apollo has control of Cloud City.
Okay. Well, if you guys want to catch Johnny Chu and Jeremy DePaulo covering that, um, head over to the main PC channel. Come back here once you're done. For the moment, we'll go ahead and put up our break here for the rest of the round. And we will be back when Game 2 gets underway. So stay tuned. All right. Welcome back, Star Wars fans. Justin Mishiro and Logan. I'm sorry.
You're good. Logan Pedig, Admiral
Pedic.
Pi.
Pedic. Okay. I will try to remember. Um, and Logan Pedic coming to you with round 2 coverage from the Indianapolis Eclipse Open. We have at table 2, which is where all of our tables are going to be today. We have John Vesey on Dark against Steven Salucci on Light. I have absolutely no idea what either of them are playing. So
We will find out soon enough. As long as we know the sides, everything is good.
we will all find out together. The Killer Beast stream, yes. So the
Hey, Fat Mouse.
The metagame breakdown did get released between rounds here, and we were talking about it, and it's pretty interesting. So we'll see if these decks reflect any of that metagame breakdown, because certainly the mainstream's decks last round absolutely did not.
Yeah, we had Brian Fred on Qui-Gon Commuting and Joe Olson on Thrawn.
Yeah.
Thrawn Troopers.
Yeah, Thrawn definitely one of the most popular decks in the field. But the next portion of the field is all alien decks, which is not something we've seen in kind of a while. It's been a lot of mains and stuff, but like ISB and things like that. But not today. Today, Leia Rebel Princess has a lot of work that she could do. So we'll see.
Yeah, something about 20 of the dark side decks are alien based.
Yeah, aliens of some variety. Yep. So. The players are just sitting down now. Looks like, this deck has aliens in it. John Vesey's got Watto showing on his side, and then
Quiet Mining Colony.
Yeah, Seamus Lucci with QMC. So QMC Watto. I mean, anything with Watto, not a matchup that we've really seen a lot of recently.
Starting off strong with the V slips from VZ. Oh my gosh.
Look, there's a limited amount of places to put your effort, and VC chose his. So,
hey, look, I'm not judging. I had a Chief Chirpa's Hut that was it was the Lars Moisture Farm with Chief Chirpa's Hut written on with red Sharpie. So
I still have a black and white Intimidator and Persecutor printed off at the hotel business center in Denver. That honestly, the black and white looks kind of cool. So I'm just.
I have a misprinted proxy right here. As you can see, my my printer did not want to cooperate.
Nice. So all right. Looks like Seaman has. I think what we would say is a standard QMC start now. He's playing the computer interface to start the 1-0 upper plaza corridor, I think, and the latest guest quarters. And then the glare's a little tough, but those are definitely Beld and Zai combo and keeping the Emperor at forever. You wouldn't really, to be honest, you wouldn't really see any 2 other starting effects at a QMC. I would wager I would wager every QMC in this tournament is playing those 2 starting effects, and then whether they're playing Walkling or the Walkway is a little bit of personal preference.
There's no other effects that are better to start for QMC. There's nothing else in the game currently that provides more of a benefit to them.
Yeah, and then Watto has a little bit more variability. Nichuba Navi is pretty. That one's pretty fixed. I don't think I would play Watto without that. But then John Vesey has the wipe them out all of them, which makes a lot of sense. And then you cannot hide forever combo. He's going to use that right away to pull a system or an executor. He pulls, I think that's Kurita. And Salucci goes right to his shields as well. Is he going to suspend it right away?
I think he's just mapping out the shields that he wants to play.
Yeah.
Grabber, Goldenrod for sure you need. I don't do that again. Realistically, battle plan. I don't know how much you're going to need the retrieval, though.
So he is
or
he
the
yeah.
anti.
So he is going to
Sorry.
suspend You Cannot Hide Forever right away. It is an interesting aspect of Watto that it kind of demands a lot of shield pulls right away. Um, so
Batmouse, there were 2 set your courses in the field.
yeah, we don't know.
So
We don't know what kind of set your courses there were. I suspect there's at most one of the one you're talking about, but we'll see. So Solushi does pull the Goldenrod as well. Again, yeah,
I'm sorry that
pretty typical
WTF
against Watto.
sorry, I was just gonna say I'm sorry that WTF Sigfa is not recognized as an official archetype yet. Hopefully one day Batmass. One day.
So VZ gets the Blockade Flagship Bridge in his opening hand. That's certainly a helpful start here. You can see Salucci's hand a bit. There's like no character. He says Jar Jar and all red cards in a sight.
Yikes, that
That
hurts.
is not how you want to start. And none of those are even interrupts that he can use right away to pull something. So he's just gonna.
I mean, he does have the barrier, so turn 1 we could see the Hark Staff to the system with a little bit of protection.
Yeah, I imagine he'll
However,
do that.
I don't know what he's gonna rip or lose to the Watto
That's what I was
screen.
thinking. I think he just has to. I think he just has to like
He has
lose two.
alternatives to fighting too.
He just has to like lose probably Escape Pod and Sand from his hand.
I think you escape pod and you rip it off the top.
You can't afford you can't peel on turn 1 against Watto. Because
How much
like
do you really need that docking bay?
um
Because that's what it looks like he's mapping out right now.
it is a docking bay. He's trying to figure out what he can afford to lose. Man, the docking bay is interesting because like if it was any other site, I actually like think I would agree. But the docking bay makes it so that you can't. It would lock you so that you can't land. Which means
Yeah,
that
you don't
you're.
need to land. You're
Yeah,
good.
I mean, I think you're actually might be right that with a barrier and an alternative to fighting in hand, he may just not need to land, so you could probably afford to lose the docking bay. I think it would be escape pod. I think it would be escape pod and sand, honestly. Although VZ giving up the verify on turn 1 here, I'm not sure why. Was he because he found the Watto's chance cube. He did command to get. He commanded to get Trench, so I don't know why he gave up a verify. That's weird. But he did show off his whole deck, so now Sluch has got a much better idea of what he can afford to lose here and what he can't. Yeah, saying like you can't.
Now I don't hate losing sand. After getting the full verify, I don't hate it.
Yeah, so you can't peel on turn 1 because like if he peels Belden's Eye, like he just loses, baby. Like
I mean, Belden's Eye, the
or no,
Cyclops
sorry, if he loses the ship, if he loses the Overseer or Hark on turn 1 to the peel.
Just get lucky and don't.
I think you just lose cards from hand. He did lose the docking bay and the escape pod, so I think
Woo, called it.
yeah, so he is thinking that the barrier and the alternatives to fighting will be enough to hold him. Now, amusingly, we know this from looking at his hand, but VZ can't know it. That he actually would have been safe to just leave both his characters separated, but he's gonna do the safe thing.
Jar Jar plus what's his name would have been dangerous.
I mean, if he commits Harkstaff to the ground.
Hey, maybe that's the line.
Overseer says it can only add Hark as a pilot. You can't do it like. Yeah, so V's is going to draw a bunch of cards here. Pretty standard turn 1 for Watto, but a pretty good one. Getting your opponent to just lose cards that he didn't have a used puller for anything, so he just had to straight lose things. That's always good for you. So Salish is going to set up his turn 1 here. I imagine it's just going to be like pull a location, play Hark and Overseer, and draw cards because he just doesn't have anything else to do. He could play. He has an Ancient Water Hole, so he can play that.
Goes to get a sight.
Yeah. So we'll get a look at what he's got.
He's got the incinerator.
Huh. That's cool. You don't always see that out of QMCs.
I now especially like losing the docking bay if you have that extra sight.
Yeah, I think he would have preferred to lose the incinerator if he had the choice, but like, so looks like a pretty standard QMC from the view of his deck that we can get while he's searching it. He's reading Califel. probably to try to determine how it works with Watto's Junkyard. I think the answer, unfortunately, is it doesn't. So now his deck does have, I think, a couple of draw off unable characters. So he does have some options to go after
He's
Watto. I
got
think,
the shuffle and stuff like that.
like practically speaking, though, think I think QMC is not very likely to go after Watto on the ground. I think most likely all the interaction that's going to happen in this game is going to happen on Cloud City, because QMC can definitely outrace Watto if it can get its damage set up, and particularly if it can get Celebration to stick. Um, Watto, like the problem that Watto runs into is Watto has a very good early game and actually a pretty good late game as long as it can keep its presence on table. The issue is at the middle part of the game, you're just like doing 2 damage, so like you're not moving the game along very much. So yeah, he's gonna get Hark in the Overseer down, draw.
Looks like he got an extra alien or two.
Yeah, he got Rio and
Yoda.
Yoda. Okay.
That's big. Yoda's gonna be huge. It means you don't need the sand in space.
Yeah, Yoda's big. The one tricky part is the wild card was in reserve, and without the docking bay, he can't put Yoda on the ground and then later put him in space. So he's going to have to hold. If he thinks Yoda's going to be important in space, he has to hold him.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. You're not really going to need him.
Oh, he found Celebration.
Yeah, that's huge too.
All right, and he saves 3 force. So he's pretty safe here in space with alternatives to fighting and barrier.
Thinking if he wants to pull the shield,
he's
gonna battle plan.
Yeah, he's gonna pull battle plan. That makes sense. As you said, like Watto's strength is in the early game, so avoiding taking damage in the early game is definitely gonna help you out.
Yep.
Watto activating 12 here, plus wipe. So there's a lot of options here. He's going to pull the Chance Cube again with Watto to get a look at his deck. And then we'll see what he does with his objective if he deploys somebody to Mos Espa.
I think you have to. You have to keep pressure.
Yeah, I would imagine if he doesn't have any space right now, he would play somebody to Mos Espa in order to kind of keep the train going here.
Yep.
Okay, yep.
Ooh.
The Dewback Stormtrooper. This is an innovation that we've seen a bit with Watto lately. You play the TK4 whatever his number is, and you get the Dewback, which the Stormtrooper says
aboard the Dewback may not be shot by lightsabers or clash of sabers.
So then you move him over, get him off the Dewback, put Watto on the Dewback, and then you're pretty secure at the junkyard. There's not very much that they can do to you to kill Watto in combat before you draw Destiny. So you're pretty secure that you're gonna be outpowering them. So VJ's figuring out now what he's going to do as far as using his objective. The bluffing game that actually comes up here.
Oh! Ooh. Oh my gosh!
That's pretty rough. So Salucci peels off the top and just peels 2 sites right off the top. Now here's where we get into the weakness of the this computer interface start is without wackling. He doesn't have an immediate way to just pick one of those sites up, and he needs to have enough locations on Cloud City to do damage at. Now he can flip without them, but if you only have 2 battlegrounds,
it retrieval and it caps your drains.
Yeah, capping both your damage and your retrieval makes it much harder to win that drain race. Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate. So
that hurt.
So Visa's going to add Count Dooku to Mos Espa. Presumably, I think he's going to leave him there and move the Dewback over and do the swap that we were talking about. So then he'll securely hold both of those locations. Dooku also adding an activation, which might matter. What? Oh, that's sand. Okay. So VZ stacks Invisible Hand and
anything.
Yeah, Invisible Hand and Image of the Dark Lord on sand. Yeah, Image not doing anything. Invisible Hand pretty unfortunate actually. So probably would like to have that space. Yep. So he does exactly the swap we were talking about. And now he actually doesn't have to add more presence next turn to do a flip because unlikely that a QMC in general will be able to dislodge Count Dooku easily. And certainly we know from Salucci's hand that he can't. So
Yeah, Salucci's gonna be fighting to keep his game alive here.
I mean, so, what Salucci's probably going to do is play like Jar Jar and Rio to flip, get his pull, play Celebration, and then try to consolidate and keep his forces on the ground alive for a turn, and then kind of see where he ends up from there. Definitely not going to drain. That would be crazy.
He paid 3. I got scared.
Yeah, I was like, wait, okay. So he plays Rio, puts a character down to activate 2. Or maybe he showed with I think it must have been Yoda. So he plays Jar Jar, flips. He does have a ship that he can get. He also had the band, the Figrin Dan. I didn't see any of the other cards. The ship looked like Leia's resistance transport to me, which
Makes sense. It's very popular. You just get extra use file, extra force file, or
yeah,
extra cards.
yeah, that's the Leia's resistance transport. There's a Leia. There's Dash, Path, Lando, Celebration,
So still quite a few cards.
Calfa. Yeah, he didn't have to spend very much force there. Um, he also activated 2 extra in the middle of his turn, so. One curiosity here, he did not try to pull. I guess he doesn't have another site, does he?
Nope.
I thought he had.
Gone.
I thought he had one more, but yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't have another site. So
He plays the 6. Because the 5
yeah,
are pretty standard.
yeah, because
The
he lost.
incinerator is not.
Yeah, and he lost 3 of them already.
See, now in hindsight, losing the docking bay does not seem like such a great play.
Yeah. I mean, certainly, yeah. If you're planning on peeling 2 sites off the top the next turn, you should not lose the one from hand the first time. But
I think QMC peeling the 2 sites off the top changes V's game plan here. He no longer has to be as aggressive.
yeah. Oh, there's a Ray too. Okay, so that makes the resistance transport a lot less appealing because he probably doesn't have a second Ray. Well, all right, he's not going to show us what he got. It'll be a mystery.
So this game, Salucci's damage output is going to be kind of limited to 7 and retrieve 2 with Celebration. If he gets the Bishuffle combo out, he's retrieving 3, but
Yeah, I mean, if he's bold, he could go to Kurita and drain 2, but I don't think it would be safe really to spread your space that much. QMC often doesn't just have that much space anymore. So
there's a Celebration.
yeah, and then pile of red cards in Yoda. I don't know what he put down to activate. I thought he had to put a character down to activate with.
No, it's just a card.
Okay.
Looks like Yoxkit came down. And he moves Jar Jar over to Yoxkit's site. He's got about 1 billion force saved. He needs to save about 6 or 7. 3 for the alternatives, 1 for the barrier.
It's if you deployed a smuggler, you can put a card from hand. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Salucci does actually want to save a lot of force because yeah, he wants to play alternatives and barrier and use 2 for the objective if he wants to.
And
he
possibly grab 1 if he plays something stupid like Voyeur.
Yeah, has to at least threaten to pay 2.
Yeah, you can't just let him rip 2 damage for free.
Yeah. Well, especially not because he's shown New Water's Chance Cube. So like he has a card he can just put back and grab for free. So you have to at least make him have that be a gamble instead of an automatic choice. So Salucci is ahead in the damage race at the moment, but not. Only because Watto's paying for damage and QMC is not.
Yeah.
So we'll see what John can do to flip the script on it here. I know I've seen a lot of Wattos with like search and destroy. That's not going to do anything here. I expect that's actually probably the card that would have gotten pulled by You Cannot Hide Forever if he'd had that option on turn 1 to just
Well, I
like
would assume they have like a security precautions or something special planned in case they don't need it.
yeah, but like if you do like 2 damage and then turn 1 search and destroy with backup, that's actually like that's a pretty threatening early game.
So computer interface and
Elor's Matic got lost off the top to the objective.
That dude.
So VZ has like his full force pile to work with and a pretty full hand. So let's see what he comes down here with. That's a bunch of force being spent for I don't know what. Some full slip V card.
My gut tells me it's Mara. Nope, that's Maul. That
Yeah.
is a Sith icon.
Yeah, so that'd be EPP Lord Maul. VZ will grab that barrier, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't think you can let QMC cycle barriers. You either got to grab Path, Barrier, Rescue in the Clouds, maybe.
It's certainly a matchup where you want multiple grabbers because, like, if your plan is to fight them in space, you need to grab alternatives to fighting. If your plan is to battle them on the ground, you need to grab Path and Lisa's Resistance. Grabbing Barrier always makes sense. So yeah, like this is a spot where like if Easy had Tentacle, it would have been really good, but.
I feel like you almost want to grab Barrier on the pay to play and grab Path on the free one, just because you want to make sure that they can't. Like, making them pay to play the Path is nice, but like making sure they can't get it back, I think, is more important.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes either way on those particular on
opinion.
On QMC's grabbers. It's actually on QMC's interrupts that you'd grab. It's kind of interesting because like there is some value in using your shield grabber to grab alternatives to fighting and making them pay like 5 to alternatives again or 6 to alternatives again, right? Like there is actually something there. It's kind of the same thing with Path where like you can choke them on force where they're like, I mean, I have 4 paths, but I just can't play any more of them because it costs me 3 or whatever.
It's fair too.
And I think it depends. Like if you have Tentacle, like it's going to be situational, right? Like Tentacle here, you actually still probably would grab Barrier, even though it's lost because he would just retrieve it with Celebration. So
yep.
All right, VZ just draws from here. See, he's trying to find space. He didn't seem to, based on what's in his hand right now. Loses Dark Time combo off reserve. He did save, looks like 3 or 4. And Soluchi's going to use his force pile pull, presumably retrieve 1 with Celebration. Or actually, he could path over and then retrieve 2. That would actually not be bad.
I think it really just depends on what you're planning to do with Maul.
Yeah.
If you're planning on fighting him, you need everyone you can get there. If you don't really care, the thing is you can't just run away because you have no more sights.
Yeah.
And even if you retrieve 2, you're still not getting a sight back. Like if Salucci could have retrieved 3 this turn and gotten a sight back, it would be so huge.
Yeah, but
I don't think QMC is playing Unita or anything like that. So
yeah, I don't think there's really a good way for him to do that. I guess like setting up Figrindan, because Figrindan retrieves 1 when you satisfy the 5 aliens. He does have 4 in play right now, I think. Yeah, he has 4 in play. He does have
the watering hole in hand. I don't think it's on table yet, but he has it in hand.
No.
At least I'm pretty sure we saw one in his hand.
I think there was 1 in his opening hand.
Alright, so as long as I'm not going crazy. Works for me.
Maybe he's playing bargaining table. Who knows?
Please don't joke about that. That would be disgusting. I don't need 2 drain cancelers in 2 games. I don't need 9 unique troopers and aliens. That's too much.
My alarm was going off. I don't know why.
9:45 a.m. on a Saturday. You don't know why you have an alarm for that?
I guess that's my usual wake up alarm, but I don't really need it ever. So,
Fair.
so Sluice is still deciding what he wants to take with his force pull. I mean, it's going to kind of dictate how the rest of the turn at the minimum goes, and like potentially the game.
So he takes a
Um,
card.
yeah, presumably going to retrieve one with celebration. I don't know why you would play it if you weren't going to. He does have a ship in hand.
I don't think you can go to space though. You burnt your barrier last turn. Like, sure, you have an alternatives to fighting.
Yeah, no, I would not go to space. I would just play the alternatives to fighting. Oh, is that?
Ooh, there's
Oh,
a dash. That's
dash
huge.
is real good.
Um,
And then
your immunity to attrition is now 4 plus whatever you draw with your dash draw because Maul's an EPP.
yeah,
So
Maul's still probably gonna hit somebody.
unless
So you're gonna.
rescue in the clouds
Oh,
or
okay, yeah. He could rescue in the clouds, which could potentially
something,
get him out of it. Although, like Yaksha does like defense too, right? So like he's probably gonna hit you anyway.
nah, you're safe.
I mean, keep your eyes open is not a crazy card for him to play. Oh, there's Ray. Okay, so he gets a use pull, gets another card back out, and then another card potentially from drawing.
Yep.
So now we haven't really gotten a good look at VZ's hand here until he's maneuvering too close to comfort. None of those are going to unfortunately really do much because VZ has a lot of force saved.
Yeah, he's got like 4 or 5, I think, right?
It looks like certainly at least 3, which would cover both of those cards.
Actually, it would cover both of them together too.
Yeah.
Interesting to note, he did lose the Tarkin's orders
Oh, he didn't.
combo.
He actually didn't retrieve one.
Oh, he didn't retrieve one, which is weird.
There's the ancient watering hole. Presumably
So there's the bargaining table.
presumably he just wanted to. He wanted all the force. He didn't want to spend one to retrieve.
He should have the 4 aliens or the 5 aliens,
He does have the 5 aliens.
unless we're missing something about nope, because Dash is a Corellian, right?
Yeah, Dash is a Corellian. So yeah, he has 5 species now. I think he's
So
hoping
adds
that
1 to his total.
he's hoping that he's actually adding 2 to his total because of Ray. So
Oh,
see, he's gonna battle. Oh, he could have activated with that with Rio when he played Dash. I don't think he did though.
could have felt like every card in his hand was important, which I totally
Yeah,
get.
which makes sense. That's kind of how it works with QMCs, is you get to pull them all.
Yep.
All right, so we'll see what kind of response VZ has here. Looks like we're just kind of counting now. VZ's got to have a swing, right?
Counting his money. I think V's has the swing.
I don't know why you would. That has to be people with Lord Maul, right?
It's an EPP, right?
I think I see the EPP icon, and you're right. I think it's a SIP icon. So like, it's either that or Asajj. But like, Asajj would be worse for you here, right? Like, Asajj is just less power. So
Yeah.
and you still have a swing. Yeah, there it is. All right.
All right, there is 4.
I think he was deciding who to swing at. So he swung at
Yep.
Ray, I think, because Ray is separated.
There's a couple people separated at the bottom. One's
Yeah.
Dash, one's Ray.
So I think VZ is correctly waiting to see if Slochi wants to use a rescue in the clouds here to cancel that draw.
I mean, if you play it and he draws a 5, you feel bad. If you don't play it and he draws a
All right,
1,
yeah.
you feel awful.
He does play the rescue and cancels. So now we get the second draw, and there is a 2.
2.
That's not going to hit any, but no matter who he was swinging. Oh, so that's pretty bad. So Your immunity is essentially 3 now because Ray is only 3 and all the others are 4.
Maul
Uh,
adds 1, so it's 2.
oh, Maul adds 1. Yeah. 2. Oh, he's going to force push out of the battle. All right.
Lame.
After taking Invisible Hand into hand off of Sand. So, all right. So, Salucci still has like 7 force saved about. He's just going to recirculate from there and then probably take a card into Force Pile during Visa's activate. So, oh, Visa activates with Wipe. Yeah, yeah. So, a lot of force still for VZ here. So she does use his Force Pile pull. So I think VZ's trying to consider how he's going to respond to the stack at Cloud City. He's really incentivized to try to like do a battle and kill an alien. Because there's exactly 5 aliens on the table, so killing 1 would turn off Ancient Watering Hole, which would save him some damage.
Yep.
On the other hand, he is like outpowered by a bit here, plus the dash draw, so he can't really just fight with Lord Maul. He needs to add a character. Missing that swing was pretty bad.
Yeah, that hurts.
Because with the force push, if he'd been able to hit and force push out, then he wouldn't be in that same spot. So he plays Invisible Hand.
No barrier, but
No barrier. We know he has Admiral Trench in hand, or at least he did earlier. He might have put him back, I guess, with objective. But yeah, no, he has Admiral Trench. Now, Trench is good here, but you really need like Grievous or Newt or something to go along with it, because like the granting immunity doesn't do anything, or doesn't do a lot for you without another pilot, because then you wouldn't get a Destiny. So like, oh, neither of them realize that You Cannot Hide Forever is now reactivated. I don't know if that matters, but
sorry about that.
all right. So Visa's gonna
Also notice if he places Trench in use pile to give himself immunity, he doesn't draw Battle Destiny yet.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is if he can gain immunity, but he would lose his Battle Destiny, which is probably no good.
Counterintuitive when Parkstuff actually does not draw Battle Destiny.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're not at risk of losing anyone.
Yeah. Okay, so he Salucci did lose 2 cards. I didn't see what the first one was, but he lost Luke as the second card. And VC drew, and I did see he drew a Maul Sith Infiltrator off the top for Sebulba, which is actually really bad. You would rather have that card have stayed on top of reserve.
It would have been really nice for Battle Destiny.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You can command and then put Trench in used, which I presume is the plan if that whole sequence ends up getting applied.
Yeah, but then you have just a naked invisible hand there.
Yeah.
And that does not feel good.
It's a lot more useful on defense.
There's the Veer. So now you're drawing 2 up in space.
Yeah, so Grievous there helps the sequence too. I kind of feel like Beatty's not going to battle here, actually.
I don't think you need to.
Because you're covering up all the damage. He's retrieving 1, which is the Luke, which is fine, whatever. But now you get to do your drain damage on the ground, and your objective. Yeah, I feel like the spot's pretty good for VZ here.
Yeah, he's going to need to Oh, he is gonna battle in space.
Oh, all right.
Alternatives to fighting.
Yep. Which is
Now, unfortunately, that means he's getting an alternatives to fighting back next turn.
yeah, that's not great. I mean, it's whatever. You maybe need to let him do that, but
I think you still need to battle, because if you don't, you just let him have 3 extra force next turn.
yeah,
And an extra card you don't know about. So, I am all for the make him have it. Like, okay, sure, if I battle, they can alternatives to fighting. Make him have it.
yeah.
Like, make him play it.
I think making him spend the alternatives makes sense there. Especially because this battle is largely free because, as you pointed out, RxF doesn't draw battle destiny, so you're having attrition anyway. So you'll draw 2 destinies against his 1. Like, that's a great battle for you no matter what. So
I think you also need to battle, because if he does have the alternatives, you take away 3 force. You're taking away a character,
yeah,
basically, that he can deploy next turn.
you definitely need to make him use it.
He's considering battling at the upper walkway.
That I don't like. Because
I mean,
what's your best case is you kill 2 characters, 3 characters. I guess your best case is you kill 3 characters, but much more likely you kill 2, maybe only 1.
yeah.
Like I don't think you can. Oh, nope, he is going to do that battle. So he's going to swing.
Hit dash. Nope. Jar Jar?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Which I guess. Do you just Jar Jar General Grievous now? Because like you're hit anyway.
Unless you want to make sure you have force.
No, draws a 2 for battle destiny. That's the problem, and that's the problem. Like
yeah.
he's only going to lose 1 guy here.
Alternatives and Maz. So you take the Maz in to cancel redraw. And you also give him access to an alien. And he drew an 8 for battle destiny, so you're getting cleared.
Well, he doesn't get 2 battle destiny. One of those is the dash destiny.
Oh, thank you.
I mean,
Sorry,
that's still fine though. He still drew a 5 for battle destiny because he drew alternatives.
Yep.
He drew alternatives, adds 2 to it between Ray and Ancient Watering Hole.
And Maul is gone.
Yeah, and then Maul dies. So like Ancient
I
Watering Hole.
apologize. I was thinking Din was there for some reason.
No, you're fine. So Ancient Watering Hole is turned off for the moment, but like Solution's gonna get a force pop pull. He's definitely gonna get a 5th alien. So like Grievous is definitely in danger here. Grievous, yeah, just has to move away.
Like, sure, you can move away. The odds that Salucci does not have a
I mean, he hasn't.
path here.
He hasn't known Maz in hand too, and Maz is fully immune.
Yeah.
So like,
I don't know if I would go just Maz though. If there's a command that hurts. But
sure. I mean, so he had.
I think
Salucci,
if he finds a wild card though, he's gonna rip it in space instead.
Salucci has sand in hand though, right? So like,
No, he lost sand.
Oh, did he lose sand? Okay.
Remember? No, he lost the docking bay. You're right. He still has sand in hand.
So like he could play Maz, play sand, battle at +2 to total, which is like almost certainly going to kill Grievous, right? Like.
Yeah.
All right, so he is going to.
It's also Grievous is -1, so there's also you're just +3 power.
Yeah. So all right. VZ uses Trade Federation tactics to take the blockade flagship, or no, the blockade control ship, I think is what it is, in the hand.
Yep,
the reacting one, yeah. So, so space is a problem that Solution is going to have to solve. He's going to get his use pop pull here. There's a Din, which is pretty appealing. Looks like he's looking at path primarily.
Oh, looses the executor.
That's fine. You don't really...
I think that's totally fine because you're never gonna get a battle with that at Bespin.
No.
You're not paying 15 force.
I'm gonna still bang the drum of my hot take that I don't like Executor in Watto decks. Like, yes, I know you can pull it with You Cannot Hide Forever. Yes, I know in theory you can play it for free. In practice, Salucci has not let him play a card for free this whole game, and I don't think he's going to until he like absolutely has to. And then like. So like you're just floating this Destiny 1 card that you can really almost never afford to play. Like it's
to be fair, he is retrieving the damage that he's taking with Watto.
Yeah.
Almost.
And that's even worse, right? If he's retrieving the water damage, then Solution's just never going to let you play a card for free. So I would play like any other space package besides the Executor. I don't like the Executor in these decks. And it always comes back to like, oh, you can play it for free. It's like, yeah, but are you?
What you can do and what happens are two very different things.
Yeah. My favorite thing to do with Watto is to like put Tentacle down with Watto. So then you're like, all right, if it goes back in my deck, it's a 5. If I get to play it for free, well, I don't even have to pay 2 because it's an effect, so it's not affected by Goldenrod, so it just plays for 0.
Fair.
It's like sick. Image of the Dark Lord, another fun one, although not probably relevant here because you don't like putting it on your side doesn't
Well, yeah,
do
it's
anything.
stacked on the sand effect. That's the only reason it's not relevant.
Well,
only
sure,
reason.
but I was saying even if it was in your hand, right? Like you'd put it,
Yeah.
you would certainly put it down with Watto because like there's no cost to you if he makes you use to. But yeah, it's like Decree. Yeah, I love effects with Watto. Not so,
Phantom Menace.
yeah, Phantom Menace is a good one too. So Salucci, I think, is piecing together what he wants to do here. I think might be the wild card. Looks like he chose to
I
take a
think
Rick.
if you can find the wild card, you have to go to space.
Yeah, looks like he
You have
chose.
sand, you have Maz, you have Yoda.
I think he chose Sand. With
I thought he had that in
his
hand.
force ball. I also thought he had that in hand. He
Oh,
maybe.
it looks like a rescue in the clouds.
Oh, okay. So he's gonna
So
he's gonna retrieve one. He did do his drain of one already, which is why we were talking about the Executor. So he plays.
Laser resistance
It's a
transport.
laser resistance transport.
There is no search in the reserve deck.
No. Well, he can, but he probably can't find anything. So he plays Maz up there. Does the Maz pull gets Lee sub because he already has the Oxygen in play.
So he doesn't have Watering Hole online yet, correct?
No, but Lee sub has a species. So he just plays Lee sub and then he'll get to do it. He verifies his reserve. Destinies are actually not bad. The low ones are all characters, and he can redraw one of those with Yakshit, so that's actually fine.
There's a Leia in there, which would be really unfortunate, but
it's a Leia Rebel Princess though, so
yeah, you can't redraw it though.
Yeah, but it's a 3. It's not that bad anyway. Ugh. So he hits 2 red cards, although one's alternatives to fighting, so that's helpful. It means he has to get into a battle. He has to get into a battle in order to pull alternatives off of it first, which is like kind of awkward.
That's hilarious.
Also, yeah, lasers are transport a little awkward here because it doesn't have any immunity. So he adds Figure and Dan, which also satisfies the watering hole.
Indeed, it does.
And itself. So.
So he recirculates.
Yep, recirculates, saving I think 3, might be 2.
Did he Okay, he ended his turn.
Okay. Yeah. He's. Oh, sorry. I thought you were thinking he was once per game recirculating. Sorry. Got it.
I was just. That's why I didn't say whether or not he was ending his turn yet. Who knows?
All right.
Maybe he's gonna draw like 8 Battle Destiny.
So VZ is going to do 3 damage here.
1, 2. So first card off.
It's probably the extra celebration. Yeah.
Yep.
And then
pretty confident that's not dying.
Melis off the top, Path off the top.
Path kind of hurts a little bit.
Yeah. So VZ I think has done what Watto needs to do, which is establish some presence on the board so that you can do some mid-game damage. So that he can try to push it towards an endgame state where he will reliably do 2 with his objective every turn, and then try to close the game out from here. I mean, as we were saying before, though, right? Like he's got all this stuff on the board. He's doing 3 damage, right? So, but I guess he does have 2 more with his objective that he will very likely be able to do.
I see 2 cards in that force pile.
Yeah, so he is going to let him play it for free, and it is an objective. The Phantom Menace, or it is an effect. The Phantom Menace. He did exactly what I was just talking about. So that does put Slucci out of force. He cannot grab a card. He cannot barrier. So this is a good time now for VZ to attack if he wants to. That looks like a
Who
Lord
is
Maul. That looks like another Lord Maul, I think.
That looks like an Imperial.
Oh no, it's an alien. I think that's Aura.
Oh, Aura.
Oh, okay. Aura and Dr. E. All right, all right.
He has the Rescue in the Clouds.
He does have the Rescue in the Clouds, which I think VZ does not know about.
Well, he's never shown it.
This is unfortunately not going to go well.
Pretty sure there's also one stacked on the effect. So he plays it and then takes it, if he wants to.
Yeah.
But he wants to save that for face.
What? So she's throwing his top of his reserve deck as he gets to verify. Looks like one character, an Applek, or a Kylo, an Applek, and a bunch of red. So
not what you want to see.
Yeah.
Although you do get your dash reduce. So assuming you don't draw really badly,
I mean,
dash is good.
Wouldn't he? He should shoot at dash.
Well, he's gonna shoot at dash, and then it's just gonna get rescued.
Oh, yeah.
So then he's going to get a dash reduce. So if he does have the Rescue in the Clouds, I don't think anyone's dying.
Yeah, this turn's actually pretty bad for VZ, but he doesn't know it. So, all right, so he's gonna shoot at dash, and that'll get canceled. All right, so now it's 10 power against a lot more than 10 power.
I don't even want to bother adding it up. They'll do the math for us.
I mean, it's not actually a lot more than 10 power.
Nope.
It's like,
I mean, Ray's there, so that adds a lot.
It actually might be more than I think.
2 plus 2 plus 4 plus 3 plus something. So he draws a 4.
Okay,
Barrier and Leia.
Yax's power 3. He's not as bad as I thought. So
okay. So he draws a 6 for Battle Destiny. And then draws a 3 to reduce the 4 to a 1.
Yeah, so yeah, he loses nothing.
Everyone's immune.
He loses nothing, and then VZ owes him 6 in attrition. 7 in attrition? 7 in attrition. Because it's
7.
Or no, it's 6. Yeah, it's 6.
Because it's 4 plus 1 plus 1.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Ancient Wonder Hole adds 2 with Maz or your rep. That's what I was thinking about. Well, that went pretty bad.
I think that goes as poorly as it can, by the way.
Yeah. He just loses both to cover the 6. That's fair.
If Slucci would have drawn 1 less, drawn the Leia and then the barrier, that would have been a disgusting turn.
That
because then you have to keep 1 alive.
Yeah. You'd have to keep 1, and then I mean you just move 1 away because he has a bunch of force saved, but
yeah, but then they're stuck on the table doing nothing at the only other battleground site.
Yeah, PZ's just gonna draw.
For losing 3 of your 6 sites, he is playing phenomenally well.
Yeah. I was like, so, I mean, here's the thing, too. That turn went badly for VZ, but he still is only... He's going to take 2 and retrieve 1 here. It's not that bad. Tarkin's Bounty. That is a bold card to be playing in a deck where you have 6 characters on table and none of them are Imperials. Or none of them are Imperial leaders. And you're playing, and he's playing EPP Vader, so like that's not. He doesn't even have that leader. I like it on principle for the effect thing, but it seems like that was not a card that was likely to do much, which is probably why he lost it. And that's what she kind of just needs to determine, like, what am I doing this turn? I think he would have loved to find the wild card, which doesn't look like he did. Battling in space is actually not great because you know he has the React Starship.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to accomplish anything. He gets 2 destinies still. So like you really want to kill Grievous before you try to attack in space. If you're going to, you're probably actually just happier sitting in space, but you're losing the damage race that way. So you do need to knock off Grievous.
Is that a Nabron? The first card in his hand?
I can't see it. We'll see if he moves it. If he has a
Hujik,
Nabron, that could be Hujix,
he's,
Yoda, Lisa, some.
Chewy.
Is it Chewy?
Chewy's Bowcaster, yeah.
Yeah.
I need you to move your finger. Show me what that last card is.
I think that's alternatives to fighting.
No, that's a Nabron.
Oh, it is a Nabron. Oh, wow. Okay.
That could be disgusting.
That could be really good. So yeah, so they're just evaluating like, how can I get the most out of this beatdown? Because that is definitely what he's going for. Din just gets him to pull off sand, which doesn't do a lot for you. I guess it does something for you though. I don't actually feel like any of these characters are that good. I guess Din gets you a retrieval, which is actually pretty good. So
Din is really good.
yeah. I think Din's a good call. You know what I think he actually maybe should have done? It might have been better to use Maz first, just to see what you get off of her, because that can inform your decision about what card you want off your force pile.
Makes sense, yeah.
So he's going to retrieve. You know, an interesting call might have been to Nabron and then retrieve, but only if you're going to not bring everybody over, which I kind of feel like you probably do. So.
Mm-hmm.
He also might not use Maz this turn at all. He looks like he has enough cards in reserve to do it, so. Oh, he's going to verify. Looks like Leia, Alien, red cards. Mostly 5s.
Yep.
Neighbor and then retrieve the neighbor if it gets
now
canceled.
that you know that, I wouldn't have hated to take Lando. You know you're drawing a 5 to shoot. Like, you can shoot Grievous.
Yeah, or the Leia, I guess, right? But
no, you don't draw that.
you just don't do it. Yeah, I think the Nabron, like, my thought was like, well, if you're going to leave a character behind, you can Nabron, leave one back, retrieve 2, and then, yeah, even if the Nabron gets canceled, you can retrieve it. So, like, I mean, I guess the other side here is, like, even if the Nabron gets canceled here, he's still, like, Jin still probably kills Grievous. Or actually, Din definitely kills Grievous? Yeah, Din definitely kills Grievous, so.
You do need another character. Din does not draw on his own.
Oh, because he needs to draw with an alien. Right.
Unfortunately, he is not with himself. And as funny as that would be.
Alright, so Chewie with Bowcaster. Which is fine. I mean, they'll trade if worse comes to worse. Which actually kind of looks like it is. He doesn't have that much force left.
Yep.
Oh, and he just adds Din. Right, of course. Doesn't even need to name in here.
Nope. Battle.
Yep.
I assume he chose
Oh,
Grievous.
projective telepathy. Nice. Haven't seen that one in a while. So
yeah, that's a card.
So now VZ beats Lucia at his own game and cancels the battle.
It's funny.
And now Salucci only has 1 force left, so he is going to get to... VZ is going to get to do essentially free damage with his objective. Question is going to be, how much can he do with that? Because Salucci's presence on the board is actually better, like, as far as cards on table and everything. He has enough aliens now that it's not really practical for VZ to take him off of Ancient Watering Hole.
Yep.
He does do his 2 points of drain. Yeah, it's also like less effective because VZ already lost his Watto's Chance Cube. So, you know, he doesn't have that free damage to do. So
Yep.
VZ's not going to draw with Sebulba, which ooh,
Leia
that's
hurts.
okay. So Zuckuss and Mist Hunter or Z4 is going to turn off the Power Destiny. It does turn off the second Battle Destiny too. So it's kind of a it's kind of a mixed bag there, but
I don't like that.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, actually, as I think about it, I think you'd rather have the second Battle Destiny.
Lucci's drawing at +3 to the total. So like, sure.
He's only drawing at +2. He's drawing at +2 minus 1/2 VZ.
Oh yes, yep. Sorry, math is difficult.
So yeah,
I mean, you're only immune to 5. The odds that you lose a ship or a character
yeah, I actually think
is high.
yeah. As I'm thinking about it, I think like the Z4 is interesting, but I actually yeah, I don't think good. All right, Ozzel is good. That is helpful. Okay,
Yep.
and then blockade control ship. We're just doing damage now. Is all we're just doing power now. Is kind of all we're going for.
Yep. So this makes more sense then.
Is that an Aplak? That Aplak does not help now because he played Z4. So yeah, that's an or no, that's a Pride. That also doesn't do anything here.
Also does not do anything.
Yeah, he adds power
Barely.
and forfeit, which you're gonna need. Be a pretty backbreaking lateral damage.
Yeah, that would be disgusting.
All right, so he is gonna fight.
Takes alternatives off.
Yeah,
Which I don't hate.
just to have it. Yeah.
Yep.
You're already limited to 1 anyway, so. All right, so 3 against 6 are the Battle Destiny totals. Let's see. Should be. I can't do that math in my head. I want to.
Or he drew a 6.
I want to say VZ is at about 20 some.
I'm not even gonna try and bother.
23. And then that should be 5 plus 5 plus 6 should be 16 on light side with 6 attrition. I would honestly probably lose C4 as we've been talking about it. You could lose the blockade ship, actually. That wouldn't be terrible either. But yeah, I would just lose the C4. You're naturally getting 2 destinies. You kind of want to make him do something about that. Yeah, so Salucci will lose Maz, and he's thinking about losing the resistance transport too. I think he's probably going to, just to cover the difference in battle damage. So now he has alternatives to fighting, which you know. But you maybe just have to make him do it anyway. And then...
So did he lose Maz and Leia's resistance transport?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was overpowered by a fair
Yeah, he had
bit,
to lose
so,
something.
Yeah. Which is fine. Maz is like card access and Battle Destiny and whatnot,
Yep.
but if you're playing as just alternatives to fighting anyway, it doesn't really matter. Alright, so he will save 1. I believe VZ has Unknown card followed by Projective Telepathy on top of his deck right now. He's gonna eat 4 in drains and retrieve 3, and Salucci gets to retrieve 3 if he wants to.
He did save quite a few cards in that reserve deck.
Yeah, I mean, he has the no Nabran, which I think is probably what he's thinking about. Nope, he goes back to just 1. Oh, because he has the once per game recirculate, so he could actually just activate everything, or except for 1. He needs to leave 1, so that he can Nebran.
Yep.
He knows that 1 is a 4, which is like not ideal, but is ultimately fine.
If he didn't activate everything after he recirculates, he could activate again. Oh, but then he doesn't get as much retrieval and he doesn't get the drains off.
Yeah. It's funny to think about, but yeah, I don't think there's a really good way for him to take advantage of that.
That'd be hilarious, though.
That would be.
Yeah.
Lisa does control phase, if I remember. Yeah.
Yep. Also, knowing this deck, you have about a 1 in a billion shot of hitting the right thing. So it
Well,
does activate it.
the reason I was thinking is, well, we know that V's has unknown and then projected telepathy. So like, if you can make him lose one card off reserve, he actually will have a known on top.
Lease sub is not down yet, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's how I was thinking. I don't think Lisa's actually gonna.
Ooh.
Yep, there's a protective.
Cassian, Calfal. Is
Cassian
that another
Cathal.
Din?
Could be.
Oh, Solo. Solo could be huge.
Well, no, the multiple destiny is not going to matter against Gravis.
I don't think he's neighboring this turn because he
Okay.
has no cards in reserve deck.
Yeah. Well, there's because well he's going to be able to get some though because he can he'll pay to retrieve, and then he can recirculate.
Oh.
And
Oh yeah.
and then he can actually draw only against Maz instead of against Barrier, which is potentially pretty good. That
So it looks like he's thinking about
MoMA. Oh no, that's
Arcana.
Arcana.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Arcana is funny.
That's hilarious.
It's a card that kind of goes in and out of meta, right? Like right now, it's probably fine because I think like Lana Dobreed combos on kind of a low ebb.
Yep.
Which is obviously like the worst card ever for you if you. Like,
Yep. Or sense.
Yeah, that or sense. But like a lot, like everyone's playing a comms scan detection, which doesn't actually do anything against Arcana. All right, so Sochi gets his retrieve 3. Oh man, he's gonna get to loop alternatives to fighting. Like,
So he does recirculate.
yep. Which should set off alarm bells for VZ. He is gonna Nabran.
I think you move Din and Chewy.
I think Din and Chuya makes the most sense.
Please tell me I'm right.
Although
Please tell me I'm right.
moving the entire other pile is actually pretty good because the entire other pile is not vulnerable to command. I think Din and Chuya
Okay.
also accomplishes it though, so it's kind of either way. All right, so he's drawn for the Nabran, he's paid for the Nabran, cancels the Nabran.
Oh, that's part of the used portion too.
Oh, that's really
Oh,
good. That's pretty good.
that's so mean.
I mean, how much force does Slucci have left?
Not much. 8 or 9 potentially.
Well, because he has another Maz in hand, so like he can still
Are you
kill.
thinking just drop Maz on Grievous and call it a day?
He can still kill Grievous.
Funny.
Wait, what's he? Wait. What is? I think he just used Maz without having her in play.
That's new.
He just picked up 3 cards and tried to put an alien in his hand. We're like, oh, like wait. He needs to play Maz first before he can do that.
Play the Maz. Play Maz.
Amusingly, Maz can actually kill Dooku here.
Immune to 6. You have to draw.
You have to draw 4, which you, I think, almost certainly will do.
I still think you'd rather kill Grievous though. Grievous is threatening more damage.
Yes, I would rather kill Grievous.
Also going to be a lot easier to kill Grievous.
Well,
2, you're good.
Actually, no, I think Dooku might represent more damage because if he kills Dooku, then V's has to deploy something else there in order to flip his objective to do the 2 damage with that. And he can just move people in front of Grievous. He doesn't actually need to attack Grievous here. Because he gets to move over to the corner for free. So like I think actually either one of those is potentially good. So we'll see what Slucci decides to do here. He's
that's an interesting line.
Yeah, you can't go out to the junkyard. That's off the table entirely. But like I think you can kill
I mean,
Grievous. Oh, okay. So the risk here is that V's could have Force Lightning and would just kill Maz, and that would be bad.
yeah, that would actually really suck.
So I think killing Grievous,
That's why I'd get rid of this.
killing Grievous is the safer line for sure.
Absolutely.
I think you actually get. I think the higher upside line is killing Dooku. I don't know if he has to go for the higher upside line though. So I think like if you're going to fight, killing Grievous might actually just be the better option.
Yeah, for sure. I think killing Grievous is for sure the line.
Yeah, because like I think he's like looking at Yoda. It's like, oh, Yoda cancels for something else, but like once you play Yoda, then you don't kill Dooku anymore. So
Yep.
he has Hoojix in hand. I don't think that's gonna matter. Oh. It's like what is he flinging around? I just the accelerate.
He's really trying to accelerate the acceleration of his plans.
Yeah, I don't actually know what's up with that accelerate.
Just a cycle? Shuffle it up?
Yeah. Did Salucci spend a force to grab it? I guess he must have. Yeah.
I don't hate it. I mean, you're not grabbing anything else at this point, so.
Yeah, you definitely want to grab something here. So that's as reasonable a card as any. He's showing him his hand. That's and then I think VZ conceded.
No.
I mean, there was a handshake.
Oh.
And VZ was showing him his hand. I think he conceded. And I mean, evaluating the board here, I think that kind of makes sense, right? Because we are still in the middle of Salucci's turn. So, like, VZ's threatening to do maybe 4 damage next turn, but Salucci's going to do 4 back and retrieve 3. And if VZ doesn't have anything in hand to disrupt that,
Grievous dies.
Yeah, there's
Grievous dies. Maz doesn't. Maz moves over and solidifies the site.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! What a great game played from Salucci. After losing 3 of your sites, 3 of the Cloud City sites, and coming back to win.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
It looked like it was going to be really tricky there with that, but yeah, he managed to come back around the other side on it. So
well done.
Yeah,
that's off.
Very nicely played. I think I've seen QC against Watto once before, and it was a very different Watto. It was like a trooper Watto, and it kind of ended up playing out the same way, where like the troopers like got in a beat and killed some characters, and Watto did some early damage, and then Watto just ran out of gas, and QMC rolled them in the mid game. It's like, yep, that certainly seems to be how it plays out. So Watto can't quite get it done there. Steven Salucci will advance to 2-0. We'll see. I think that game took kind of a while, so we're probably pretty close to the next round now.
I will be right back as we wait for the next game.
Okay, I will go ahead and put our break screen up then, and we will be back with Game 3 as soon as we do. All right, welcome back, Star Wars fans. Logan is still grabbing food real quick, but I think that last round might have ended right at time, which is why we came back real quick. We're back with you with round 3 coverage here. The table 2 in question, we have Garrett Larson on Dark Side Lightsaber Combat against Phil Asen. I don't know yet what Phil is playing. He's not arrived at the table yet, but Garrett playing the deck that we were just talking about last round, a round or two ago, with the lightsaber combat, inspired by Dennis Reinhardt's build from Atlanta. Not exactly the same, but inspired by. Starting any methods necessary to get Forlom and a security tower to start off. There's Phil, and he is playing Hitco. Ooh, so that's really exactly the matchup that Garrett is hoping for when he's playing this deck. Is a deck that is very reliant on Jedi. So we'll see how this one plays out here. Looks like Phil, in the same school of thought as Garrett, playing Walkling instead of the Twilight is Upon Me V. So no docking bays here. Bullseye for Darkside. Yep. This is, I mean, it's really exactly the reason that we were playing the deck so much in Jawa was Hitco was the best light side deck in Jawa. I mean, based on the meta predictions, still one of the best light side decks in Open, too. So, certainly this call has put Garrett in kind of the driver's seat from the outset. So we'll see kind of how it plays out. Not as necessarily an auto win per se, but it is definitely advantage Garrett to begin with. So we'll see what Phil has to kind of flip the script on that. All right, players get started here. See, Garrett got Dooku's lightsaber in his opening hand. There was a character, I didn't see what character. I think they are waiting for the signal from show to get started. Garrett considering his options for turn 1. Really, the ideal situation for Darkside with this deck would be to get your activation going on turn 1. If you have an Accelerate or the Bridge, that is just going to be like the best case. Get all your activation up so you can start doing stuff right away on turn 2. Maybe get 4 alarm down, start selecting cards. Maybe just draw. You know, either way is good. Against Hitco, I might actually just draw because you want to have more tools to combat them because they're going to have so much force on their turn 1. Not sure if there's a delay in the tournament room on letting them actually begin playing, but Here we go. So Garrett is going to start activating 7 on turn 1. Phil did start with a Our Only Hope in hand, so he will get to pull his Yoda's Hut right away, which is pretty strong. It's exactly how you want to open. Garrett is going to play his Scurry Tower, play his Forlom. He's going to put a card back with Forlom. And does not look like he got a bridge or a puller, so he's just going to... he's thinking about using Masterful Move. Oh, he has a Mara. Okay, this is his character. I think he's just going to draw cards. Yeah, just draw cards. Oh, alright, so there's a Accelerate. And drew a Force Field and a couple characters. Pretty decent. Phil activating 9 on turn 1. So plays the Yoda's Hut. Looked like 4. Alright, so there's Yoda to the village. Pretty safe, actually, since he can just relocate to Naboo. I would not have wanted to put Luke there. That would be quite bad to just lock Luke at the village, but Yoda's fine. And that'll get him
Sorry
flipped.
about that.
Oh, you're fine. I think our last round just went to time, so that was why it
Gotcha.
flipped quick. So we got Garrett on Dark Side Combat against Phil on Hitco.
Ooh. We actually saw this match last night in the Stink Bugs foray.
Oh, all right.
Well, we tried to. The stream decided it did not want to run. So we did what we could. I don't necessarily like Yoda to the village.
I was just saying, I think Yoda to the village is fine. You threaten damage right away, and you can relocate later. You can
Don't
relocate.
threaten damage. Yoda can't drain.
He can drain. He can. Oh, that's true. He doesn't actually need to flip. He doesn't need a Dark Jedi on table to stop Yoda. Oh, I forgot about that. I was thinking that it was as long as the Dark Jedi is on table. Maybe I'm remembering the Dark Side Combat objective wrong.
One of the things we saw last night, it was Chris Kelly on Hitco versus Matt Thornton on Combat. Chris's line is he went early to the Naboo battlegrounds, and then just forced him to fight there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yoda doesn't actually threaten any damage. It is not incumbent upon a Dark Jedi being on Naboo. Well, okay. So, yep. Yoda turn 1 was spend 4 force to activate 1.
And subtract 1 from Garrett's activation.
Yeah. That part's actually kind of relevant. So it doesn't threaten damage, but you're moving your activation package along. Okay, it's useful in a different way than I thought. And so Phil did use Our Only Hope to get his other site. So Phil's activation just really fully working here.
Yeah, he did upload the Tantive. I would assume that's getting lost to a drain as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to come into play. I actually, given that Phil has another Our Only Hope in hand, I actually kind of don't like that. I wonder if it would have been better to move Prophecy with the first Our Only Hope, so that you get an extra activation on your turn, and then as your first action in your activate phase, play another Our Only Hope to pull the site.
Did he find that when he drew up on after he deployed Yoda, though?
Yes, but he played the second Our Only Hope like just now during Garrett's turn.
Oh, gotcha.
Now, I guess if you're not planning on, if you don't want to move the Prophecy at all, then it's probably fine. So Garrett pulled Image of the Dark Lord and got his bridge, and now he's just drawing and setting some stuff up. He played Point Man. So, yeah, he's just setting up for next turn.
Perfectly reasonable and pretty standard.
No particular reason to force any action. So, Oh, Phil did not realize that he cannot drain. I think.
Yep.
I think Phil also thought, like I did, that it's Wall of Dark Jedi on table you can't drain. But nope, it is. It is not that. It's not that at all. Now Phil does get to pick up a card with Hitco because he should be flipped right now. The glare makes it so I'm not sure that that is the case.
We'll see if they remember to flip. However, considering this is a combat versus Hitco, it's very possible they just decided he's never going to flip.
Yeah. I mean, he certainly is not going to be flipped for most of the game, assuming Garrett's draw does anything. Phil does have a Neighborin in hand, so that's potentially something. Although I don't know that you want to Neighborin just to drain on turn one. Probably not. Okay, so he
I
plays.
don't think you do either.
So he plays the Ahsoka. That does flip the objective. And then Phil's hand. His interrupts were not actually great. Like he has quite a mercenary, which isn't really going to do anything. He's going to relocate Yoda once per game. He has Anakin Skywalker, which doesn't do anything. So he haven't found Luke yet. He has a Hoojix, which also probably isn't going to do anything because Garrett can't battle. All right, so Blaster Deflection, Escape Pod. Oh, he has non-combo Escape Pod. I wonder if that means he's playing Hollow Sight.
No, you probably just play it because it's a 7 in Hitco.
Yeah.
I am more of a fan of sending the Jedi to the 2/2 instead.
Yeah, because they're increased power.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's threatening a drain of 3 this way, which I think is probably the idea, but I think in general, probably agree with you.
The more cards you can stack, the better.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the flip side of that is that you're probably not battling. It's probably not going to have a battle anyway. All right, so Garrett plays the There Will Be No Match for You V.
Well, the thinking is also if they have a Dark Jedi, you force them to move to that site, and then the battle is more advantageous for you.
Sure. So Maul Lone Hunter gets the lightsaber.
Combat card looked like a Phantom Menace potentially, or an image, one of the two.
Yep. Looks like a circle, and then Garrett
Double Maul, and then a 1.
And a Sith Fury to cancel and redraw. And a 5. Okay.
5.
So ultimately, a 6 is where we end up. That's a 1 and a 7. So 11. Was that a duel or a combat?
I think that was a duel.
Well, I don't see a Maul Strikes. I think that must have been a combat.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
So 11.
Also less than 5, so you can lose 2 from hand.
Yeah, 11 against 8. So the daughter certainly made it a little scary for a second there, but
There's no chance of?
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. And then Maul will stand there. Oh, there's a Maul Strikes. Well, Garrett drew a parade of replacement Mauls, so there's very little risk to Maul here. Like, especially with the Maul Strikes, because, like, if Luke comes down, you can just, like, swing, and then Maul Strikes, and then you either get to kill Luke or Maul gets killed by the duel, and then you don't take battle damage. Alright. Coward, or Simple Tricks? Simple Tricks comes out.
Interesting enough, if Phil hadn't drawn the 7, because of Maul Saber, he would have lost the Jedi.
Oh, because Maul Saber adds 1 to the combat total.
Yeah.
So it was actually 12 against 8?
I think if you're Garrett, you stack a combat card, and then
Oh no, he
oh,
can't play that.
during his move phase you can, but
Yeah, but not right now. Not unless he's not going to battle. Which you play Obi-Wan pass is certainly a line you could take, but I don't think it's a good one. All right, so there's Lando to the Death Star 2-2-2, and then Jin as well. Sure.
interesting.
Then he's got a handful of red cards, but like they don't do anything. You just have to battle here. Battling seems so bad. Like, all right, so yeah, Phil's passing his deploy phase. I think Garrett is looking at playing a combat card. Oh no, he's battling. No, he's just battling. Force field cancels the swing, and then Garrett's gonna swing back and miss. Doesn't matter who it was.
I don't mind not stacking the combat card, because if you die, you just wasted a card for nothing, and you can't use 2 in a turn.
Yeah. Swing again. That also
6.
misses. Jeez.
Holy shoot, Garrett! Come on, man.
That control set for stun was not doing what you want.
Useful.
I think you have to Maul Strikes in Out of Destiny now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could Maul Strikes in Duel, but I would probably Out of Destiny. All right, there we go. Why did
Phil draw 2?
Phil draw 2? Yeah, that doesn't make. Oh no, they dueled.
Good call.
Uh,
Did they tie? Oh, he's dueling again.
They must have tied. Okay, and then he Maul Strikes again and kills Ahsoka. Okay. They must have tied the first one. That's absurd.
Oh. That is crazy.
Amusingly, killing Ahsoka makes Yoda power +3, which is funny, but it's still worth it. It's still a net swing positive, but it's just amusing that it works out that way. Oh, and Garrett's gonna force push out of the battle. So really unfortunate that he missed every swing.
Yeah, that turn would have gone disgustingly for Garrett if he hadn't drawn 3 1s and a 3.
Yeah.
Or killed someone else with the duel.
That's wild. I actually don't even think I would force push here, to be honest. You have another.
I think you have to. I think you have to.
Why? You have another.
You stop from stacking a card. You don't allow Phil to see more cards.
All right, that's fair. I think if he had killed it,
he clearly didn't have anything in hand.
Yeah,
like, that's what I think. If he just deployed Yoda, Obi, and Ahsoka, he didn't have anything in hand.
I think if he had killed someone with the first duel, then you Maul Strikes to Out of Destiny, and then you just
for sure. If you hit more than 2 people,
yeah.
Although,
well,
I think if you hit them,
if you
you duel and kill one, then you force push out, and you're just like, okay, take 4 damage.
Well, no, it's even better than that. It's if the swings had all gone perfectly, it would have been hit Ahsoka, hit Obi, duel and kill Yoda, and then force push out, and all your guys die. And then I flip back and drain for 4. Like
exactly.
You don't even have to grab deflection because Lone Hunter cancels deflection.
Yep. You're not worried about it.
So it's like half and half whether it's like half and half whether Hiko's even going to be able to play deflection during this game. Like, probably he will, because he showed EPP Vader and he has Dooku Saber and stuff. So there's going to probably be situations where Blast of Deflection can be played, but like.
I mean, we saw EPP Vader. You probably said that, and I'm just losing it.
Yeah, kind of the whole idea, kind of like the one of the best parts of Lone Hunter Maul is that, like, yeah, you're going to be able to do all these swings and they can't do anything about them. What is
Add a
Surely,
destiny during a duel.
surely you can do better to add a destiny during lightsaber combat.
5, 1. Show me another Sith Fury.
He does have another Sith Fury.
Boom.
7. And
Emperor?
that, no, that's another Dooku.
Is it?
I think so. Oh no, I think you're right. That is an Emperor. That is an Emperor.
Yeah.
So, yep. Obi is super dead and then has to peel 2 from
2 off the
reserve,
top.
which I think he already did.
It's 2 off the top and then Obi, so
Yeah.
it makes sense. Garrett gonna be taking a drain of 3 if he can't find that control set for stun he likes drawing for Destiny.
Yeah. I don't even know if I like adding Kylo here, to be honest.
In the event that the battle happens, I like it.
Yeah.
Just making sure that Maul
Yeah.
is less likely to die.
I guess it's fine. I mean, so I know that Garrett's build has a bunch of these EPP characters and Doctor E combo.
I mean, I feel like that's pretty normal though. You're running Kylo, Mara, Aura, Vader, Dr. E.
I mean,
Seem-
the build that I was playing didn't actually run. Like I didn't have EPP Vader. I didn't have Doctor E. But like mostly I'm thinking
I
it
prefer Choke Vader, but like it's all just personal preference.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, mostly what I was thinking is like, well, if you have Doctor E combo, you might want to save the Kylo so that you can send it at the Death Star to
Oh, what?
lightsaber.
No,
Gray?
Silver Glen, that was a duel. He dueled with
Or
Maul
no,
and Obi,
it was
and
it was a combat. It was a lightsaber combat.
Sorry, yes. He combated Obi and he played the interrupt to add a Destiny during a combat. So he drew a gazillion and Obi did not.
Yeah, the card with the 2 lightsabers on it is not lightsaber parry. It's surely you can do better
So it looked like it was double accelerate and blast door controls.
for the drain of 3. Yeah.
Seems reasonable. I don't think any of those are going to be important.
Ooh.
Although the blast door controls for sure will not be.
So Phil plays Luke but misses on the lightsaber.
He hasn't lost one, has he?
I don't think so. He might have peeled one off the top to the combat, but yeah, he doesn't have one in hand and doesn't have one in his reserve deck. So
Yeah, that hurts then.
He
It always sucks missing your stick.
also doesn't have anything to grab with the escape pod combo in his hand.
I mean, he's not really worried. As long as he has Jedi, he's not getting overflowed anywhere.
Yeah. See, unfortunately, Garrett really needs to find one of those Dookus and stop drawing them for Destiny. Because he has the Dooku Saber in hand, so...
Does he have the Hoojix in his hand?
Oh,
yeah, he does. There's Leia, daughter Skywalker.
Oh, he does have the Hoojix in his hand. Oh, so he probably doesn't have anything in his deck to grab with the escape pod anyway.
Justin, I like how you said that. He has Hoojix in hand, he holds Hoojix.
Oh, did I? I don't think... Oh,
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Justin Branch.
Yeah.
Like it's some artifact.
So Yoda will move away. Phil will draw and pay maintenance.
I mean, I like this. You can't sit in front of Maul and just give him the free duel.
No, absolutely not. I mean, he's still going to do the combat. It's just going to be after moving. Oh, looks like he
But
did.
also,
I think he did find a Dooku.
also, like I said, by putting yourself at the 2-2, you force Darkseid to move into you, so you're at the better site. Unless they just drop Dooku and Dooku's stick on your head. That's also unfortunate.
Yep, Dooku's stick, which I think, if I remember right, adds one
to your combat total.
Yeah.
Your lightsaber combat.
Yeah.
No? Something.
So now he added a combat card. So he's gonna duel. He's gonna duel
like
Luke.
a 7, but it could be wrong.
He's gonna combat Luke. That's a 5.
Oh, it's a 5.
And a 1.
That's a 1.
Jeez.
Garrett, man.
Garrett's just getting destroyed.
4.
Oh, but nope.
Oh, he wins.
He actually wins the combat.
Oh my god. Garrett, just draw high destiny, man. Please stop giving us heart attacks.
That's funny. So Phil deciding what to lose to lightsaber combat here. He's going to lose a 6 and another 6. Well, Garrett's really glad those weren't the top cards.
Oh my gosh. Garrett would have been peeling Maul.
Or Dooku.
They're the same character.
So I think you actually. Oh no, I don't like this. I don't like this.
Garrett might have like a stunning leader or something in hand.
Okay,
He did just draw a Phantom Menace though.
sure.
So
So that'll help some. But I was gonna say I would just switch the characters. Just like move Dooku over, move Maul over, move Kylo over, and just pass. And like,
I don't know. I like having Maul with double bladed at the 3-2 just feels so much better.
well, but like, what other characters realistically is Hipko going to deploy here?
Chirrut, Kanan, Korn, Ezra.
Sure, but like then you still have Dooku over there, so Dooku still gets to hit them.
Dooku gets to hit 1.
Sure, and then Dooku's like,
I'd rather have Maul. I'm just saying, like, I think the benefit of having Maul at the so he actually can just relocate.
oh yeah,
to his control phase,
he can
and we're
relocate
all
to
losing
control.
it.
Yep, that's way better.
Rating cards is for losers.
The reason I was thinking it was because I want Maul. Ooh, that could be bad.
Good catch. Phase 3.
He's gonna grab Nabran and
Oh,
sense.
yep.
Okay. Do not cancel and
don't
redraw
think-
that. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't think you take that into hand.
Just take the one. Just take the one. Because I want Maul in front of Luke, so that in case he just pulls Saber in battles, you don't have to worry about battle blaster deflection.
You do have to be careful. You got to pay 1 to shoot, and Garrett does not have 3/4s.
He just activated 1 with any methods.
He's got 2.
Yeah, but he only needs 2. There's only 2 characters. He only needs 2 swings.
Okay, but we've seen Garrett miss like 8 swings this game.
Okay,
I wouldn't put him past it. I wouldn't put it past him to do it again.
Sure, that's fair.
All right, so the drain, he loses the any methods, Emperor, and a Sith Fury off the top.
Oh
Is
no!
Garrett playing like
Wait.
4 Sith Fury?
I think usually 2 or 3. But unfortunately, that means the top card's a 1. I think if this is all tracked correctly.
No, it should be the card that he redrew. Only swing with Maul anyway.
Yeah, because Maul's swings can't be, his destinies can't be canceled and all that. All right, so he does get the lightsaber. It's a 1, a 3, and a bunch of red. Or no, 2 1s and a 3, and then a bunch of red. So that's actually
one of those might have been Rebel Scout though.
Oh, okay.
No?
So that could be. I know 1 was Han and the 3 was Hera, but I couldn't see what the other character was. So that could be Rebel Scout.
That would be pretty nice if it is a Rebel Scout.
Yeah. Although
interesting enough, Kylo, if he pays to drain next turn, will not allow him to relocate the prophecy.
I think he's just gonna run away though. Yeah.
I think that's the right move.
Yeah, there's no real advantage to just standing in front here.
Except for getting beat up. I do think I would have liked to see a combat card on one of them.
Oh, he's yeah.
Okay.
Phil did just move directly from deploy to move, so
yeah,
pretty reasonable to give Garrett the opportunity to. Ooh, that looked like a disarmed.
Doesn't matter though, because Luke is gonna die. So.
I mean, not before he disarms Kylo.
I don't think you really care though. Like, oh, shoot, Kylo gets disarmed. As long as it's not Maul or Dooku, I think you're okay with it.
Oh yeah, no, Darkseid doesn't care about Kylo getting disarmed.
No, not at all.
Can Lowhunter Maul even be disarmed?
I know he used to be immune to it. I don't know if he still is. Is it on the lightsaber?
Well, Maul does not say he is immune to disarmed. I know Lord Maul is immune to disarmed, but the lightsaber says it can't be stolen. No, he can still be disarmed. So
okay. I mean, as long as it's not Maul getting disarmed, you're fine.
Yeah.
Maul or Dooku.
Now,
if those guys get disarmed, that hurts.
Phil is going to play his escape pod combo as much to track the 6 as anything.
Yeah. Obviously, he gives up a revert because of it.
Yeah, but also shuffling up your deck there makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, Garrett has a full hand still, so we'll see what he can make happen. He's going to put another combat card. So it's one on Dooku, one on Maul. There's a tentacle. He has so many
If
black
Garrett
cards.
has the Maul strikes, that could be big.
He has so many black cards in his hand, though.
It's better than being in the reserve deck.
Well, okay, sure.
A Maul strikes here would be devastating, though.
He's just going to add a Destiny with a lightsaber combat and kill Luke. That's also fine. So there's a 7.
There's a 7.
There's a 5.
There's a 5.
There's a 6.
The 6.
That is going to be higher than any 2 cards that Luke could draw. So he has to lose 2 off reserve and Luke. Pretty good. Looking to see if he has an AJR. He does not. Oh, but he is going to leave the saber on top, which he can retrieve with Walkling. Does he have another Luke in? He doesn't actually have another Luke in hand.
I thought I saw one.
I don't think so. It looked like it had a Jedi icon. Oh, and then he shuffles his lost pile. Wow. All right. Cool. So he shuffles his lost pile so that the lightsaber is hopefully not the top card. And it is not. It is an our only hope. Wow.
Well, move Kylo over. There won't be a disarmed this turn, which will be really nice.
That was slick. Oh, and there is a Dr. E on top. That's a EPP Vader.
The Dark Time.
He uses 3PO, draws the Restraining Bolt. That's just going to get 3PO'd again. Or combat carded. Whatever.
I think you put that on Dooku during Phil's deploy phase. Ooh,
Yeah.
Phil also had the Unita in hand.
I agree with you, Justin. That's a Yoda. So, there is a Luke Rebel Scout. So Garrett's going to point man again. I mean, Phil has a Luke, but then everything else is a Yoda or a red card. There's just like... He doesn't have a lot going on here. Yeah, and the Unita just doesn't do anything because it's our only hope on top. So that shuffle is really good.
Shuffle came out clutch.
Yeah.
Not putting the Obi-Wan, the Ahsoka, or the Luke stick or anything like that on top.
Yeah, they retroactively realized that Phil forgot to pay maintenance, so they go back and do that.
Okay.
Phil had plenty of force.
Double quite a mercenary in hand is crazy behavior.
Well, I really hope Garrett doesn't go for that Dr. E, because it's not going to work.
Yeah, there will be no game text.
Oh, and then, relocate Maul.
Control phase, relocate Maul, yep.
And now Phil had to work so hard to find that first lightsaber. I don't know where the other one is. And the disarmed isn't doing anything without his lightsaber. So he has to find the other saber or maybe like if he has another Obi-Wan, he needs to find that. So he's going to pay...
Yeah, the disarmed is actually not going to do anything.
He's going to drain 3, loses the bolt. I don't like that, but okay.
If he can't get rid of anything else in his hand, it makes sense.
Sure. Control TV, Lone Hunter. Cool. You don't need any of those. That's fine.
That was actually a control set for stun.
Oh, yeah. Control set for stun. Yeah.
No, I'm just messing with you.
I mean, Control actually would have been a decent card here to just cancel the drain of 3, but...
Yeah, that would have been crazy.
Alright, so there's Luke. Adding a
so now
combat
he's back
card.
to combat card.
Does Luke have a lights or no? Because I think Phil likely activated to the 6. So
that would make sense. That's definitely a card that you want.
So he's gonna put the card down. He's gonna battle. He can't really lose this battle because he's power 7.
Okay, there's the deflection.
He's power 7 drawing. He's power 8 drawing a 7.
I do like grabbing the deflection with
Tentacle, yeah, because he probably only has 1 deflection. So yeah, draws the 6, draws a 3. That is not enough.
It's not what you want to see.
Yeah, so he has to sack a card, which should probably just be the sense.
Yep.
He doesn't have to overflow.
Nice enough though. Phil is not going to get a card off of this.
Oh no, he has two
Sure.
cards. He has 2 cards left.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Oh, so he just didn't swing at Kylo?
He
Oh, he
doesn't.
doesn't
He
have
doesn't have. He didn't have a
he
lightsaber.
doesn't.
Yeah.
No stick.
So he has Chirrut and Blast. Oh, he does have another Blaster Deflection. All right.
Yeah, that was a good grab then.
Yep. It's got to be Chirrut, right? Yeah, it's got to be Chirrut.
Yep. You got to make sure you have characters.
Yeah. And then presumably Yoda moves away. Standing there would be stupid. You can't do that. So you gotta.
Yeah. That is asking to get destroyed.
Although I guess it's actually not that bad because of the way the objective works. Like you would have to have a maul strikes to really punish you, and then he could punish you anyway. So.
Yep.
All right. So he plays quite a mercenary to put it back. Shows the blaster deflection. Draws second Lando, which doesn't do anything. There's an
Obi-Wan was
Obi.
sick.
That'll do. That could do things.
Would have helped a couple turns ago.
Yeah. Although Garrett did show circle. So that's that could be bad.
Yeah. Oh, great. I don't know how to deal with the spam bots.
I also don't know how to deal with the spam bots.
All right, just ignore them, guys. They're not real. They can't hurt you. All right, so I would assume the blue face down card on Phil's side is the card that Garrett stacked.
Yeah, it's the sense that got stacked on.
Okay. Sorry, just from where it is, it was a little bit confusing.
Sure. So Garrett's got. There's Dr.
4
E.
force to the Dr. E. Because we're going to get baited out and realize Phil plays 2.
Yep. And a
There's a
P-59.
P-59. So aiming to shoot Lando and just win the battle.
Winning the battle's not certain though, because like Leia's.
No, he probably won't because
Because it's going to be 8
he
to
shoots
8.
Lando.
It would be 8 to 8 in that case. Mara will change the dynamics.
Yeah,
of
Mara
that.
changes the outcome of the battle.
Um,
Because half of the people go by.
So. Now, of course, yeah, he has to just quite a mercenary here, and then probably just don't battle, right? Just pass.
Oh, it looks like he paid 1.
Shuffle the reserve.
I don't think he's battled yet, because otherwise our only hope would have been retrieved.
Yeah, to break. Yeah, I don't think you battle here with Dr. E canceled.
No, there's no reason. Everyone else is stuck there. Next turn,
yeah,
they get executed. Although Dr. E might lose his game text next turn to Leia.
He just shuffled and gambled and shuffled and combated. Ooh.
Yep. Well, he knew the 6 and the 7 were there. He's been tracking it.
Yeah. The moments does not help. So looks like
he cancel redraw or add 3?
He cancel redraw.
Oh, actually, he can't.
Yeah.
He can't add 3.
Yeah, he cancel redraw and Garrett just drew a 5 anyway, so killed Luke, passed back. So now this is kind of an interesting spot because like Phil battling into Dr. E and stuff is, I guess, fine, but not great.
Gutsy is the term I would use to describe it.
Yeah, no, Phil just activates everything. I guess he has Chirrut, so that actually doesn't matter. He can just retreat. He can just.
Yep.
Yep, and Garrett
He's got the Unita for the Luke if he needs it.
Yeah, which, I mean, he doesn't have another Luke in hand, so.
I think you have to make sure you have Jedi.
Yeah.
Yep. if you let Garrett spend a turn on the 0 side, it's gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, Phil's just trying to figure out how he can go about this. I don't. He must have peeled his other lightsaber to combat or something. I didn't see it because
Or he just hasn't found it.
yeah,
Like
it's just
that's
like
entirely
it's
possible
just like the
too.
bottom card of his force pile, and
That's always tragic. I
just
hate when that happens.
that looked like 5 to me. So that's Obi, right? Obi cost 5.
Obi with stick costs 5, yes.
Yeah. Man, if Garrett's been setting up like a circle this whole time, that's gonna be fucking.
That's gonna be bad.
Sorry, I shouldn't swear on my own stream.
It's okay.
All right, so
I almost didn't catch myself earlier, so.
it's got to be Obi and cheer it and recirculate, right? That has to be. And then also 5 for Luke. No, 6 for Luke. And then you can't move Yoda. Oh, you can because you put a card down with like my father. Cool, cool, cool. And then recirculate.
So you're not trapped in the water yet.
Yeah. You have to battle for free. Swing first? That doesn't seem right. Oh no, he uses cheer it to look. Right. And then yeah, then uses Leia to try to cancel Doctor E. Oh, it draws a 6.
There's a 6.
That will cancel Doctor E.
He gone.
I mean, this is
Game tax is gone at least.
yeah.
However, that does add 3 back to Garrett's
Yeah,
power.
adds 3 back to his power. He's gonna
But then
swing.
subtracts 2.
Oh, shoots Lando with P-59, so now you lose 2 force. And then
Our only hope and an Anakin.
swing
both
at
win.
may as well swing at Mara, right? Or not Leia, right? With Mara.
You're still worried about the deflection.
That's true. So I guess maybe you swing at who's the highest for? Oh, right. Obi's there. It was Phil's action.
Indeed.
So I guess for the most, well, no, you're not doing any attrition anyway. So yeah, you just you swing at Leia. Four, 5 against redraw 5. All right. There's no way he doesn't have to stack a card. So yeah.
Yeah.
Stack a card, Gick. Do you even need to Gick?
I don't think you might actually if that's Luke and Obi there.
No, it's not. It's Obi and Chirrut there.
Sure. You still might.
Yeah, he drew 9. So it's 18, 27, 31 plus
Garrett's -1.
2. Yeah, you probably have to.
Loses Jin, gets a P. Knut, Vader, the Circle, and
Yeah.
Dark Side.
Yep.
I think Obi is still at that site, by the way.
That looks like the case, yeah.
That could be bad. If
Yeah.
he's able to, I guess he can't initiate a battle, so
Yeah.
not really.
Phil has. Oh, wait, now Obi being at that site's really bad. Because
He can't train.
You just get circled,
Well,
right? Like.
Yes, but then Garrett is stuck with a Vader there who can't battle.
Right. I guess he
But
did just spend his gig.
Phil
So.
can also ace him. Or not, oh my gosh. Sorry. Phil can drain there until he gets cleared off of the Naboo sites.
Yes.
And
so really,
that seems like his last Yoda, and he only has one.
No, he has
he
has another Yoda in hand.
Oh, he does have another one in hand?
He's had it in hand for a while.
Oh. I thought one of them got cleared. Alright, that's my bad.
Alright, so Garrett is going to draw with Forlom, put down Vader, play Circle, kill Obi, place Obi out of play, which would be a lot more impactful if that wasn't the second Obi, but that's fine. And then
Yep.
lightsaber
6,
combat
7.
against 5. Ooh, okay.
13 over 5.
Yoda is real dead.
Phil has the other
Let's see.
saber in hand.
He does have the other saber in hand.
Garrett is kind of running low on cards.
I actually don't think that's the case. He has a lot of cards down still.
He paid 6 for Vader, 1 to battle, 1 to move.
And then just drew 4.
Okay,
Still
I
has a bunch of
thought his
saves.
force pile had like 3 cards before he drew.
So Phil will use his walk in to retrieve Yoda. Phil only has 12 down.
Yeah, it's not looking great.
And he can't disarm because the saber wasn't on the table. So, like, he has to, like, play Lando and fight Vader? You know what would be really sick? Like,
What's that?
so Deep Hatred says you can't play Sniper or you are beaten. But if Garrett was playing non-combo Dark Strike, he could kill people mid-combat with weapons. That would be sick. If Phil's just like,
Yeah,
oh, I'm totally safe from getting killed, from getting my stuff killed mid battle, and then you just get wiped out by Dark
so
Strike
there's the Hera,
and
and then there's the
Lando.
Lando. He gets to initiate for free.
Yep, and draw 3 destinies.
Yep.
Which unfortunately one of them's a 1 and one of them's a 4. So Garrett's probably gonna have to stack a card, but yeah, peek, activate. Oh, he didn't play the lightsaber. Why did he play the lightsaber?
He also can't move away.
Yeah. I can't see what they are. But
That's a 1, a
oh,
4.
he gets to redraw the 1 from Hera. Oh, but Garrett drew a 7, so like.
I mean, Garrett's still gonna lose.
Oh, he's still gonna have to peel. He's still gonna have to stack a card, but he may not have to peel. It looks like 13 Battle Destiny.
Well, he's down 13. It's 13 power to what is Vader? 6, so 4. He's down by 9, and
Oh,
then
okay.
a couple to Battle Destiny. He's gonna be peeling a couple cards because he already lost the Hujix.
He's down by 9. So you drew a 7 for Battle Destiny, so he's down by 2.
Potentially, plus whatever Phil drew for Battle Destiny. So Newt, another card. Emperor, Point Man, Masterful Combo, Emperor, Accelerate, and another.
All right, well, like that's not great. On the other hand, like Phil doesn't have anything on the table anymore. Like he just has the Luke.
Yeah. He can stack a card from hand on force pile with like my father if he wants to run away.
Yep. Which I mean, I guess, but it doesn't.
I don't think does much though.
I mean, I think putting the disarmed back might be better than having it in hand right now. Like if you're not
I
gonna
also think
if you're not gonna play the lightsaber to try to play the disarmed, I don't know why you have the disarmed still in your hands. Puts the Hujix back. I guess that's also fair. He's not gonna have the Hujix because he's not gonna have any characters that can be battled. But he's not going to run. Not going to run. That's fine. Garrett's tracked to a 7 for this lightsaber combat, so he's just going to combat and kill Luke. Oh, he's retrieving 1. He's retrieving with Prophecy to get like Anakin Skywalker or something. Yeah. Sure. Sure, whatever.
That's fine.
Oh,
Why is he losing?
He can't just play it. You're not allowed to do that.
Garrett does get the first move phase action.
Yep. Combat 7/7, which is
4/1.
much more than 5. lose 2. There's a Yoda, or the Yoda that was retrieved. And oh, he even gets to retrieve with the objective because now he doesn't occupy it. That's hilarious. So Garrett's used pile is 3 Phantom Menaces.
Seems good.
And he just draws a couple cards and passes. Oh, he's gonna use Forlom.
So it's probably 7776 or 7777.
Yeah, and the 2 top cards are like the 4/5 that he drew for Weapon Destiny.
I think it was a 4-3 because I thought it was
Yeah.
Search and Destroy.
Oh, okay. This is what happened to me when I was playing Combat against Hitco at our regional event. Was like, yeah, I got overflowed a little bit in a battle because I played badly and stuff. But then, like late in the game, it's like I'll just combat blind. All of my cards are 7s and 6s, so you just die.
Yep. So he draws the 4 into hand.
All right. Well, Phil drew a Bith Shuffle, so that's something.
That's fine. Garrett's reserve deck is like 6s and 7s.
Yeah, it's mostly a card you can put back. Phil's drawing so much. He's not even gonna have enough to play the Luke again. Like,
I don't think he has a Luke.
he has a Luke. He just drew a Luke. He drew a Jedi Knight. But like, it doesn't matter. He only has 6 down, and he's gonna lose this lightsaber combat. Like, because you know what he didn't draw is he didn't draw his. I don't think. No, maybe he did. I was gonna say I don't think he drew his EPP Han. Nope, he sure didn't. There it is. He has an EPP Han and a Hoojix in there.
1/4.
Yeah, so like he's gonna lose this lightsaber combat. No, there's a 6. 1 was the escape pod, so like he could draw as much as 10, but like that doesn't matter. Like,
if he had put back Disarmed instead of Hoojix.
yep. Well, there's a
It might have
12.
mattered.
All right, cancel and redraw. The 7 into
7.
a 10.
Oh.
Oh, there's a 6. Oh, no, 11. Oh, cancel and redraw the 6. Okay, so yeah, Yoda's just dead.
5?
4 and 1.
It's 5 to 10 though. What is that?
It's a Jedi left to cancel and redraw.
I'm sorry, to draw 1.
To draw another one. So it's still
Same outcome, right?
it's still 5 to no, it's still 5 to 10. So yeah, Yoda still dies. And then you lose 2 from reserve if possible, which you can't. So then you just lose 2 other. Okay, so he does have enough force left to play the Luke. But he has like, see, he has 8 cards face down against like 12.
And Garrett is in complete control of this game.
Yeah. I don't think he even, let's see, can he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? No. He doesn't even have enough to like play Luke and fight Dooku.
No.
Like, even if the battle was fine, he doesn't have enough to play Luke, play Saber, and kill Dooku. Like, so all he can do is play Luke.
Dooku
and then,
can also cancel redraw, so you'd need 4 in
yeah,
reserve.
you
deck in order
need
to do anything.
4 in reserve to do anything productive.
You would need 10 face down.
Which is way more than he has. So
he's not just gonna like battle. Oh, I mean, he is gonna disarm Dooku next turn.
yeah, he can disarm Dooku, but then he'll die to Maul. So that's all right. Well, he drew. So
He drew
okay,
the Hoojix.
yeah, he drew the Hoojix, and I think the use card is the Han. Oh, all right, disarmed. All right, whatever.
I think it's just too little, too late.
Yeah, I don't think this matters. So search and destroy is not even satisfied because Lucas is Destiny 6.
That's so tragic.
Oh my god. So yeah, just add Vader so that you don't get overflowed. Combat. 7.
7.
5.
5.
1.
1.
Oh, you Jedi Lev. Okay. 4.
4.
6, redraw.
10. Oh,
5,
5.
2. Oh, so just die. Yep.
Uh,
Yep. Well played by Garrett. That is, I mean, it's funny because like it like didn't feel like he was dominated like early in the game, right? Like it certainly felt like Phil's able to put stuff down and move around and stay out of
Mhm.
bad spots, but like in the end it's just like yeah, like all of these lightsaber combats are just a disaster and like
It looked like it was going well for Phil when Garrett just decided to miss 2 swings in a duel.
yeah, that looks really bad. um but then like yeah, the end game just plays out like this where you're like, "Oh, well, Endgame will just like assassinate your Jedi every turn, and there's really nothing you can do about it." And yep. So well done to Garrett. That gets him to 3-0.
Congratulations.
And I believe, if I remember the pairings correctly, you know who was at table 4 is Hollow Theater host Dan Tartaglia.
Ooh.
So Dan doing well for himself here. I was looking at what the pairings were for this game. Benji Chu was against Brian Fred at table 1.
Huh.
Then we had Casey and Sam at table 3. Dan and Steven Salucci at 4. Mike Kessling and Jeff Levine, Mike Turner and Hayes Hunter. So a lot of expected names at the top, but then I mean also Benji and Garrett and Dan are not your usual suspects. Steven Salucci either. So yeah, there's a lot going on here at this tournament. And then like
Kendall was at table 9. Shout out to him.
yep. Ooh, that's a surprise. Greg Shaw was at table 19. So having a rough start to his event in time to claw his way back. Charlie also at 16. So I mean the fields are always tough, right? There's really you're not going to have easy wins.
Garrett is now 3-0.
Yep.
Shout out Garrett.
Yeah, nice job, Garrett. Hopefully Dan can close it out for our team as well. It'll be a little bit of a homer.
Mm-hmm.
But that'll close out round 3 for us here. We are going to have a lunch round now. And let me see if I can get timing for everybody on this. Game 4 pairings are going to go up in 50 minutes. 2:20 Eastern time, so 12:20 for me, which is the only time that matters. So we'll go on break here, and we'll see you everybody back here in just about an hour. So stay tuned.
Take care.
All right, Star Wars fans. Welcome back from our lunch rounds. Trying to get Logan back. I think he is going to be back on the stream with me here, but until he rejoins the call, I'll be with you by myself, hopefully not for too long. Our round 4 pairings have been posted, and we are going to have Jeff Levine against Casey Ennis on the stream here. I don't have a matchup breakdown for who's playing what at this point, so I can't tell you that. But we are, as always, on table 2 here today. So we are covering 2 players who are well in line to perform quite well in this event. Not quite to the point where they can, be thinking about locking up top 8, but it's definitely on their minds. I think Logan might be rejoining me after this round, so I will bring this one to you by myself. Probably Sam retrieving his bag as they all the players get seated now for game number 4. We've seen quite a bit of an exciting gameplay here today. Some lightsaber combat on stream. EVO on the other one. They're on troopers. Lots of cool stuff going on. Now, if you want to connect to discuss strategy and mingle with your fellow Star Wars CCG players online, discuss these events or other things too, connect to our active Slack channel. That's at starwarsccg.org. Click on the social media links at the top of the page to connect to Slack. Slack really the most active, I'd say, chat venue for us these days. There's still stuff going on in the forums. There's stuff going on Discord and whatnot, but the Slack's really where it is to me. So, all right, players sitting down now. I'm being told that might be a different pair of players than was expected. Looks like we may be getting a different table. So I'm told that this may be Apollo Chu and Mike Turner. So let me update the player info real quick. I believe we saw Apollo's bringing before me in game 1 on the main stream. And Mike is on No Idea here today. No Idea, pretty popular deck. I believe 3rd most popular in the archetype breakdown. Yep, tied for 3rd with 0 Hour. And No Idea versus Brigham is, I think, actually can be a fairly challenging matchup for Brigham before me. Just because No Idea can spread out so effectively. They can actually give up Luke. Luke's not essential to their game plan, so they can force Darkseid to be taking more damage than they otherwise would want to. So yeah, be interesting to see how this plays out. So we see Apollo here starting the Phantom Menace. You cannot hide forever mob points combo, and I am your father. It says starting effects. Your destiny and insignificant rebellion required starts by bringing before me, and the slip sliding away start to get the Cloud City site. So Apollo is going to take his first action here. Let's see which. He has many first actions. He's going to start by pulling the Carta system. And then Mike is looking at his shields. I think he's thinking about suspending You Cannot Hide Forever, which is a pretty reasonable choice. Nope, poses a grabber. So Apollo going to get rid of You Can't Hide Forever to get an effect. Makes a lot of sense. Sometimes you'd want to keep that effect on table as it gives Jedi defense value -1, but no idea. Is not allowed to play Jedi, so that is not something you're worried about. So he gets security precautions. Mike uses Where's Han to get Han showing the Falcon V. Apollo plays a card that is glared out, so I can't tell what it is. Looks like it must be a sonic bombardment to go get the security tower. So good for Apollo. Got some activation going here right away. But he's got to put that sonic bombardment in his use file there. All right, so he plays out his locations and the security precautions. He did not. Oh, he just started with Emperor's Power. Makes sense why he wouldn't pull it. And open hands the Emperor. That's actually not great. You'd much rather pull it from reserve. Oh, I think he does not. He's forgotten that he. Yeah. The Sonic Bombardment is in his hand. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened there. All right, so Apollo gets his additional Sonic Bombardment to get his downtown plaza, and then pulls his Force Lightning. Mike pulls a docking bay with Insurrection. Pretty typical, no idea, start Insurrection Walkling and make 10 men feel like 100. We'll see what Mike decides to do here. He is going to pull with his objective, and he's going to pull Rogue One. We'll see who he's got to go on it here. Pays 6 force total. Rogue One and Wedge. All right. Yep, that's a good one. Now that's not enough. Ah, there it goes. Okay. I was like, it's not enough to draw Destiny, but he has Drone Web, who deploys for free because spies deploy -1 to Scarif, and -1 to row 1. So now he's drawing a Destiny in space. He's power +5 and can cancel a Destiny. So pretty secure up at Scarif. Mike draws a couple cards. One was the document, it looked like. I think one was the beach as well. And then he plays sand, which is also going to be really, really helpful against Bring It Before Me. So pretty good start for Mike. We'll see where Apollo goes from here. So he gets the Downtown Plaza, plays Count Dooku to the Data Vault. That's actually not that good. Now, Mike's hand doesn't look... Yeah, Mike's hand's pretty bad. He does not really have much ability to contest Dooku on the ground. Now, the reason I say that that's not especially good, the Data Vault cancels all immunity to attrition there. So it means a couple of things. One is that Dooku can be killed by any scrub, right? Any random characters that Mike decides to play out here will be able to kill Dooku. But equally importantly, the Force Lightning that Apollo pulled with Emperor Palpatine requires you to cancel immunity to attrition in order to use it to kill a character. So with Dooku's immunity cancel, he will not be able to play Force Lightning there, which I'm not sure if Apollo realizes. And now, since that's the case, the Force Lightning just won't be useful at all. So if Apollo's hoping that Force Lightning will be able to protect him a bit, that could go rather poorly. So Mike's going to spend 3 Force on Walkling to get an effect, and he gets relatively unprotected. I think he was hoping to get Projection of a Skywalker and activated it. That would be my guess. So Apollo has not pulled any shields to this point, and so Mike is going to drain for 1 and lose the Force Lightning off the top. Right, that card doesn't matter. That card doesn't matter at all, really. So, not punishing Apollo too much, and I think he'd be happy to be able to get his own drain of 1 in for free here. So, probably not overly concerned about losing a drain of 1 in space, especially not with that card. So Mike is going to play Laser Resistance Transport. He's going to go get his Ray. There is the beach still in his deck, so he's not played that yet, or not drawn it yet rather. He did play the Home Docking Bay from his hand, and Ray is going to get him a Use Paul pull, which if he was in fact searching for the Projection of a Skywalker, this would be a good opportunity for him to get it. Yeah, I think that's a projection. Yep, there's a projection. So he's debating if he wants to get the projection or if he wants some of these characters that are in there. I think the only character that I would take over projection here might be Jin. Yeah, he goes with the projection. Going to play that on the Data Vault, completely take away Apollo's damage, and then Apollo's going to have to make some other actions and plays here in order to make damage happen. So Mike does draw with Ray and then plays the projection. So Data Vault, no damage there now. Mike, pretty secure up in space. I imagine he's just going to draw some cards. There's not really a need to deploy much more here. Yeah, he's just going to draw some. Oh, there's a Might of the Republic, which is presumably going to be for either Leia or Bail Organa. Draws a couple characters, more characters. Okay. So Mike's hand is pretty well set here now. It's mostly going to be a question of what Apollo does to answer. Haven't been able to get a good look at Apollo's hand as of yet. But Mike is going to play the Might of the Republic here now. Let's see what he gets with it. A couple of Senators that might be in this deck. And he pulls Leia Organa V. Paul takes a look, sees what that card does. Really, probably the default best version of Leia for No Idea. there's been a little bit of wrinkle in that. Some people have been running Princess Leia V to pull Reflection V now that Reflection V has been released, which is fairly powerful. There's a lot of rebels that qualify for Reflection V, so it's certainly a reasonable card to be running. But Leia Organa, hard to go wrong with her. She's quite good. So Apollo's going to play Newt Gunray and Forlom to the downtown plaza. He does use his Forlom to draw a card. Looks like he drew Zuckuss and Misshunter. That is unfortunately not going to do it. Not now. He can hold his own system with that, but he cannot challenge Lightside at Scarif. So he just plays a Sith Probe Droid over to the Emperor Throne Room, and then he's going to draw some cards. So he saves, like 6 Force, something like that. So threatening now at the downtown plaza. Mike now out damaged by that, so up to him to do something. Although he probably can do something, having spent his last turn drawing. Still no battle plan. Oh, there's the battle plan, the battle order. All right. So Paul's had it with the free drains. He's gonna make people pay for their action. Mike is probably not going to pay to drain 1 now. Now, of course, awkward part, since the beach was in reserve last turn, Mike is going to draw, it looks like a ship to me. Draws with Ray, but beach was in reserve last turn, so it's probably not in reserve this turn. So he won't be able to get maximum value out of his damage if he goes after Dooku. Dooku is probably the one I would go after. So he's going to use Insurrection to just get a look at his deck. Well, there is a Luke with Lightsaber, which actually would be not bad here. You know, actually, sending Luke with Lightsaber to the downtown plaza wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You swing at Newt, hit Newt, kill Forlom with attrition. That's, I mean, as plays go, that's not that bad. And you maybe have to stack a card on Insignificant Rebellion, but if you get him to lose a Force to Emperor's Power, then you can pick up a card with Sand. That's an interesting possibility. I think the safer option is just to drop a pile of dudes on Count Dooku. That's certainly the safest thing to do. All right, so he does play Leia. So he can't. Yep. So Apollo is now discovering that he cannot play Force Lightning here. Mike knows the interaction, so no Force Lightning allowed at this location. It was Garrett Larson, Silvergun, who was playing combat last round. The only lightsaber combat in the field, according to the breakdown. So, all right. So Mike is now going to play Taidu. He's going to draw a card with Taidu. Mike has drawn a lot of space, which is pretty unfortunate with in this matchup. Space is really not what you want here. All right, he adds Ensign Chad. He has so Paula is going to barrier Ensign Chad. Okay. And then Mike's going to add Endor Commando team. There's 5 Force left. 3 of it on, I think I saw Luke Skywalker V in hand. Nope, 2. For Cassian Andor. All right. And then the battle, and there's a stunning leader from Apollo. Okay. All right, so big stack at the vault, but no damage going to come through here on that. I guess one, you lose the stunning leader. Mike's going to draw a card and pass. So pretty effectively played there by Apollo. Not as vulnerable as it appeared, although I do think he was leaning on the Force Lightning and was probably unpleasantly surprised to find out it worked. He had a number of backups to it, so we'll see how he comes back and gets around what Mike has done here. No drain. He's just going to play a Lord Maul with Lightsaber. And a Dr. Evazan. That's not what you want to see if you're... Oh, and a Darth Vader Dark Lord of the Sith. None of this is what you want to see if you're Mike. Because his objective is not flip, so he cannot cancel the weapons. He is going to use Escape Pod to pick up a card. He's going to get his Hujix. All right. Well, the beatdown squad at the Data Vault kind of got ambushed here, so we'll see what Apollo can, or what Mike can do to combat this. I mean, looking based on what we saw of his hand, it doesn't look like much. I can't see what that is. He just played a card over by his effects, but the glare is such that I can't see what it is. Me leaning over is not helping. Ooh, well, 1/1 is going to miss, I think. I don't know who he was swinging at, but it is not likely that 1/1 was going to hit. So Apollo does get a second swing because he has two weapons. Presumably that was Vader's lightsaber, but the players know. That's the important part. All right, Mike will add a Destiny to Power, as is his right. And Apollo's going to swing again. 1/6. Okay, that is much more likely. All right. Yeah, it was at the Enter Command team. Right? That makes sense. That makes sense. That is the one you want off the table here. All right. And then, man, Apollo doesn't even really need... Well, no, he should add a Destiny because Mike can cancel his Battle Destiny. He does add a Battle Destiny. Mike does pull a card off to prevent the addition. All right. Destiny to Power is a 2. Apollo does not have a 4. Oh, but Mike does not choose to retrieve. Okay. Apollo will probably... I think that's a retrieval shield now, so... Oh, well, and Leia added another Destiny to Power. Okay, so 4/4. So we'll have the players added up here. Let's see where we end up. I think it was actually a 5. That's a sabotage. So they both drew a 5 then for Battle Destiny. See, all of Apollo's cards are like power 5 or 6 or 7 in the case of Lord Maul, and all of Mike's are power like 3. So I think Mike is going to have to stack a card here. So Mike will stack a Ray from hand for losing the battle, which he definitely does. Apollo will lose this useless Count Dooku. Mike will lose Taidu and draw the bottom card of used. It didn't lose by much since that covered. I guess Mike did draw two Power Destinies, so that's probably a big part of why. Apollo saves 1, recirculates, uses 4 Lom, and activate. So he has 1 force left. So we'll see how Mike comes back from this. So he's going to drain for 1 in space since he has that now. He's going to lose the force lightning. Makes sense. That actually might have put that card back, but yeah. Yeah. Apollo thinks better of that. He's going to instead just lose this card he put back with 4 Lom. The master move. Okay, I probably would have not lost that, but we'll see how it all plays out. Now, I did see that Mike has a Luke Skywalker V in hand, so he does not have to. He will not have to lose force to your destiny if he doesn't want to. Just a matter of how he wants to get Luke out here. If he has the Hoojax, it might even be better to just deploy everybody to the downtown plaza. So he's going to take a look at his deck. He does get the beach out. Takes a look here. There's a couple characters, a couple 5s. It's a very, as I said before, it's a very feast or famine kind of reserve deck. So some really good destinies and some real bad ones. So Mike is checking his hand here. He has a couple of options, but he has like a bunch of ships, which is just not what you want. So, all right, so he does give up Luke. Man, I honestly don't even know if I would do that. It depends, I guess. His hand has a lot of red and a lot of like ships. There's like an R2 in there which doesn't do anything, so he probably doesn't actually have enough to go after Newt. So I guess this seems fine then. And then what are we doing? I kind of feel like the best answer is to move away. Oh, it's got 4 force. That's going to be Ezra to the security tower. And one thing here is Apollo did commit a lot of personas to the data vault here. So he doesn't actually have that much left in his deck that he could go back with. So he's going to play Menace Fades and then move away. So Apollo will be able to drain for 2 at the downtown plaza, but the force drain bonuses from the 2 lightsabers to the data vault will not apply. And then Mike will draw a card and pass. So playing this, this is very much a control deck against a aggressive mains deck. So he Mike doing what he's supposed to do in that situation. Dr. E committed, Maul committed, Vader committed, Insurrection covers Ellis. So yeah, you feel pretty good about your situation here. So he is going to pay to drain probably for 2. Looks like we're going to lose the second layer's resistance transport. Not going to need that. And where's Han? All right. Oh, they forgot about Ezra. So Ezra can either reduce. Apollo can choose to either reduce his activation by 2 or let Mike activate 2. Since he has already activated, they're just going to have Mike activate 2. Okay. Well, Apollo does have the Asajj Ventress to go at Ezra with. Ezra is power 5, so and then Apollo's going to add the Zuckuss Misshunter as well to Karada. Oh nope, he is thinking better of that. No, yeah, he's not going to deploy. He's just going to battle, I think, is what it's looking like. Oh, okay. Then swings, and that's actually a miss on Ezra. Because the Sith Probe Droid adds to its destiny when in battle with with a Dark Jedi, which it is not right now. So that is a 4 and a 1. So yeah, that's just a miss on Ezra. All right, Benji will add a Destiny. I think Mike's thinking about it, but he's just gonna let it go. So 5 total. Mike draws a 2. He is going to retrieve 1 with make 10 men feel like 100. But he's going to have to stack a card here. Considering what he wants to stack. He's just going to stack the relatively unprotected. Makes sense. Card doesn't really do anything. So then both the characters will die here. There shouldn't be any overflow. Yeah, because he's power 5. So. Alright, well, Asajj kind of did her job. Okay. So Vader will port over and duel with 1/3. That is not going to do it. And then Apollo does not have the card stack nor the card saved in reserve to win the duel, or to win the game with the stack on Insignificant Rebellion. So he will pass the turn there as Mike draws with Rey, and then loses a card to bring him before me, or to take your father's place. Okay. So now Benji is gonna take 4 damage here. And really the biggest thing for Mike is he needs to be careful about losing battles. He needs to not stack cards on Insignificant Rebellion. A lot of times, No Idea can utilize Commander Van Willard to track their destinies around such that they will not win the battles, but that is not the case here because the stolen data tapes, or the Stardust, is still at the data vault, so Willard would not apply. But Mike can still avoid the duel being a real problem as long as he can avoid losing battles. So he really just needs to I would say just add more to the beach and just let it go, because right now he's doing fine in the damage race. Yep, he does exactly that. He's going to add bays. He has Bodhi Rook, looks like. And unfortunately, now that Apollo has shown the Zuckuss and Miss Hunter, Mike is definitely not going to walk into it. So Bodhi gets added to Rogue One. And I think Mike actually might just stop there. That's kind of enough. Yeah, so he draws some more cards. He finds some more characters and then passes. So Apollo can threaten to do kind of, at the most here he can do 3 damage. So draws the 2 1s. Apollo shuffling his reserve, and it's a full reserve. He draws the 3, or I guess the 5, because I think it works in duels with Dark Jedi, but that is not enough. That's not the 7 required to win the game. But I think Apollo does have a path to victory now, because he put 2 1s on the bottom of his use pile. If he can find a 7, he will be able to... Oh, yeah, he was going to train at the data vault, but that is a 0, so he's not going to do that. He's going to train at the downtown plaza. Mike loses Guts and 2 off the top. Okay. And then Apollo will add the Zuckuss Miss Hunter and the Araka. Alright, so he is not setting up for the game ender this turn. Yeah. Paul loses another Vader from hand. He doesn't seem to have a 7, so he needs another battle win here. You know, actually, how he could have gotten a 7 into play is if he had just lost. If he just put Darth Maul in a spot where he would die, then he could put the Phantom Menace in use. So Mike now is still doing 3 damage. There goes the Monarch that we saw in game 1. And then he's going to lose the Force Field, and you were beaten off the top. So that covers all 3 damage. Oh, Mike is going to use his objective to move a character. Okay. Oh, because Apollo doesn't have any force left, so he can just move in, play the Antilles maneuver to take out. Oh, this actually doesn't. I don't actually think this is good for Mike, because he doesn't actually want to kill Lord Maul and Dr. E. They don't really do anything. Okay. Oh, he moves over, adds the Stardust, so he does 1 more damage in control phase. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, and Apollo will lose Blizzard 4 from hand. Alright, and then Mike's gonna play Vanden Willard. Oh, okay, so he can now set some things up. He adds Corporal Pow. Adds Blount, who, yeah. A lot of these characters don't really do anything, but man, I wonder if Mike realizes that he's like potentially setting himself up to die here. Oh, and I wonder if Apollo realizes how. So Antilles maneuver is going to prevent the firing of weapons here because Apollo has no force saved. Mike will initiate his battle. I mean, he only has 10 power against 13. Like, it's not actually that good. Apollo is going to lose a force to add a battle destiny. Oh wow, Mike has a double agent in hand. I kind of feel like I would have gone after Arica with that. But 1 and 2. Mike will cancel the 2 because you might as well, I think is. Oh, did Mike decline his destiny draw? Oh no, they just did it in the wrong order. So I guess it's a 2-3. So, and then Mike will add, should be only 1. Yeah, so he'll forfeit Dr. E to cover. Lieutenant Blount will die to cover. And then Mike will move everybody into the Data Vault. And then he's going to take 4 damage and drains back. Yeah, I don't love that play. I think I would have sooner gone after Arica, if we're being honest here. Unless maybe I'm forgetting how double agent works, and maybe that's the answer to this. No, as long as he was drawing greater than a 2, he should have just been able to pop Arca. So yeah, that I think I would have preferred to go that direction here. We'll see. So Mike wins the duel. Oh, actually, does Mike win the duel? Because it's 7 plus 6 against 10 plus 4. Yeah, he just barely wins the duel. And then Apollo does not draw the 7 needed to kill him. So he's going to do 4 points of drains. I think he lost 1 first. Now he's pulling some sort of shield. Ah, aim high, sure. Yep, that seems reasonable. May as well lose that escape pod combo. Not doing anything for you. Ah, loses Hujix, sure. If you have to Hujix, you're definitely dead, so that's reasonable. Ooh, Mike does have 2 ships in his hand. He has Hantrine the Falcon and Tantive in hand. Alright, and there's Dooku again to the beach. Yeah, Maul will move away, and then Paul draws a couple, passes. Paul does not have much left down here, so Mike activates. He is saving 2 force, which I think are the 2 5s that were drawn for Dual Destiny last turn. So he's going to drain 1, ping 1. So he's going to cause 3 damage here. Alright, now the question is if Apollo... He showed a barrier before. If he has a barrier now, that would be really good. Mike, I think, might unfortunately be in a spot where he doesn't quite have enough force saved to do the things he wants to do. Yeah, so he's going to play Corrin at the beach. Oh, and Apollo did have the barrier, so that was very nicely done there by Apollo. Mike is going to grab the barrier, may as well grab something. And then he's got quite a bit of force left over, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. 3. Oh yeah, now he can do Force Lightning. Alright, so Apollo hits on Force Lightning, which killed probably Leia, I guess. Although defense value, or I don't actually think defense value is only increased with Stardust, so I don't think that actually... Oh, no, maybe not. Oh no, all your defense value spies are defense value +2, so that actually, that Force Lightning missed. Ooh. Duels with 5 against 11. So Luke wins the duel again. And a 1 again. Apollo just cannot get his destiny set up for this game-winning duel here. Yeah, Mike's realizing it took a little too long to assemble the space package, and now he just can't afford to go after Zuckuss in the center. He's reconsidering that. All right, so he puts. All right, so he loses 4 cards to damage here. Apollo just figuring out what he can do here. We're reaching the point soon here where Mike's just going to have to retrieve with Walkling to get another force back to do the things he wants. I mean, if you can stack to the 6, like, he could just be 14 power against Zuckuss, and that actually might be good enough. You just kill Zuckuss with battle damage. Not sure what Apollo was just doing there. Is looking at his reserve deck. I think he's just drawing now. Yep, let's recirculate it. Mike is actually kind of down to only 10 force left now, so kind of getting to it. I think he was actually supposed to retrieve last turn. So he is going to do his damage. Three points. Mike's thinking about using his objective to move again. Yeah, he's going to use his objective to move again. Get rid of Taidu. I'm going to go with Baze over. Spend 1. Lose the force to add a destiny. Draws a card with Sand. I think Ensign Chad's still there to add a power destiny. So I think Mike's going to knock him out here, but I don't think it's going to matter. Swings that. Does it hit? I think it probably does. Yeah. Draw 6 and 5 against 6 for power and then 5 for battle destiny against 4 for battle destiny. So it's a lot of power. Move everybody over. No, he's not gonna. A Phantom Menace should be in use. We'll see if that matters. Mike's just drawing a bunch of cards. Duels again. That's still the 5/6. And the 5, which is not enough. Apollo does have a Kylo with lightsaber in his hand. I think Mike is just going to have to lose his space nads. No, there's no reason. If you weren't going to do it before last turn, there's no reason to do it now. Kylo and pass. I probably should have retrieved that until he's maneuver, but it's going to do damage. Apollo only has 4 cards down, so I don't think he's going to be able to quite do it here. And there's Jin and the Antilles maneuver, so there's no weapons. Yep. And battles. Apollo will lose 1, draw 2 destinies, because why not? Draws 5, 4, that's not bad. Might draws 5, 6. So 4, 2, 4 is 10, 21. Yep. Apollo will pack it in there. So close game, but Mike was able to outlast bring him before me, which I think is how it's often supposed to go. I still think Corrin probably should have gone to Arica and then killed her with double agent, but ended up being immaterial. So congratulations to Mike on winning that one. It's kind of a tough matchup for Apollo, as I said, but yeah, really nicely executed. This is like the sort of matchup that Bring It Before Me, or that No Idea really wants to face. It thrives pretty well against these kinds of mains decks, just because it can continue to do relevant plays even on pretty low force, and just stretch further damage and get a lot out of a little. So yeah. That will wrap up game 4 here for us. I'll go ahead and break the stream or break as we've been doing. I think Logan will probably be rejoining me here pretty soon. Then we'll be back. We'll be back with game 5 coverage for you. So stay tuned. All right, Star Wars fans. Welcome back for Game 5. Let me update the player info here. We have on the docket is going to be Table 2, which is going to be Mike Kessling against Garrett Larson. So we had Garrett on for Dark Side before. He's going to be light this time, playing Hitco against Mike Kessling's Shadow Collective. Everything updated here. All right. So it looks like Garrett has gone over to playing Twilight, despite being heavily on Walkling in the past. Well, I'll have to ask him why that was. Meanwhile, Mike has the You Cannot Hide Forever. And I can't see what the other effects are. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. The whiteboarded one could be Jury Juice. That's possible. Oh, and I think the other one is There Will Be No Match for You, is the Darth Maul lightsaber effect. Making big suppositions here based on like 20% of the art. Oh, the whiteboarded effect could be You'll Be Dead, actually. We'll have to see. We'll see if they make any indication that'll tell us which one is which. Hopefully, oh, there's Logan.
I am back. I do apologize. Mom needed a ride to the airport, so.
Well, you made it just in time. So we got Garrett Larson on light with Hitco against Mike Kessling's Shadow Collective on dark. Looks like Mike has the Darth Maul lightsaber effect, and then he's probably playing a system because he has the You Cannot Hide Forever. Looks like he open-handed the lightsaber.
Justin, would you mind sharing that the screen again?
Oh yeah. He is pulling Gaul with his effect. So
Makes sense. Pretty standard.
yep. Discord really does not like me in such a small window.
Thank you.
Yep. Alrighty. So I see a first light. That was, or no, that was a Zuckus and Mishunter probably, since it's pulled by double back.
Yep, looks like he grabbed Gaul. You were right. That is You'll Be Dead. And then he grabbed Inconsequential Losses with You Cannot Hide Forever as well.
Yep.
So, pretty standard. Turn 1 for Shadow Collective. I apologize if you've already gone over this a little bit.
Nope. That is right about where I was. Yep, and it is the lightsaber effect. Identified the effects with like maybe small fraction of the art. So look at Mike's hand. He's got a bunch of weapons in there, which is not great, I think. You probably prefer to have characters since you can pull the weapons. It's kind of a weird mix because you do want to have you do actually want to have one in your hand so that you can get some presence going without having to pull everything, because the objective can only pull one sight a turn. So like if you have to pull everything with your objective, it slows you down quite a bit. Looks like Mike is just...
Justin, it does look like our pictures are frozen in the stream right now.
Oh, yeah, they sure are. Why would that be? Oh. Can't be minimized, just has to be behind it. Okay, whatever.
Ah.
All right.
It's a lovely picture of me, so glad we could get rid of that.
So he pulls Maul, pulls a first light location. There is a first light in his deck. I kind of wonder... So Garrett did not suspend You Cannot Hide Forever, and I actually kind of think I would. Like, so
100%. If Mike doesn't have inconsequential losses on table, he can't fight you.
yeah. And I mean, so it's possible that Garrett's not playing any space, in which case the not playing You Cannot Hide Forever, like suspending You Cannot Hide Forever doesn't really accomplish anything because you won't be able to challenge him when he goes to Gaul. But like, he can't, like, Mike doesn't know that at the outset. So I personally, yeah, I would have done that just to make it harder for Mike to find the inconsequential losses, which makes it harder for him to commit to the ground. It really disrupts his game plan, and it's actually one of the reasons that I actually really don't like the You Cannot Hide Forever start. Now, I mean, it worked out great for Mike there because Garrett didn't interrupt him at all, but I think if he had, it might have been a little tricky. Now, of course, the other thing is Mike did have the double back to find the Z4, so that would have also made it so it's like, oh well, it's basically free for me to go to space anyway early. So
Yeah, but
then
Mike
it's
doesn't necessarily want to put Zuckus and Misshunter down on turn 2 just to
yeah
get inconsequential losses.
yeah, that's fair. That's true too. So we'll see how that works out for Garrett. I mean, it's kind of minor, and it's mostly just like a little bit of disruption. It doesn't like make a huge difference. Um, So Garrett is going to play a Jedi's Fury to peek at the bottom card of his force pile. That is a Luke's Bionic Hand, and he can put the card on top if he wants.
That's something I would want in my hand.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess the question though is like, are you gonna save any anyway? I mean, I guess now that you're committed to playing a Jedi's Fury, you kind of have to, right? Because otherwise you should have just drawn everything and not bothered to play the Jedi's Fury. Um, I guess it depends on what your plan is in terms of what you want to grab. So Garrett is going to pull the battle plan, which makes sense. Just don't want to let Mike drain for free.
Ahsoka, quite a mercenary. Luke,
Whoa.
Endor. Is it a little bit laggy for you too there?
Yeah, there was a lot of artifacts on the stream there. Okay. So Garrett drew a bunch of cards. We couldn't tell what a lot of them were. It looks like he did draw 3 Jedi though, so that's pretty good.
Looks like he found his Luke, his Ahsoka, and his Obi.
Yeah, all of that's really good. So Mike will pull another First Light Sight, and then we'll see what he chooses to do with Maul. If he wants to like move him over with backup, or if he wants to leave him there at the 2-0. Kind of easy to justify any direction. It just depends a lot on what Mike has and what his game plan is here for this. He's going to add a Crimson Dawn Blaster to Maul. Let's just forfeit fodder here. He did draw a Force Push. He's just going to draw cards here.
I don't hate this. Just making sure that you have the cards you need whenever you decide to go down in battle.
Yeah, it makes
always
a lot
a
of
good
sense.
play.
He did find his Masterful move, so he'll be able to pull either Gick or Phantom Menace. He's going to draw... Oh, there's his Gick, so now he can pull Phantom Menace with Masterful, and now he knows that, and he's going to go ahead and do it. And Garrett is going to grab the Masterful with the Tentacle, or with the Grappling Hook. I actually don't hate that. I think that's pretty reasonable.
No, I really like that. The only other card that you would consider grabbing like that is Point Man, but just like by grabbing Masterful, you don't allow them to just draw a flat Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
If they draw 5, they have to add 1 to it to hit your Jedi. So by grabbing Masterful, you make them at least add 1 with Maul in order to hit them. That's my personal opinion on that. I like grabbing Masterful combo, or Masterful, not combo. Sorry.
Yeah, I like that too. I think like, and particularly it's like as we were talking about before, right, against QMC, like they have a lot. QMC has a lot of interrupts that they want to play a lot. So grabbing them, like, so there's like tension on which one you want to grab on the grab at an increased cost. Masterful's not really like that. Masterful's mostly you want to play it so that you can track the destiny. So grabbing it on grappling hook makes a ton of sense. So we got Luke Jedi Knight going down, Saber from deck, Bionic Hand from hand. So Garrett's got his single Doomstack character stacked up. He did flip his objective. He is going to retrieve which Mike's not going to stop because he doesn't really care about Anakin's Destiny. It doesn't really do anything, just a free retrieval.
I'd be surprised if Mike attempts to choke or force lightning this game.
That would be wild if that happened. We'd have to see the combination of like 5 cards that lets him do that.
Yep,
But
that would be quite the game if Mike is able to pull off a force lightning in Shadow Collective.
yep. So Mike is now going to play out Zuckuss and Forlom. So now he's occupying Gaul. So now the thing is, Luke is defense 7. So even Shadow Collective can't just blind fire one of their green cards, one of their guns at least, to hit Luke. Like they have to track it. They have to set it up.
Whoa. I guess Mike did have to put "You Cannot Hide Forever" and lost to grab inconsequential losses.
So
Now that I see that, I'm less upset about Garrett not pulling the shield because it incentivizes Mike to toss it, and that makes it even harder to hit the Jedi.
oh,
So
sure, for the
play
defense
now
value
makes
part.
some sense.
Sure. I could go along with that. So Mike is going to. He's thinking about pulling his last. He's thinking about pulling his last sight. He might also want to get a gun to go on Kira. He's going to opt for the sight.
I don't hate this at all.
Yeah, I think just getting your 0 out of your deck makes the most sense, especially because he has a gun in hand. So, like, worst case, you can just like spend a force and play it, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
And by doing this, he's allowing Maul just to move over instead of having to go to Cloud City.
yeah,
So he's keeping all of his forces on the first light, which I like for sure.
yeah. He doesn't have the actual first light out yet, but having all these gangsters on the first light definitely helps him in space later if Garrett does go down with like Hanshu and a Falcon or something. So Maul's he's gonna play Phantom Menace. I think even though his effect gives him the option, so Gemp would like scream at you, "Do you want to do this?" I think Maul probably does not go in front of Luke here.
No, not at all.
There's just way too many ways that could go wrong.
Oh.
See, is going to go over to Cloud City anyway. Interesting.
Now, Mike is a much better Shadow Collective player than me, so I just want to preface that. I don't really like that play. I would rather have Maul on the first light. There's no ability for him to run Luke run. You're able to keep all of your guys on the first light and get that Destiny bonus if you need it. I think overall it's better to have Maul on that. The first light.
The run Luke run's not going to come into play anyway because Luke's on Endor, so...
If Luke doesn't die, I think Mike is losing the game.
Okay, that's fair.
All right, I think if that exact Luke stays on the board the entire game, it's going poorly. So
Garrett does drain. Now, I know what I would want to see Garrett do here is play Obi-Wan with lightsaber, swing at Kira, and then decline his Battle Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to see him do. Now, is that the correct play? I don't know. The trouble is that Hitco has a hard time doing that because they don't actually have that many characters with weapons.
I also would not hate Obi-Wan and Clash. If you can Obi-Wan hit and then Clash Kira out.
Oh, sure, yes, that would be great.
Because then Obi-Wan gets to live.
Yes. Yes, that play definitely I would do. Now, Garrett was evaluating his Destiny there. They didn't look super great. It's a lot of characters, so I don't think he can go after Maul. So he is going to go with Obi-Wan against Kira. And a scanner text to draw a
really
card.
like that play.
Okay, all right. That's
it
a good...
also means when he goes to drain there, it's not going to be -1, which is going to be huge.
Yep, and that's a good place for it, too, because of the first light sites, that's probably the one that you want to fight over the most, because the other two are kind of whatever. But like that one actually gives them extra activation. Potentially could be a drain 3 for you if you can put Han there.
I don't think... Well, Hitco doesn't have access to a smuggler. Well...
EVP Han's a smuggler.
Is he?
Yeah. Smuggler and Gambler, I think. So he does swing and hit.
4/7, I think so.
Yep. Awkwardly would have hit Maul, but whatever. That is a 5...
That hits, yeah.
that does not hit. Actually, he'd have to add with
You add
Maul.
one with Maul.
Yeah, if he adds one with Maul, he can hit. But then he doesn't want to add with Gaul, right? Because
No,
then
then
his gun would die. So he is going to activate one, and then he's going to recirculate
and add a
for
Destiny
hitting
to
for
power.
flipping. Add a Destiny to power. See, the thing is that Obi-Wan still forfeit 8 though, and
Yeah.
he's overpowering by 5. Like, and
I
now
think Garrett is really happy about that because now he just doesn't draw and says, "Bye bye, Obi,"
well,
and the gun goes
see,
lost.
the thing is, it's incumbent on Mike now because like Garrett just passes, and then Mike has to electively add the Destiny to power or not. And if he does, then Garrett can definitely just decline his draw. If he doesn't
Right.
add the Destiny to power, then he's got to be
So Mike
suspicious,
drew
right?
the
But
4.
Garrett did exactly what I thought he was going to do. He declined his draw. He played Jedi's Resilience, got back Obi. That was excellent. Now,
That's
um,
textbook.
the one unfortunate wrinkle here, we do see Mike has no escape in hand, so he does get rid of the gun. But he will get the gun back. But I still think that play was executed really well. I think that's exactly the kind of thing you want to do.
You also forced Mike to burn his no escape on a gun.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you also you get a gun off the table. You reduce his activation by 1. You save yourself 2 points of force loss, 1 from the drain and 1 from the ping. So like, yeah, I thought that was a pretty good turn for Garrett, and he got to draw a bunch of cards.
Mm-hmm. Always fun.
Garrett's gonna lose 3 here. Mike's not gonna add because he has the no escape, so he lets the no escape. Oh no, I guess he's not gonna no escape the gun because he's force pushing.
That's fair.
Although Mike would not be the first player who has made this mistake of like, oh, I'm going to no escape, but I want force push first to see what my choices and make note, and then the force push goes to your last pile, and you're like, oh, well, I guess I'll no escape. I guess I won't no escape now.
Yeah, and I've known Garrett for a while, and he's always a very forgiving player and just an enjoyable guy to be around. But when the lottery hits him in the face, if Mike force pushed and then tried to no escape, I don't think Garrett would let him take it back.
No, I don't think. I mean,
in reality, Garrett would 100% let him take it back.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it depends, right? If he shows that he didn't force push for the no escape, then if he force pushes for the no escape and it's like, oh wait, then you're like, oh no, I can't get that back to you now. Oh, he force pushed in the middle of his control phase. Ah, okay.
Anakin from hand.
And then 2
Our
Only Hopes, which is perfect. You don't. I mean, the one thing is you might want an Our Only Hope to find the Death Star 2 site just so you don't have to draw it for Destiny later or whatever. But yeah, you're fine there now. All right, so Zizor comes down. Mike's gonna find another gun. I believe Mike did force push for a barrier.
Yeah, I mean it's just a good card to have.
Yeah. Now Mike has 1 shield left to play, I believe. I don't think he's. I don't think he played the turn it off. I think he just lost it. So Garrett can retrieve that Anakin Skywalker in a hand if he wants to right now. He has so much force save that...
Garrett can also drain for 3 this turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to. Mike is going to use his objective to look at his... Yep, Garrett's going to retrieve his Anakin. Mike is looking at his force pile, just trying to evaluate, how much do I want to draw here? What do I want to draw to? Really an AOBS kind of deal. Boy, those first 6 all look good. Is it a second grappling? Oh no, he doesn't have a grappling tentacle yet. So honestly, a bunch of those cards look really good. So
yeah, you had me a little bit concerned when you said, "Is that a grappling hook?" If Mike was playing grappling hook in Shadow Collective, that would be quite the disqualification choice.
So Mike's going to point man away the gun, which is pretty solid because then he knows he can just pull the gun next turn with his objective.
Mm-hmm.
And he takes a card. Unfortunately, there were stream artifacts, so I couldn't tell what it was.
Yeah, you couldn't see.
He's going to pass and ping with his objective. So Garrett has lost 2 Luke Rebel Scouts, which is not ideal. That's actually probably the Luke you want. Well, It's a really good Luke against Shadow Collective, let's say that.
Oh, it's insane. It's phenomenal.
We'll see what Garrett does here to come back against Mike's position. Mike pulls resistance, so
No coward. Makes sense though. Maul is on the table.
yeah. So Garrett is going to drain for 2 here, and Mike will just peel off the top. 2 characters off the top. Balatik and something else that was signed by probably Brian Red. Alright, now Garrett's got the OB to go after Zizor. Mike is just going to let that slide. He does have, I think, a barrier in hand. He just elected not to use it.
I think he's gonna try and Wounded Warrior this.
Ah. Oh,
Whoa.
that's okay. So Garrett plays Millennium Falcon V and EPP Han against
That's a new
Zuckus
one.
and Miss Hunter. So this is something that we had like talked about, toyed around a little bit with, but we hadn't tested out that much. And there's a Princess Leia V. Wow. Okay. Mike is now, he's considering what he's doing here. Princess Leia V adds a Destiny with Han. So, well, now Z4 makes it so they only get 1. But they still, I mean, they're still drawing a Destiny, and they're still power 6 against 5. And it's still Hitco, so like your Destiny's still good. This actually seems pretty good here for
Now, unfortunately
Garrett.
for Garrett, Mike does have the first light in hand.
Yes.
So Mike is able to draw a 4.
Oh
My God, Garrett.
Well, yep.
So he'll spin for, is it 6?
I think that one's a 4.
So he'll spin for 4, and then he draws a 4,
and
and he draws an Asajj.
he
Oh,
draws
that
a
hurts.
1. Wow. So Mike has to peel? Is that right?
Mike has to stack first.
Oh, yes, Mike has to stack. So it's 5 plus 1 is 6, 7 covers 13 against 4. So he has to peel 1. That's not that bad.
He probably added 1 with Maul.
He can't add 1 with Maul. He has to have a gun there.
No, to his Battle Destiny? No, he doesn't.
I think so. I think Maul has to have a gun in order to add or subtract.
So Mike loses
no,
Hondo.
yeah, he could just add 1, so he doesn't actually have to peel any. All right, that could have been way worse.
Yes, I was just curious if he was planning on adding 1 against Oh.
Oh, so Obi will swing and miss because he drew Chewie.
Well, he drew a 3-1, and Mike had the Dark Time.
Yeah. Oh, and Obi gets Wounded Warriored.
Looks like Garrett grabbed it.
Yeah.
Which I like. I like that grab. If Mike plays just the 1 and you let him cycle it 2 or 3 times, you're going to be kicking yourself.
Yeah. Ooh.
So, 6?
Yeah, he drew the 6 for
2.
Power Destiny. And then the 2 for Battle Destiny.
So Zizor is what, a 5 plus 11, 13? To... does Obi still have his power?
Obi still has his power. Or no, I
So
think
he's
Obi's
5.
power 0. Obi's power 0 and no ability is with Wounded Warrior. So he covers 8.
Okay, so Garrett's peeling 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Anakin. He loses the Chewie V, which I hate that. But...
So I think let me look at EPP Han because I haven't played him very much. Yeah, I think Garrett might have made a mistake there. So the reason I say that is he could have seen that Chewie was in his deck, and the reason that you're playing Millennium Falcon V is because Anakin's Funeral Pyre is a Reflections 2 site, so you can pull Han or Chewie
Yeah.
once per game. So he could have pulled Chewie with his site, and then he would have been more power, still drawn 2 Destiny because Han adds 1 with Chewie, still spun a 6 now because Chewie adds 2 to maneuver. So then he actually would have caused some peel. Now, he might not have had enough Destiny to do everything he wanted if he did that, so that's possible. But yeah,
It looked
having
like he had 1 card left in reserve. Oh
yeah. Oh, the
No,
no.
because if he does that, he can't his destiny. And
I mean that
it's very good.
I think you give up his destinying. I like it is
oh.
it's
So
way more important to actually like to get the
Mike
Chewie out.
plays. I never asked for anything twice to go get Zuckuss and Forlom, and then deploys the first light with Hondo.
Yeah. Oh, he no escape for the Zuckuss.
Oh, okay.
I think
Sorry,
he
I just saw that there was a.
yeah, I think he got back the never asked for anything, but I didn't see with what. I didn't see what he did with it.
So he controls 2 battlegrounds with gangsters. He gets to recirculate and reshuffle.
Which I doesn't change anything here, but
No.
yeah, he's gonna battle. He adds 2 to Battle Destiny from First Light.
Yep.
Draws a 4,
4,
6,
6, 7.
so he draws a 5.
Mike probably subtracted 1 from that though.
Yeah. He might have added 1 actually. He was pointing around. He might have added 1 with to the Wounded Warrior instead of subtracting.
Well, considering he's not going to lose anyone right now, I'm going to.
Yeah.
Oh, Garrett just loses the ship.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think that's kind of fine. Like, you lose the ship, which is like not ideal, but you made him commit a lot of things to space.
Okay, but
So
at
now
the
you,
same time, he can just move Hondo and Danik back to the sites.
yeah, but he hasn't done that yet. Like he didn't do that turn. So like you can do some damage to him on the ground this turn.
It does also suck that Garrett was the one who pulled battle plan.
Yeah. I honestly might have been fine with just like he loses 1, you lose 2 if you did the drain at the 2-0, but I can understand pulling the battle plan. It makes sense. The Millennium Falcon. That's. I mean, it is tech that we talked about, right? And I did play a couple of games with it, and it seemed potentially interesting. We just didn't really get a chance to refine it.
Yep.
So kind of cool to see Garrett's going with it though. Like, I think it has a lot more. It gives you a lot more dimension than Hunching the Falcon, right?
Garrett is notorious for his fun.
So he's gonna drain 2.
Ooh,
Hitting,
Phantom Menace and the gun
yeah,
off the top.
Phantom Menace and a gun's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, so Ahsoka up against Zizor. Oh, and Cassian. Okay, so there's the barrier for Cassian. He just beat Hayes' Ross Vader with the Hitco. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Or I
Wait,
heard.
Hayes is the one playing Revenge of the Sith Vader?
Yep. I didn't see
Like,
the game happen, but I heard about the result. So. All right, Garrett's looking at. He's got
Hayes
quite a
playing the
mercenary.
best Revenge of the Sith.
He has Ezra. Um, I mean, he's debating whether Ahsoka's enough to kill Zizor and
Okay,
Gun here.
but if he draws a 5, he executes Ahsoka, and then Cassian gets to stay in there looking like.
Yeah.
Oh, he decided to battle. He draws a 1. That's huge.
That's a good deal. Well, that's not good.
2.
Yep.
That's fine.
Probably 1, right? So 3.
There's no reason for for Mike to subtract from that, though. He'd rather add to his and have a chance to clear Ahsoka.
Sure.
So he loses the gun. He might have to stack one, no?
No, definitely not.
No. Two to
Two,
four?
it was
No.
it was 2 to 4. So yeah,
And he's only power +1 from the epic event.
yeah. But Garrett will peel the Sorry About the Mess, which, yep, seems reasonable. Garrett's gonna draw some cards here, and then he's gonna take 3 to 5 damage.
I think Mike loses one for sure.
Yeah, Anakin doesn't do anything now. Or his destiny never did. Anakin's destiny was never going to do anything.
Oh, Mike just drained for 1.
Okay. That makes sense. I mean, it feels like their life totals are pretty close. So
Yeah.
there's Aura and Dengar. So that's fine. He's gonna draw the gun. Ooh, it's like 1/1 red card, red card.
Well, those are great odds.
Barrier or something.
Yeah, we saw him draw the barrier last time.
Wait, he does not. He doesn't get to do that. No, no, no. Don't let him
Yeah,
shuffle.
no,
Don't let
no,
him
he does.
shuffle.
He does. He does. He controls the
Oh,
system and the
it's
site.
2 battlegrounds. I thought it was 2 battleground sites.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
It's okay. He's not breaking any laws yet.
Now, unfortunately, all of these weapons, only one of them can shoot at Ahsoka. So,
Is it Aura and Dengar there?
yeah, but she's immune to permanent weapons, so it's
Well,
just
yeah. I can't see who all is there. So.
yeah, it's Aura and Dengar and Zizar. So like, yeah, shoots Cassian, great.
I would assume that was with Dengar's shot.
It doesn't really matter.
Well, as long as it wasn't with Zizor. Oh, so that shot was at Ahsoka,
Yeah,
and
Garrett will
hopefully
cancel.
someone out of
Garrett will cancel it.
Yep.
Presumably you'd. Oh, I guess yeah. All the shots at Cassian are forfeit 0/1s. So yeah,
Yeah, there's no need to shoot at him more than once.
He's gonna add Destiny to power. So 4 and 0.
Yeah. It's gonna be a 0 because he wants to.
Well, because
subtract one from Garrett.
he had to already add to the 5 to hit Ahsoka.
Ah, true.
Now,
Indeed, it was.
it is just gonna cost. It is just gonna cost Mike a gun though, so that doesn't actually. I mean, he loses. Oh, so he has to peel some chew for power. So yeah, it's not actually looking great for Garrett. What he really needs to do is like find a way to track a 6, so he can like send Lando at Maul and kill him.
Yeah, and then just get executed by Gaul.
Yeah. Yeah, like the only ability 5 character you'd be allowed. I guess you could play Kanan. I was trying to think of like what could you play that you'd be able to blast or deflection, but also not give him immunity with Phantom Menace. It's like yeah, just Kanan or like Daughter of Skywalker. So yeah, it's not looking
You
great.
can track a 7 and cancel Maul's game text with Daughter of Skywalker. That'd be impressive. But the problem is you got to deploy multiple guys, otherwise they're getting shot and executed.
Well, so
If you
Gaul
deploy 2 guys,
doesn't work on permanent weapons. So
yes. So if you deploy 1 guy, he just shoots and then executes. But if you deploy 2 guys, he just swings and makes them both forfeit 0.
yeah, well, so
like-
this attack he's doing now with Lando, where he draws 2 Destiny against all the permanent weapon guys, is actually fine, because Ahsoka's still immune to all of them. Mike doesn't get a Destiny to power here. Garrett draws 9, probably 8 against 4.
Did he just battle with Ahsoka?
He battled with Ahsoka and Lando.
Oh, Lando's hit. I thought that was a Destiny.
Oh, okay. Okay, he does have to stack a card. Trades Lando for 2 characters.
I think it's Dengar and Derek.
It's got to be more than Dengar and Derek because it was 2 characters because it was 9 forfeit. So
Oh. Yep. Ara and Dengar.
yeah, so now it's Garrett or Mike already has a gun in hand. That's no good. And then he's gonna ping again with the Shadow Collective objective. So
Yeah, he occupies.
yeah, see, as much as we were saying before that as much as we were saying before that, oh, if this Luke Skywalker stays on the table the whole time, then Garrett's gonna win. I actually think he needed to use Luke aggressively instead of setting up a drain like this.
I wholeheartedly agree. I think Luke has to be.
Like, yeah, I think he's just gonna lose now. So
I honestly think if you're Mike, you just execute Ahsoka.
yeah, because
You're
you're not.
not gonna cause over. What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Garrett's just
there's a
gonna concede
concession.
there. Yeah, because like he has the Odin combo, but it doesn't do anything. So all
Yeah, not
right.
when you get executed.
Well, Garrett's going to take his first loss there. That's fine. He's still 4-1, so still got a good chance to do really well in this tournament. Still a shot at top 8 for sure. I think that must bring Mike up to 5-0 if they're paired up in round 2 here, or table 2 here. But we'll check that out and make sure. We will go ahead and break for game 5 here then, and we'll come back to you with game 6.
See you shortly.
All right. Welcome back, Star Wars fans. Just Michio and oh my God, Logan Piding, right?
Eating.
Piding. Damn it. All right.
You're all good. You're all good.
uh,
Um, so it looks like we have Sam Tashima playing Shadow Collective. I don't know who is on the light side though. That
uh,
would be
I've got the pairing. So we've got
uh,
Sam Tashima
versus
against
Jeff
Jeff Levine.
Levine.
Okay.
Obviously, both are formidable players. Should be interesting though, because Jeff is playing Sam's deck, and Sam is not playing Aob, so it's not Jeff on Sam's deck versus Sam on Jeff's deck. But that would have been funny.
That would have been funny. Now, that kind of unfortunately for Jeff means that he's definitely playing an opponent who knows what to do against QMC. Um, Sam definitely very familiar with the deck and the sorts of things it's capable of. So, just kind of you won't be able to like break out a lot of surprises probably against Sam. He's probably going to be well schooled in the capabilities of QMC.
Yeah, we also I believe it was at Endor, we saw Sam beat QMC on his Hunt Down V. So he's got a lot of experience, not just playing the deck, but playing against it.
Yep.
So it'll be exciting to see. Obviously, Jeff is a phenomenal Aliens player because he loves his Agents of the Black Sun. I just don't know how well it's going to translate.
I did play against Jeff's QMC in Las Vegas for the states, the double weekend that we did last year, and he took apart ISB pretty well. So he definitely he's definitely no slouch with the deck either. Now I do note Sam is not doing the lightsaber start that Mike was doing. Sam is he is starting You Cannot Hide Forever, so he is getting Gaul probably, almost certainly.
Yep.
But so in this situation, unlike in the Garrett and Mike game, I actually don't necessarily think Sam should suspend You Cannot Hide Forever because it's not going to
I agree.
hamper.
Sam should not suspend his own card.
Well,
I don't think
yeah,
Jeff should suspend it either, though.
Jeff shouldn't. Yeah, Jeff shouldn't. I don't think should suspend it because it's not going to hamper Sam as much as it might have hampered Mike.
No, Sam simply losing out on a grabber is not game winning or game losing.
Yeah, on a grabber or an activation or whatever other effect that he's going to get.
However, I think he did because
there are 2 shields out.
Yeah, it looks like that's don't do that again.
Hmm.
So Jeff did suspend it.
Well, we're wrong on both sides then. We'll see how it plays out.
I don't.
We said that Garrett should and he didn't. We said that Jeff shouldn't and he did. So.
I understand Jeff pulling it because it means Sam can't go get that second grabber immediately, which means Jeff is going to be free to play one of his interrupts for a couple times for free.
Yeah, I mean, I think whether it's another grabber or like security precautions or whatever, like it is something that like Sam would prefer to have out, and Jeff's not playing a deck that has probably more than 2 Jedi that you're going to put on the ground anyway, so it doesn't really matter that if You Cannot Hide Forever was on the table to give the defense minus anyway. So like Sam would definitely use You Cannot Hide Forever if he had the choice here.
Correct. I honestly find it would be more useful to have that grabber against QMC than the -1 to the defense value of Jedi.
Sure. I think the security precautions was really the consideration, like whether you grab something special or security precautions. I mean, security precautions is a card that I would probably play if I was starting You Cannot Hide Forever because like it's a nice easy card to pick up that is certainly going to be useful.
That's fair.
I just hate that Darkseid has to prepare for a meta where Lightside can play Hitco and QMC at tier 0 and 1. I mean, on the one hand, I can agree with you, Silver Glen. On the other hand, that's kind of what it's felt like as light side for a long time too. It's like you have to prepare for Thrawn and Scum and mains and right like it's I guess it depends on what you mean by Hitco and QMC. If it's just like two decks that attack in very different axes, then it's like, well, I mean, that's kind of just what the meta is. But if you're talking about like these two decks specifically, things that they specifically do that other decks don't, well, then I think I could probably agree with you more than I do, or more than on the other point, I should say. So Sam just drew on turn one and played the. I never asked for that. I never asked for anything twice to pick up the first light.
I don't hate that, knowing that it's in your hand and you're not at risk of deploying it.
The community offered answers to all in Saga. I mean, Saga obviously didn't because there's one Saga deck in the field versus 9 Hitco, 9 QMCs.
There's one Anakin and one Luke Saga.
No, there's two. There's two Saga decks. There's no map decks. Yeah, that's true.
But
map would be. I mean, map would be a problem for certainly Hitco. I actually don't know how map matches up against QMC.
There's also 20 alien-based decks in the format.
Yeah, that was actually the big thing. That's the big thing that we noticed. It's like there's 20 alien archetypes on Dark Side in this tournament.
For Dark Side.
Yeah.
Not in total for Dark Side.
Yeah, there's less light side ones. I think. I didn't count, but I assume there's less light side ones. Let's see. 9, 10, 11. There's got to be less light side ones. There's 11 depending on how you count some of these, but there's got to be. I'm just moaning. I mean, I will say, Silvergun, that like I've certainly been experiencing part of what you're like, or I guess a problem similar to what you're talking about. That having a really wide open meta makes it very difficult to prepare for events and feel like you are ready for what's gonna happen, right? Like having to have a deck that can handle 7 different decks on the other side that are all attacking on really different axes is like close to impossible most of the time, or it certainly feels that way. And yes, it heavily rewards teams and players that are extremely well prepared, but it means that those of us who don't have the time to do that same kind of thing, you can feel like it's hopeless. So I've certainly been there and fairly recently. So I actually kind of like that this meta is a little bit centralized. I like that it's more developed because we haven't had a full new set in a while. Not even complaining about not having a new set. I kind of like that we haven't had a new set actually. So
that's fair for sure.
Because one thing when you like, if I know that nine decks in the field are going to be Thrawn, well then I can play a light set deck that I can actually like handle Thrawn with. Like light side is dancing with options. I mean, I think light side has a number of options, but
I disagree, Justin. I feel like for light side, you are banking on, okay, I play this. These are bad matchups. These are good matchups. I pray I get good matchups in my lineup at a tournament. Like, No Idea has good matchups into quite a few dark side decks, like Aobs. Aobs to name one. But if you get Scum or Thrawn, it hurts. And then for like a deck like Hitco, if they flip over Thrawn, it's a hard matchup. Like there is no light side deck that I feel at this moment could really just 1v9 the entirety of Darkside's deck options right now. Like I feel like every single light side deck has bad matchups, and Darkside has a couple of very very stable matchups across the board. Like, you could play Thrawn or CCT at a tournament and be just fine, or Aeons. Like, there's decks for dark side that you can't do that with light side.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Now, I mean, while we've been talking about it, Sam actually is showing some I think, some kind of interesting stuff. We were saying that, oh, he's not playing the Maul Saber version. There he goes and plays Maul and the Saber and Phantom Menace. So I kind of wonder if that means he's floating. I wonder if that means he's floating. There'll be no match for you. Like maybe he's playing multiple of them, or if maybe this was a flex start and he chose to start his 2 blaster effects and not worry about the saber for the
I think,
QMC matchup specifically. I feel like that's
yeah,
probably more likely.
that's for sure the move. If you can make sure you have guns for the battles on Cloud City, it's so much more important.
Yeah. Yeah, flex seems possible. I agree, Justin. I think that's exactly what he was doing here. Now, Jeff has the incinerator too. So maybe we're just wrong and you're supposed to play the incinerator in QFC. That was something maybe that we were missing.
Well, it seems like Jeff understands you're not supposed to lose 3 sites on turn 3.
Right, you're not just supposed to peel all your sites.
No. It seems beneficial to the game. So, looks through the forest pile. There's a Luke, there's a Lando, a Yoda, might be a raised transport, a path, the other
Dash.
site.
There's a dash. Land. Yeah. There's. It's a little hard to tell because he's really focused on those first couple of cards. I think there's a Melis and a Solo. So notably, there's not that much evasion in that hand. So dark side drain 0 and the light side drain 2 with hole and good for celebration. Yeah, I mean that's true. I think you generally have to view it as a drain 1, obviously, but I mean it's certainly true that Ancient Watering Hole will increase it, and it is true that it is a battleground that's good for celebration that is a dark side drain 0. So mostly, I just feel like as far as activation goes, it only activates 1, and you can only afford so many of those in the deck. And I didn't think it was worth it. But then again, I don't play that much QMC, so always good to be shown new things.
We'll see 5.
Ooh, Honshu and the Falcon. So
6.
no,
No, 5.
wouldn't say Bestman's locked up, but Sam is going to have to put together an actual package to go after that.
Jeff drawing essentially 3 Destiny there. However, a Zuckuss and 4 Lemon Mist Hunter would hurt.
Yeah, that would not be good. Jeff is just going to move over to the corridor, draw some cards, and pass.
I don't hate that.
No, I definitely think better to be safe in this spot. Especially, as I said, since his 4 spot didn't really have any evasion, leaving your guys at battleground sites did not seem like a great play.
Nope. Like we always say, you can't win the game on you can't win the game on turn 2, but you can certainly lose it.
Yeah. So Sam now has full force pile, full hand to kind of do whatever he would like with. I'm not counting with him as he's going, but I think it's like 15.
Activation?
Well, in his actual force pile right now, because he saved a bunch last turn, I think, too.
Yeah.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16. He activated 17 this turn.
Hey, of course, Justin. We are doing what we can, and like, I mean, I've watched your streams on YouTube. I unfortunately am. Just want to say thank you. You know, I appreciate everyone who's been able to stream and help put out content for the rest of us.
Yeah, we appreciate you being here, Justin. It's always good to have viewers in a chat to interact with that isn't just spam bots. So.
Yep. Alright, so there's Balatik, noticeably not going to space, which seems interesting.
Well,
Balatik is phenomenal in space.
Well, Baltic doesn't actually do anything in space here.
He's a gangster.
He's a gangster, but I think he's
Yeah.
I actually think he's better on the ground against QMC. Well, I guess not to that site, but
Yeah, where they so that they can't cancel your site or your drains at the one location that they would cancel your drains.
yeah. Well, it's more that they can't cancel or reduce. So you would get your drain 2 at like the guest quarters, even though it's normally a drain -1. Yeah, QMC losing the drain cancel site is bad news potentially. Yes, in general, I'd agree with that. I was mostly saying like, well, Balatique specifically is at his best at like any other cut city site, but you hold it with whatever you have to. You know, you're not gonna be too picky in this situation, especially since he gets the first light out with.
Is that Hondo?
I was gonna say I think that's Hondo, which would mean that he flips his objective. He can move Maul. All right.
I
Apparently,
take it as not Hondo
it
then.
must not be Hondo. Okay, yeah, and he's gonna stack up that site, so he is holding. He's gonna hold that 2-1.
I like this play.
Is it the AI Hondo?
Well, he would have flipped, wouldn't
Yeah,
he have?
that's more what we were saying, Justin. Was I think if it was Hondo, Sam should have flipped there. Now, if he was gonna move Maul to the stack the same battleground, then it doesn't matter if he flipped or not. But it seemed like technically he should have flipped if it was Hondo, but all right. So now Jeff, kind of put in a spot here where he's gotta respond to a fair bit of damage now.
Yeah, the ping is important, but if Maul moves over to the the cancel site, he's only occupying 2 battlegrounds, so
Well,
it
not.
wouldn't have made impact.
I think that's what Silvergun's saying is that if he was
Oh,
supposed
okay.
to flip there, he should have probably moved Maul to a different site so that he would get the ping.
But I still think you want Maul at that site, and I think losing the ping of 1 is more important. It's more benefit. Oh,
That looks like
yikes! Maz whiffed.
alternative path was what that looked like to me.
Yeah.
Alternatives to fighting
I
not
was just
probably going to matter a lot here, but
no. I was just saying. I think it's okay to lose the ping of 1 because you'd rather have Maul at that drain cancel site.
yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Just play ultimatum. I mean, for the drain, yes. I think like for the objective ping, it may be better. I think this, as far as the stacking the site goes, it's not so much about the drain 4. It's more about like you want a force there that QMC is going to struggle to dislodge.
Well, Jeff grabbed a card pretty quickly. Hard to tell what he grabbed.
Yeah, I think he deployed Leia first and then picked up a card, which is a little curious. But I think yeah, he picked up a card so quickly he definitely must have just known what he was trying to get. So there's Twas Ka to the incinerator. Jeff has a lot of
2 species.
nouns in his hands. I think he has 3 species because he's Yakshit too.
Oh, that's right.
I think Twaska has a species. I sure hope so.
Posca definitely has a species.
Jar Jar over to the one of the first light sites, along with Calfal. That is 5.
Is he drawing a destiny?
There is the watering hole. Yeah, Jar Jar's ability 3.
Oh, that's right.
And you know, the funny thing about the first light sites is they are mobile sites, so you can use Path of Least Resistance to move around the first light.
You can indeed.
Now, not especially relevant with those particular 2 characters, but I mean, it certainly could be. Depends on exactly what Jeff's plan is here. So he's got Ray as well to go to the other first light site.
Jeff is going pretty wide here.
Yeah, Jeff is like fully going for the spread, and he had a lot of good options from that use pile there. A number of useful like evasion interrupts, a number of good characters. I didn't see what he grabbed. I will
Definitely with his hand close to his chest, so it'll be hard.
Yeah, Jeff's got a lot of characters. It looks like he took a red card, which makes sense because his hand looks like it has so many characters in it. He really just needs some some red cards in order to defend himself. All right, so
there's a Ket wall.
yeah, Cutwall's going to move over to Leia. Makes sense because now that drain can't be canceled.
Yeah, Yaxgit will join Leia.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see. Maz does not move though.
Yeah, Maz stays at the 1-0. That's interesting. So, okay, Jeff does pull Ultimatum in case Sam gets any bright ideas about increasing the Maul drain. Drain 11? Oh, for light side. I was like, how is dark side draining for 11? No, I got you.
Looked like an escape pod and the wild card off the top.
Yeah.
Hurt.
Well, I mean, it hurts a bit, but I don't feel like there's like a lot of combat in space that's going to be happening. So I don't feel like the wild card really makes too much difference. The escape pod I could see being pretty relevant though because he'll be dead. So
That could be impactful.
yeah, and Jeff did not find a celebration here, so he does not at present have a way to get back the escape pod. Darkseid won't get a chance to fight. I think that's likely Silver Glen. The only thing that gives me pause on that is just that, as I said, Jeff's hand just doesn't have a lot of interrupts in it. Although, as I'm looking at it, I might be wrong. There might be more interrupts than I thought. Okay, so Jeff is going to barrier Dengar, who was coming down against Jar Jar and Calfel. Sam will add Aura with Blaster Rifle. 5 red. Yeah, it's a lot more red than I thought. When I glanced at it before, he was holding it at a different angle than I was expecting, so it looked more characters. Ooh, okay, Zizor is pretty bad, because Jeff does not have enough ability to draw Destiny there. Sam does not have a gun or a First Light card to deploy here. His Destiny actually looks pretty spread at like a third characters, I'd say. Yeah, no gun. No gun is a big deal for Sam. He probably really wanted a gun to make this beatdown as good as possible. I guess Jeff saw a sense in there because he pulls Stewart or not. Yeah, rescue. He does have a rescue, so rescue cancels a shot. And yeah, like Sam's only getting 1 shot right now. Okay, so he does have a gun in his hand.
Huge.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Question is, does Jeff have like a path or a blast the door kid or something to get out of this battle? Because I say he's currently not drawing Destiny because he doesn't have enough ability. Well, Sam misses his shot with the Black Sun Blaster.
That's huge because
He
means this battle's gonna happen.
He flips. Apparently, he just didn't flip last turn, and he was supposed to. So
that's fair.
So that's fine. Whatever. So what's Jeff?
Interesting to point out, if Sam had actually hit that shot and decided to execute, Jeff just passed away and says, "Okay."
If he has a path.
He does, doesn't he?
He has a rescue. Oh, that's a 3 with Maul. Must have aimed at Jar Jar. It was a 1. I thought it was a Zizor. So also agree he must have aimed at Jar Jar, but which I don't know why he would. Oh, he's gonna path. He is gonna path away and leave just Calfal. Sam will grab path. That's we. Oh, you know what he might be. He might be wanting to use rescue to drop enable.
He might also just be Hoojixing and want to make sure that he keeps the 5 species.
Yep, that's true. Because Catwall adds the 6th one, so.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's exactly what we're thinking.
Oh no,
Super Glenn.
he just drew a 5, so he hits. Is Sam gonna recirculate? This is actually something interesting that came up in the last game that we're watching between Mike and Garrett. Mike recirculated on like almost every opportunity, and I kind of feel like you're supposed to recirculate less than that so that you can track more. But yeah, so Jeff's just gonna Hoojix here.
I don't hate that play. It means that you are guaranteed to keep your 5.
Yep.
So Jeff's gonna do a crap load of damage this turn.
Yep. And Dengar is even barriered, so like you can't. I mean, you can block both drains on first light if you want to, but you're leaving yourself potentially open.
Yeah, you're asking to lose the game if you do that.
Yeah.
So Sam has about 5 cards left in Forest File.
There's a number of moves
Yeah.
that he could do here, but yeah, so moves Zizor over to Ray and Ketwal.
Pretty sure there's 6 ability there.
There is
Oh, and moves Hondo down.
to Jar Jar.
If Sam has the chip and Sam doesn't have the barrier, this is gonna hurt. Well, I mean, I assume Sam has the barrier, but that's still gonna. If he can get the barrier out, that's gonna.
I mean, there's a
be
couple.
really nice.
There's a couple of things here that could be really good. Like if Jeff can track to a sufficient destiny to just kill Hondo, that would be really good. Just take a gun out.
Yep.
I don't know that he really has the ability to do that, but Jeff will just pick up both of the cards from his force pile. One with keeping the Empire at forever, and one with Ray. Activate a million. There's 12 locations on the table, so. Jeffy's going to take a look at his options here with his force pile pull. There wasn't a second escape pod combo. I don't think that's what he took. So he is only. Oh, he was using Maz. I'm like, why is he peeling on his own turn? Oh, got it. So he's flipping with Maz. He got Din Djarin, which is pretty good.
Yeah, he's still punching out 5 damage.
Yeah, Drain of 5 is still pretty solid.
So why did he? Oh,
he was
that's Hamas.
Yeah, he was flipping 3 cards over for Maz. I thought he was peeling. I'm like, how?
Yeah, that was quite the play if he's peeling. So Masterful and a Point Man.
All right, those are all.
I never asked for anything. Double Back and Wounded Warrior. All great cards for Jeff to get out of the way.
All great cards for Jeff going the other way. On the other hand, it did remind us that is the first force loss that Jeff has caused this game to Sam. So he's got some catching up to do. Yeah. Attack Zizor, retreat more. Yeah, like play Din Djarin and.
The only thing that Jeff does have to be careful about, there's rescue is not grabbed, but if you lose an alien, you got to be careful that you don't lose you don't have less than 5 going into your turn. Because that would be really bad. It's really annoying.
Now, one thing he could do with the rescue is like, I actually kind of like. It depends on the destiny of his deck, I guess. He could play like Din Djarin against Hondo. And then battle, or he could choose Hondo with Din Djarin, battle, and then try to Jar Jar Din Djarin, or try to Jar Jar Hondo.
I think he's gonna start committing a little bit more to that Quad City, and yep, there is Dash.
So now Dash works against a gangster, so he does work here even though there's no EPP.
Well, the barrier's gone. If Jeff has a ship, this could be really bad for Sam.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he does.
Doesn't look like it.
This is the spot where actually, losing that wild card was big for this reason.
Mm-hmm. So there's the din. I am a little bit nervous. What is Jeff gonna do about our good friend the Gungan sitting over there?
I mean, he has rescue to draw off unable.
Yeah, but you'd rather cancel the shot, and your Hoojix is gone.
Yeah, but you like if you draw off unable, you don't like you may not need to Hoodix. I mean, I guess he's only forfeit 3, right? Because Ancient Watering Hole only adds with non-uniques. Oh, and all your aliens are forfeit +1, so and your total battle honesty is +1, so Jar Jar would cover 8 if he stood there. Oh, you just move everybody over. Sure, that makes sense.
Oh, that's fair.
And then Twaska against Maul. Yeah, that makes sense. I think you got to move Maz now, right?
Yep.
I mean, Sam, looking at Sam's hand, he certainly doesn't want Jeff to move Maz because it sure looked like he had all red cards in his hand. Ah, okay, move Yak shit in. Okay, yeah. Now that you're contesting the cancel site. Oh, and Maul can't actually drain now because of Leia. That's okay. Drain 2, ping 2 at the first light. It's only
No?
ping 1 because the Hondo's at a
It's
non-battleground.
strain 1, ping 1.
Well, it's drained on ping 2 because it's still ping 2 because of one at Cloud City. Because the ping
No.
isn't the ping occupy?
It's control, I'm pretty sure, is it not?
Oh, is it? Okay. You'll Be Dead is. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Each battleground site you control. So yeah, it's only one. So he's only doing 3 damage here, and now he is standing to retrieve 3. Jeff is from Celebration, unless Sam does something about it here, which I don't know if he can based on the look at his hand before. He like has maybe 1 character. I don't even know if he has 1 character. Sam might actually just be kind of exposed here, and just has to like work with what's on the table. Now, I mean, what's on the table is pretty good, but Jeff has presented him some problems that kind of demand answering right now, and I don't know that Sam is able to answer them for the time being. Like Sam didn't even lose any characters last turn, so even if he had like, I never asked that question twice or whatever. No, it looks like there's 1 non-red card in Sam's hand, but I can't tell what it is. Oh, is it an aura? That would be a bummer.
Like Sam is kind of just running out of gas almost. All of his guns are on table.
Yeah.
There's a
Oh,
Kira.
boy, his destiny's terrible too. It's like 4 black cards and 2 reds.
That's unfortunate.
Now, I mean, the aliens up against Aura and Dengar are not like super high abilities, so you might hit anyway. But okay, so Sam is gonna flip because his gangsters control 2 battlegrounds.
The only thing that's unfortunate is if he is able to shoot Ray.
Everything,
Yeah, exactly.
all
Everyone's
in the wrong
wrong
places.
place.
Absolutely, yeah, everything is definitely in the wrong place.
So he's just gonna move. I don't mind this. Your destiny are bad, so you can't guarantee you're gonna shoot someone. You just reinforce.
Yeah, it would be the worst thing ever if you just like battled, shot all your EPPs and missed, or like miss, canceled by rescue, and then like
Yeah,
that would be a disaster. It would be so bad. I mean, man, the destinies were so bad that you might even like get cleared and kill nothing. Like that's on the table as a possibility. So, all right, yeah, Sam's gonna just consolidate things around, move things around. Now his guys are in better spots now. He's presenting a ping, still a ping of only 1, but he's threatening Jeff's board position quite a bit more now. He is still taking 5 points in drain though, and Jeff is going to retrieve 3, including that laser resistance transport that's on top of his loss pile. Oh wait, is that card in Jeff's hand a effective maneuvers combo, or effective repairs combo rather?
That would be brutal.
I mean, he would have to have a pilot to go with it to break the first light, so it's not necessarily, and it would cost a ton of force to do that. So I don't know if that is the card or if it matters if it is. So drain 6. Why is it 6? 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah. Because Ancient Watering Hole increases your drains everywhere, not just where you have aliens. Right. So it is 6.
Really weird card everywhere, not
I-
just aliens and at every location.
Yeah, I think that is an effective repairs combo.
It's gonna be more than 6, is it not? It's gonna be 7.
2, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, it should be 7. No, you're right. It should be 7.
Unless I failed my algebra. Also entirely possible I should have failed algebra. So.
Man, for having done no damage last turn, suddenly Jeff got himself kind of right back into this thing. Now, Sam did draw a lot of cards last turn, so he has some action. We do see a First Light, or sorry, a Z4 in hand, as well as 2 characters. One's a Zezor, though, so that does not help him. He does have a barrier, but barrier's grabbed. He did save 3 force. That looks like a Proxima is the other card.
Yep.
So that could be dangerous at the actually at either site where there's things being contested right now. So we'll see what Jeff can do here. I mean, man, biggest thing would be if he had a 5th ship, right? Like, if he had a ship that he could just grab with his force pile pull and just knock out the first light, that would be a big blow. Now, I guess at the same time, we did just discuss that there's a Zuckuss in Sam's hand, so it wouldn't be that bad. But
there's the imbalance combo. Make Jeff peel 1.
Jeff is going to lose one of the cards retrieved. He doesn't want to lose the second card retrieved, though, because that is the laser resistance transport. And I think he at least wants to put the fear of God in Sam of, like, I can't just leave the
Keep
first
him
light.
honest.
Yeah, you can't just leave the first light open. You have to put somebody up there. Or put your other ship up there.
It's gonna really suck, because Sam is already running out of characters and resources to drop there.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't even be out of bounds for Sam. Just like, you know what, let's just secure it and we'll put Zuckuss and Miss Hunter up there. And just not worry about the beat. But Jeff has to keep the Leia's... Oh, he only... Oh, because it's lose half rounded down. Okay.
Didn't he retrieve 4, though?
He only retrieves 3. He doesn't retrieve for the
Battleground.
The 1 0, yeah. So Jeff adds Melis, which is going to be another 2 points of drain and another point of retrieval.
I apologize. I have to go here for a second. I will be right back.
Okay. Now, Jeff does have It's a Trap in hand, which will protect one of his sites. Which one is sounds like kind of up to him. We know he has a Din Djarin in hand. Din Djarin was deployed? No, I actually don't think he was deployed. The glare on the characters at the Cloud City site is pretty severe, so I do not know. There's Din Djarin. All right, so they're going to move away. Jeff is not going to rely on It's a Trap. He knows that there are potential cancelers for that, so he's going to move Din away, move Twaska away, move Yakshit, move Dash. So he is going to accept a bunch of drains here. But he is threatening a bunch of damage back and put himself in a position where Sam can only punch through his presence by deploying characters. He can't. Jeff has moved himself away from everywhere where Sam currently has presence. Oh, and Sam found the escape, or Jeff found the escape pod combo. So that is going to take away all of the ping damage that he was blocking last turn. That's a big deal. Okay, so Jeff will take the drain of 2, loses Moz and computer interface. Loses a site, loses a 1, loses a 1. A path and a alternatives to fighting. So he did take 5 damage there, but he is threatening so much now. It is 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11. He's threatening to drain for 13 next turn. Now, Sam, of course, can do something about it, but he can only do something about some of it. Like, he can move his characters off of the 2-1 at Cloud City and block the Incinerator drain, and he can move characters to the 2-0 and block the First Light drain. Yeah, he can block the drain at Cloud City with Zuckuss. But he's not in a good spot, and he knows Jeff can go and get Leia's Resistance Transport next turn if he wants it. Man. Sam was in like I felt like a pretty good position early on in this game, and Jeff has really gotten to a very threatening late game spot. I think Sam is considering playing one more card here. I believe it's the Proxima that we were seeing in his hand before. Yeah, there's the Proxima. He's going to put her at... I was thinking about where to put her. On the First Light makes the most sense. I was going to put her in front of Leia. That doesn't actually do anything, because Leia ignores her ability. Oh, and then he's going to move over. Okay, sure. Yes, that makes sense. All right. So in his move phase, do that move. Honda will move over in front of the team. R will move over in front of the team. Zizor will move over to pin them in. And Dengar will move over with Zizor. And why did Hondo move for free? There must be a text that I'm missing there. And then First Light will move over to help cover Bespin. So Sam has used all his force. He's still taking 2, 4, 6, 7 damage, as well as retrieve 4. Okay, he does get to do an objective ping, so that's... Ooh. So that was an effective repairs combo. Jeff is just going to use it at during Sam's draw step to retrieve the wild card. All right, and then Jeff probably just figuring out what he can do here. First things first, he's going to use Maz, and there's a Yoda and 2 other cards. I think one's an alien. I think we may have missed something here with the... Oh, he had to ping from Shadow Collective. Ah, well, that worked out way better for Jeff. He picks up Lando with Blaster Rifle. All right. So it looks like Jeff activates all but 1. Nope, activates everything. Drain 2. Drain 1. 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 8 points, sorry. And then retrieve 4. This should be a comfortable light settlement. It's certainly looking like that to me, Summer Glenn. So yeah, Jeff will add the wild card to space. Just more power up there. He can actually shuttle Melis up because Melis is at an exterior site, which will add more power and total battle destiny. If he wants to do that, I don't even know that that's necessary. He's going to now use his objective to check out his options. He did activate everything, so he would need to draw Figure and Dan in order to... he needed Figure and Dan in order to battle this turn. Darkseid just needs to go 1 versus 1 so they can try to match. You mean like trade character for character, or like in space, like lose 1 card for 1 card? All right, Jeff is just going to move everybody over. Guy versus guy, yeah. And pass. See, unfortunately, I think Sylveon, the problem is that, like, Sam just doesn't have any guys left. Like, he doesn't have the characters to trade 1 for 1. Like, yeah, we can see Sam's hand; it's all red cards, and he only has like 8 down. He's got, looks like, Gick, Sith Fury, and something else. Can't see what the other red card is. But like, I think like ideally Sam. Oh, and no escape. So like Sam like probably would have wanted to trade 1 for 1 earlier, but it's too late for him to do that now. He doesn't have the resources now to trade 1 for 1. If he trades 1 for 1, he'll just lose. So Sam does have a 4 and a 5 in his reserve here. He's stacked too heavily, he has to be ready for Hitco. I mean, he didn't have to be ready for Hitco in this game. If Sam deployed his stuff thinking he was playing against Hitco, that's on Sam. That's not on the meta. That's yeah, the no escape doesn't even do anything because Jeff is stacked up in such a way that Wounded Warrior won't make any difference. And Jeff, as I said before, like he's in front of him in some places, but he has avoided standing in front of him in the worst places. So he is going to battle, and oh, Jeff has the It's a Trap, so that just battle canceled. Sam can't do anything about that. We can see his hand. Man, I think Sam's even like low enough on force that he can't Sith Fury to get a character, even, and he's just gonna eat it all in drains now. Darkseid deck construction, 2 Crabbers and 3 combos in Blast Door. I mean, I definitely would be playing combo over non-combo. I would definitely agree with you on that. I don't hate 2 of them. 3 is a lot. On the other hand, I mean, if you're playing a lot of, Phantom Menaces, then like combos to get Phantom Menace is fine. 2 Grabbers, I think, is actually, like, it's a lot, but might be fine. Blaster controls depends on your deck, like. Alright, Sam's moving stuff around. He did do a battle to just trade Tuaskov for Proxima. That's fine. It doesn't really accomplish anything. Just means that Jeff's retrieving a worse card, ultimately, is kind of what it is. And then Sam moves Hondo up to the first light to protect him a little bit. Moves Aura over, moves Zizor over, and passes. So he is still facing... He's facing 6 points in drain now. There's all his characters. Oh, he's going to path to move Ray over to the 2-0 and drain for 3. Which Sam will make it 2, but I mean that's still that was still a third of Sam's remaining force. And then Jeff will retreat 4. Yeah, this is definitely over. He can even stand in front of him now. It doesn't even matter. Sam just doesn't have any resources to do anything with. Yeah, I guess you may as well move away because why not? But yeah, Sam can do his 2 drains. He can do his, or 3 drains. He can do his ping of 2, but the aliens on Cloud City are just spread too far away to be able to do anything. Yeah. Sam will make that a drain of still 2. Yep, and Sam will pack it in there. So very well played by Jeff here. I think, I mean, I know Logan had pointed out earlier that like Jeff was like very decisive about picking up his cards with the objective, or with the keeping the Empire out forever. And I mean, to me, it really read as, oh, Jeff knows exactly what he wants in the situation. He's not trying to piece together a game plan against something he's like not entirely familiar with, the way that maybe you could say Steven Salucci was earlier against Watto, where I could believe that Steven had not played against Watto that much with QMC, so he was like trying to figure out what his best line was. I think it seemed like Jeff definitely knew exactly what he was going for, what he was trying to accomplish at all stages there. And I mean, to his credit, I think Sam did too. Sam definitely got hurt by he just never found characters. And yeah, it sure looks like from Sam inserting that inconsequential losses into his deck, he definitely did flex start to get that, and floated the Saber start. So that seems very clearly what he was doing there. So yeah, really well played game by both players. I don't off the top of my head know their records. But since this was table 2, I think there's a good chance that puts Jeff into at least 5-1. See if we can. Oh, there are standings. So looks like Steven Salucci was the only 5-0 going into this round. Jeff and Sam were both 4-1, so that makes Jeff 5-1. Our 4-1s went down to their 9th place with Charlie Arnlinson was 4-1. Let's see. So our full standings. Let's go ahead and give you a look at them right now. If I can figure out how to make the stream do that. Well, all right. Let's do it this way. No, that's probably bad. Let's do it this way. All right. So We'll go ahead and pop up the standings here so you can see them. So we've got Steven Slucci. This is before this game. Steven Slucci was 5-0. Jeff Levine, Casey Annis, Mike Kessling, Chris Kelly, Garrett Larson, Sam Tashima, Justin Curley, Charlie Arlinson, all at 4-1. Going down to our 3 and 2s, Benji Chu leading the way, then Dan, Dennis, B. Fred, AJ, Matt, Joe, Phil. It was kind of a long way down here. So yeah, a lot of great players at the top as always, and also some names we haven't seen in a while at the top. I'll notice 3 of my teammates in there. Chris Kelly, Garrett Larson, Justin Curley, all doing great. Good to see that. And then Benji Chu still making potentially a run here. He's got a he's at 3 and 2 got to kind of win the last 3 rounds to have a definite chance. The size of this event, I think a 5 and 3 could make it, so he's actually in position to potentially be that 5 and 3 if that happens. He's still best off going to be, of course, winning all 3 of the last rounds. And then Dan and Dennis and B-Fred also in pretty solid position, not knowing exactly what their SOS is. Harder to say, but yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on our standings and match results going forward here. Kind of see where we end up on all of that. We'll go ahead and break for game 6, and then we will be back with y'all here once we have game 7 up. So stay tuned. All right.
Oh, this is gonna be fun to get to commentate on Charlie's game.
So we got game 7 here. Should be Charlie Arlinson against Steven Salucci. I believe we already saw Steven's QMC before, so we'll see what Charlie's got going here.
Charlie is the dark side.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I'm losing it. I thought you meant like we've seen Steven's light side. Let's see Charlie's. And
Silver Gun saying it's Charlie's ISB against Steve's QMC, which
it is.
that, based on my experience, is going to be an uphill battle for Charlie. We'll see what Charlie's build is and how he plans to combat this matchup. There's definitely no way that he has no plan. So we'll see exactly what he's got in store.
Yeah, I mean, I also have played against this version of Charlie's ISB. I played against it like last week.
Oh yeah, that's right, you did, didn't you?
Yeah. So I think a nice line for Steven is just gonna be if he can find his Dark Dissension. I mean, having Dark Dissension definitely makes this matchup a lot easier. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. I think so. One of the linchpin points to me is probably going to be space. Is going to be how well can Charlie contest QMC in space. Because like
he's got Mara and ship. He's got Emperor and shuttle. He's got Vengeance. He's got quite a few things.
Yeah, because that's the real question to me. Because like even with the deploy reduction of like putting Moff Gideon at the Imperial Square and whatnot, right?
Yep.
That's
only just sites.
Right. It's like having to pay an increased cost to deploy your stuff to Cloud City is going to make it harder to deliver a beatdown on Cloud City. And the way that ISB is constructed, they often just don't have room for a lot of the things that will handle QMC's evasion the way that like a Darkside Mains deck does. So like a Blast controls or like even like the full scale alert that Joelson had to like stop you from moving away or whatever. So like it's going to be harder to make those beatdowns stick. It's going to be harder to deliver them in the first place. And QMC's natural advantage of preventing ISB from reducing your drains makes it so that it's going to be a lot more difficult for ISB to drain race than it normally would be. And ISB is a deck that really thrives on being able to successfully drain race. So we'll see what Charlie's got going here for
Perfect analysis. For Charlie, it's really just going to be can he contest Bespin. He does have quite a lot of space stuff. It is ISB. He's got the Vengeance and the Shuttle and Mara, but it's just it'll be important to see when he uses those dark collaborations, and if he can get maximum use out of them. Make sure he doesn't get hit by Yoda and Sand and such.
Yeah. Now that's actually was bringing me up because I saw that Steve has Yoda in his opening hand, which is certainly a great place for him to be. But I didn't see any ships. Dark collaboration does work in space, so.
Yep. Just where you have 3 non-Ozzel ISB agents.
Yep, and it cancels It's a Trap. So Dark Collaboration, yeah, probably a key card for Charlie in this matchup. We do see the Emperor Shuttle in reserve, just as you said. I didn't get a good look at Charlie's hand to see what...
I haven't seen it either, but I'm going to assume it's something along the lines of Trooper Cadet, Trooper Cadet, Trooper Cadet, ISB agents. Emperor.
So he is not he's not even worried about trying to get Emperor Shuttle going in space. He's just going to put the Emperor down at a place where, in all likelihood, he's never going to leave the table.
Emperor could go to Core Lag at some point in the future.
with Charlie playing the docking bay, deploying the shuttle and then moving Emperor and shuttling up will be pretty useful if he decides that Emperor shuttle is more useful in space.
Yeah, but he's going to put himself in a position if he does that it's going to have to be a defensive play rather than an offensive play. So
That's fair, but he did also just get a free activation, which clearly he thinks he needs. No Vane for Vader's castle, no accelerate. I don't know if he's playing accelerate, but I'm just gonna say he is and couldn't find it for now.
yeah, I would say it's probably a safe assumption that he is, unless he shows otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
So Steve did pull Overseer and Harksef, which is going to be pretty good against the activation package that Charlie's showing so far. And now he's pulling a sight. He's just taking stock of his reserve deck, try to discern what might be in his force pile and so forth. So looks like he's pretty well set on the site at the front there. He's just making sure to take stock.
Yeah, I mean it's always good to check the cards in your reserve deck and know exactly what you're working with.
Yeah. So
Always.
Silver Glenn saying pretty definitively he lost twice with ISB against QMC and Majors, and unless it's the executive version, Darkseid's pretty screwed. Strategizers doing nothing is the big thing. I think all of that definitely sounds true to me. And I mean, man, even the executive version is like a little shaky because like they get a free battle cancel at Bestman after you play the executor for one thing, and then like you have to assemble enough space to actually punch through in order to like make the second battle good, which ISB can do, but is not guaranteed. And like, so yeah, I don't know. I think it's definitely possible for like between Wildcard and Overseer for Lightside to put space out that ends up being immune to Darkseid's attrition, and then you just like stand and stare at each other, which like I think probably benefits QMC. So Steve's just gonna play Harken Overseer and get activation. Both of them amusingly added 1 to their opponent and 4 to themselves on their turn. So Charlie's getting a docking bay. It looks like he has to get the spaceport docking bay, which I think he's putting at Coruscant.
Yeah, that's what he did against me in our game. He put the spaceport docking bay at Coruscant, and he does have the Endor docking bay in that reserve deck if he needs it.
Yeah. Spaceport docking bay has a lot of deployment restrictions, but it can deploy to Coruscant. So yeah, I think my guess is that Charlie didn't actually want to do that at this point. That's just the docking bay that he had, so has to deploy it.
Yeah, I would assume it's not the docking bay he wants to deploy, but Corlog is on table. He could have
Put it to Corlog, yeah.
correct.
There's not a lot of benefit to doing that. Like the biggest reason would be to reduce Lightside's drain at Corlog, which I doubt that Steve is going to threaten in the first place. So
The having a character at a site doesn't reduce it at the system, though. Having a ship at the system reduces it at the site. It's a very weird inverse that only affects one way.
no, I think you have that backwards. Flip side of ISB says when you have a non-undercover ISB agent at a battleground site, your drains are +1 there.
Oh,
Your opponent's drains are -1 at same and related locations. So
My
it's that, yeah,
apologies, then.
it's the reverse of what
I
you
did have
thought.
him flip.
So yeah, like reducing the drain at Corlog, I guess could be a but I Honestly, I feel like if QMC is draining at Coralog, or if QMC is draining at Coralog, ISB is losing really hard. So I don't think that's a consideration.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. So like, yeah, if QMC is secure enough at Bestman, they're like, I'll just put a ship over to Coralog too. We'll drain there also. Why not? You can't do anything about it. It's like, okay, that's we should pack up now. We're not. We're not. This game's not competitive. So Charlie just drew up on his turn. He's got a lot of characters in his hand. I don't see like a lot of troopers. It does seem to be like you were saying, the Dark Collaboration build has a lot of ISB leaders and stuff. So we'll see what Steve has here to threaten. He does have to be a little wary of deploying stuff to the ground because of how much Charlie has saved. Now, I guess at the same time, this is probably the safest turn to do it because Moff Gideon's not out yet. So Charlie would have to deploy Moff Gideon to the square first in order to get the discounts.
Correct.
Or he'd have to deploy a ship to the system. So like he'd have to do one of those things in order to balance out the Bespin tax, and then he'd have to do both of them to actually get cheap deploys. So this seems like the safest turn for him for Steve to commit stuff to the ground if he's going to do that. Like it would be like deploy two things, consolidate on one site, or something like that.
Yeah. And I mean, Charlie does have some cheap ships. He has the Emperor's shuttle and Mara's ship, but that's still not free. You are still committing
Well, and
money and resources.
especially with the Emperor already on table, like if you place Emperor's shuttle to Bespin and it gets barriered, that's so bad. Like,
Yep.
all right, so Steve is going to play Rio Durant, activate 2. And then he's got the Yak ship as well to flip. I like this so far. He's going to use his force pile pull. Is the biggest lesson for me today is I just need to put more incinerators in my QMC decks.
I think so. I mean, I've never been up to date with the QMC meta, but apparently I need to be.
See, figuring out what his best option now is going to be. He has to be cognizant of the fact that it's a trap is not reliable. And that his characters do not actually avoid Blast the Door Kid. Although Blast the Door Kid would probably... So, I guess he probably doesn't know Charlie's build. So, like, because we're assuming Charlie is playing the Dark Collaboration build, Blast the Door Kid would be good against that, but would be, like, disastrously bad if you were counting on it to save you from, like, Trooper Beatdown, right? So...
Yep. One thing to note, though, is I'm pretty sure Charlie has played against Steven's teammates on this ISB earlier, so
Steve may well know, yeah.
Yep.
Or at least have an idea of like the general archetype that he's playing against.
Correct.
Now, that said, I don't actually know that Steve has Blast the Dark Kid in his deck. It's possible that he doesn't.
Very possible he doesn't.
Ooh. So Steve is just going to leave himself spread and draw some. Now, that obviously reads as, like, he's got Path for sure. He has another piece of evasion for sure as well. Not Dodge, because Dodge doesn't work with either of those characters. I don't think. I never remember the requirements on Dodge.
a lone character. Ability greater than 2, right?
No,
Or
that's the part I always forget. The ability greater than 2 is only the subtracting weapon destinies. So dodge actually does work with any lone character.
anyone can run away from a battle.
Yep. Really, what this says to me is that dodge is poorly designed and should work with only ability greater than 2 on both sides. But whatever, it's fine. They didn't ask me 25 years ago when they were making the card. So
Right. There's a reason they don't ask me now when I'm making the cards. That's Charlie looking for something misses. His Vader's Castle is still in that reserve deck, and that hurts.
that's not great. He might have found Vane. I didn't get a good look at his hand. He had a lot of characters, but I couldn't tell if one of them might be Vane or not. Well, there are some troopers. Oh, that trooper is nice, an ISB agent. So
Mm-hmm.
a couple garrisons. That's
Oh,
a
yeah.
scary hand, or the scary reserve deck rather. All right, so now we'll see what. I think there's a Vane. All right, so Charlie is going to play
There's
the Moff
Gideon.
Gideon to get a Stormtrooper patrol for free, which does I guess it puts an extra ISB agent in play. Sure. And
It's
takes
also probably going to move to the
yeah
docking bay.
yeah it takes it takes a Destiny 3 out of deck too. Presumably Charlie's going to flip this turn. He has
One would expect him to.
so many characters in hand. There's almost no way that he doesn't. So if I remember the Imperial Square correctly, I'll make sure that that's the case.
If you occupy with your Moff, all Imperials deploy -1 to sights.
Yeah, so he deploys for normal cost now to the Cloud City sites. Charlie will. Ooh, he's gonna take the Gick in a hand, put the Garrison back with Agent Callus, which makes sense. Like Garrison is certainly a tempting card to pick up, but I think when you can get that 0 out of your deck, you probably should.
Yep.
So there's Tarkin, which will flip ISB. I'm sure
Cancel the Destiny.
Yeah, I'm sure Charlie will get to that. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Still has like 7 force left.
Yep. Something like that.
He notably has no ships in his hands.
Yes, unfortunate for him.
That looks like a barrier to me, I think.
Yep.
So Dark Collaboration also cancels barrier, but like, you know, Charlie needs Dark Collaboration to do like 5 different things. So he's got to really decide which one he really wants. Because you
no grab on the barrier.
I certainly would have to assume that Steve's going to grab Dark Collaboration as soon as Charlie plays it.
I think you have to.
Yeah, just to tax it, just to make it harder for him to play more than one. But like, he's not going to retrieve them. But okay, so Tarkin got barriered. Admiral Wolfie Laren gets played, activates 4, so he costs -2 force. There's another wolf. He can't play that. He could play Vandalay and pick up Tarkin, I think. He can't play him again because he is unique, but getting Tarkin off the table so that you can just play Vane and get the castle, sure.
I don't hate that.
Yeah, that's
getting the 0 out of your deck is always good.
That seems fine. You're just gonna put a stack at that site. That's your goal here. So I figure Charlie is probably just Charlie's assuming that there's a path coming here. So I think he probably needs to balance how much he commits to this with making it threatening. Although he probably doesn't have to do that much to make it threatening against the Yakshit. So there's a Min Kaino. Charlie is entitled to a shield pull, which he doesn't seem to be using here. Ooh, so Path is getting sensed. That's pretty bad. Yeah, that's not good.
No sense shield feels like a mistake.
Yeah. I have to.
Although I understand though, if you've never seen this deck and they
I have to
understand.
yeah, I have to assume that Charlie did not show sense in the verify. Otherwise, I would presume that Steve would have. Oh, Steve has his Hootix, so this is fine. He's gonna battle, draw 2 destinies. He redraws the 0 with the enforcement, so he's got the Ozil in hand. Yeah, so just
Great.
kind of Hootix and that.
I still like that play
Yeah.
because you take Yaxkit off the table.
Yeah, that was fine. That's one of those weird plays that was like, I think, kind of fine for both of them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Steve wishes he didn't have to burn his Hoojix, but
Right. But I think you make the play that Steve made with the plan of you might have to spend both your Path and your Hoojix.
correct.
So I think the fact that Steve did have to spend both of them, but still has presence on sites and systems, makes that turn a net positive for him. Or at least, or at
I
least,
would agree if it wasn't Yaxkit that was lost.
sure.
If it was Rio, I would agree.
I mean,
I think losing your Yaxkit hurts a lot.
I would assume that he has 2 Yakshits because a lot of QMCs have 2.
Okay.
I
I don't know QMC's list.
So he's looking at Leia, but Leia doesn't actually work on that stack because Min kind of prevents your opponent from canceling your drains at their sites. He's also looking at Ancient Watering Hole, which makes a lot of sense to me. Well, it depends a lot on what's in his hand at present. He has 2 species down now, so you would have to add 3 more in order for Watering Hole to do a lot here. Celebration makes a lot of sense too. Yeah, I think Steve is rightly thinking that Ancient Watering Hole is going to be something for later. It's not going to be something he can do right now. Did Charlie lose Callus to a drain? Is that why Callus is on Lost Pile?
Yeah.
Must be.
But he still has the one on table. That's the white bordered card there.
Yeah. So he must have. Did he lose the other Eularian? Nope, he has the other Eularian in hand. So maybe he has only taken 1 drain so far.
Could be. No, he probably took both, and we're just losing it.
Yeah, we probably just missed the other force loss. Is I think likely what occurred here. So, oh yeah, he chose Celebration. Oh, so Salucci is gonna pull Leia's Resistance Transport, which it probably is not the card he should have led with, but it's fine. He'll get his Ray for free. Get a limited use pile pull. He may be in a spot where he just needs material, and so like he doesn't actually need the selection. He just needs more cards. So
or if that use pile was good enough, he's just like, I'll take any of these cards. Just show me something.
Yeah, in which case this is fine because actually getting the more limited use pile pull gives you more force to work with later in the turn based on what you get from this pull. So looks like he's choosing between local defense, Catwall, Lando with blaster pistol. He's thinking a lot about which one he wants. It looks like, of course, there was a stream artifact right when he chose his card. He picked the local defense combo. So he left both characters unused. But the local defense combo is going to go get him the wild card for later. I would not say space is locked down, but it is certainly going to be much more difficult for Charlie to productively attack space at this point.
100% agree.
Like clearing Steve off space is not a super practical goal right now. You'd have to clear 13 attrition in order to do that. Which I guess you could do with Dark Collaboration, but like you've committed a bunch already, so
I think
Yeah.
Charlie is just trying to not lose the game in the next couple turns.
So yeah,
I mean, like,
Steve ideally needs to play somebody to a battleground site and then get his celebration out. Okay, so Maz. All right, that's a good start. And then he activates and misses. He said celebration, Luke, and I didn't see what the other red card was.
looked like a path.
Yeah, I think probably Path. That's fine. He still plays celebration now. And he can pull resistance, and he only loses 2 to the Drain at Cloud City. Assuming Charlie elects to pay for it. So that's the other thing, right? Charlie didn't have any space in his hand last turn, and he drew 2 cards. So the odds of him having found space are not very high.
Yep.
Now, obviously, Steve doesn't know that, but we know that means that celebration is a lot more threatening to Charlie than it might otherwise be. Now, Steve also does not really have much evasion left here. Ooh, Sand. Okay, so Sand is gonna make it. So he's very secure in space now, and even beat down on the ground is not going to be real easy.
Getting a beatdown is going to be incredibly hard for Charlie now that that's there.
Now, I guess so. Ancient Waterfall is not on table and wouldn't be in effect anyway, even if it was. So, so Steve doesn't represent a lot of ability on table, or a lot of like, he doesn't cover a lot
Damage.
in terms of power. So he does have a rescue to draw off unable. Kind of feel like I would like to deploy that Lee sub. No, he's going to play solo with Rio so that he can activate.
Yep. The thing you got to be careful of as Steven is, like, you are at the mercy of Charlie going, here's 4 characters. Sure, I'm only drawing 1 Battle Destiny, but I'm 22 power.
Yeah.
Like, that's
So now,
something that you have to be worried about.
I do see that there is a path in Steve's hand. So that's a nice little bit of insurance for Maz. And then Solo and Rio, between the 2 of them, cover. What is that? That is math. 16? I think. Okay, so he moves Rio away. That's actually not great. Yeah, no, I don't like doing that. Against a lot of other decks you can, but against ISB that has 30 spies in their deck, I don't think you can. Rio is not any safer at that 1-0 than he is with Solo, so... Solo actually also represents another path, as well as the Hujix for Maz if you need to, so...
Yeah, the path was not grabbed by Charlie, neither was the Hujix.
Yeah, which is interesting. I mean, honestly, I kind of feel like Charlie wanted to draw cards more than anything. All right.
So he decides to move him back.
Draw some
to
cards
the 1-0.
anyway. I think he drew the Ancient Waterhole anyway. And drew some characters. Saves, looks like 3 or 4. 4. So he's going to use... Oh, there's another Yakshit. So he's going to take Figrin Dan from his forest pile.
A great card to have.
Yep. And then he has not pulled... I think he's actually shield busted.
Yeah, he pulled the grabber,
he pulled
shield,
grabber,
sentry.
Grabber, aim high, sentry.
Yep.
I don't love sentry honestly, but
I think it's a great card.
I think it's really important.
Really?
Not allowing Charlie to, like, if Charlie has a reacting trooper, he can't react for 3. You make him have the 4. It's a huge difference.
Yeah.
Or,
Oh,
like,
you make him you make him have the 4 to the site with the same reacting trooper. So, all right. So Vandalay got saved for the Callus here. Well, all right. That's actually fine. Yeah, he puts the extra document where he knows where it is and takes the character. That is Major Partagas. And then Ozzel for free. And then Sergeant Tarl, who was, I
He's
think,
not going to be able to cancel game text though, because that's not a rebel, right?
nope, not a rebel. Oh man, he can path away during battle, which he could path in front of the other ISB stack if he like. There's no reason not to, right?
Yep.
And Maz has already been battled, so she can't be battled again. That's actually pretty funny. Charlie, 9 cards in hand. A lot of characters still. A lot of force still. He's, I think, debating just what he wants to do here. He's going to battle for free with the enforcement. I think Steve just like says okay. Charlie is like, I think, 10 power. He's going to path. Yep, he's going to path in front of the other ISP stack.
Yeah, that's the move, for sure.
Especially because he's just going to he's going to retrieve path Hujix next turn and still have a path and lost for solo.
Yep.
And he had Chewy with Bowcaster in his hand,
right?
so like if Charlie like moves in front of solo, he just like has this beatdown, which is pretty solid. I feel like if I was Charlie, I would have grabbed path by now.
For sure.
Like he didn't grab path barrier.
What is he waiting for?
He didn't grab path barrier or Hujix. Yeah, I'm not sure what card he wants here.
Rescue, maybe? But you don't have weapons, so like, why?
I think path is much more damaging to you than rescue.
Maybe narrow escape or dodge or something like that?
Yeah, well, Charlie's just gonna draw. I assume he's gonna use one to retrieve Agent Callus, because oh, he found looks like a stalker. So that's something. Again though, like his best pilots are committed, so stalker, I guess, does something, but doesn't do a ton. I guess he has a ton of forces face down, so he could still. He has Mithron in hand. It's an interesting Thrawn. Oh, he did lose another card to a drain last turn, so
Okay.
looks like some character, probably a second Bonnet. Is Charlie doing full scale alert? I haven't seen full scale alert yet. I don't think it would be super effective. There's only there's 2 stormtroopers on table right now. Oh no, there's the second Bonnet and the third Bonnet. So if Charlie is doing full scale alert, he has not shown it yet, and isn't honestly well set up for it to be good. So, I mean, I guess that being said, he does have enforcement and vandalize, so like he has 2 redraws, but like you actually want you want the Imperials, you want the low destinies on there, so you don't actually want to redraw those. So, yeah, I don't know.
For full scale alert or whatever?
Yeah, because you want to draw less than the number of stormtroopers on table. If I'm remembering this card correctly, that I first saw it today. Less than the number of stormtroopers on table, yeah. So, oh man, you know it'd be hilarious, and is definitely not going to come up probably ever, is that Janna and Finn add to the stormtrooper count for full scale alert.
Yeah. I've definitely gotten a defense value bonus from an entire legion on Finn before. Is it? I don't know who else is in. Justin, if you're in here, AJ is on the other stream against Phil Asen.
Ooh.
It is Thrawn versus Hitco. AJ on Thrawn, and AJ just dropped Veers in Blizzard 1 against Super Luke, and there are 6 cards stacked on the Thrawn effect.
That is a lot of cards. All right, so Steve is going to use Maz and get Isla Sakura. Looks like he's deploying Isla, yep, to the 2-1. Now, that 2-1, you can't cancel the drain where Minkainu is, but you can cancel the other one. So,
The
sorry, you were breaking up there.
he can cancel the one at Leia's hut though, right?
Yeah, he can cancel the guest quarters one. Minkainu prevents the canceling there, but not the other one.
Understood.
So, now, interesting. So Steve has 2 copies of local trouble or local defense combo in hand and didn't use either of them last turn to get the wild card. I kind of wonder why that is. I guess maybe he might have been like wanting to keep the 2-1s on the bottom that he
Yep.
saw with Maz the previous turn.
Whenever you don't have to shuffle ones to the top of your deck, you tend to.
Yeah, I mean, I think well, he did just shuffle now though because he used Maz. So, all right, he adds somebody, somebody with Rio, and then activates.
Melos?
He.
Melos is a smuggler. Would make sense for the activate at least.
Oh yeah, yeah. So it would have to be. It probably has to be Melas.
The cards on sand, is that wild card and dash?
Oh, that's probably why he didn't pull the wild card. I didn't even think about that. It sure looks like dash and the wild card. I think you're right. Good call. Good call. So Steve has been holding that docking bay in hand for a little while here. I mean, it actually it makes a lot of sense not to play it because if you play it, you give
A walker spot?
Well, you give Charlie a place where he can move his guys from Coruscant over to Bespin.
Yep. You want Charlie to stay at Charlie's sites.
Yeah. I mean, particularly, like, you're happy with that Stormtrooper patrol being stuck there. Moff Gideon's going to stay there anyway because of the discount thing, but, like, him not being able to move the Emperor over to your site is good. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense for him to not to play it. I think 3, 4. He's going to add. Who is he adding here? That is Figrin, Dan, and the modal nodes. They are only one alien. So that does not quite combo with Isla, but he's got plenty of other aliens on table to do that with. So
Yeah, he's got plenty of people.
yeah. All right. So now Steve's figuring out where he's moving everybody around to. Unless he wants to commit to using his solo now, he has to move Maz. Yeah, he's going to move Maz. Oh, yeah, he can't do that. He can't do that exact move. This is a slightly risky position for Steve because he does know Charlie has sense. So, like, he doesn't actually want to, like, use Maz to body block that drain because, like, if he gets sense, he just loses because he retrieved to Sujix this turn.
Yep.
So I get, well, I don't know if I like this. Oh, you could move Melas over to the incinerator. That's fine. And then you want to move
That
Rio.
I don't mind.
And then you want to move Rio to the other side. Yeah, yeah. Definitely that. I think I would move Melas to the incinerator.
I understand this. It just allows you to move Maz solo and Melos to a different site next turn.
Yeah.
If that's what he chooses to do. If not, I have no idea what's going on.
Alright, so he's just stacking up that site. He's gonna cancel the one drain of 3, or the one drain of 2, and eat the drain of 3. If Charlie chooses to pay for it.
Yep.
Which looks like Charlie is going to, because he just activated everything.
Yeah, there's not going to be a battle this turn.
Alright, so he's going to pick up a card from his force pile. Charlie reading Stormtrooper Garrison. Like, how
It
good?
does say your opponent's side.
Yeah, it's like, how good are you right now? I think, unfortunately, the answer is not that good. Because although it does add to that drain at the site where Minkaino is, it's not. It's pretty trivial for Steve to satisfy resistance, and then it just doesn't do anything
Mm-hmm.
except cost you a force every turn.
It's always fun.
Like I think Charlie really needs to get that stalker going.
Yeah, Stalker would be incredibly helpful.
And this is, I think, the awkward part of what we were saying before of like putting the spaceport docking bay at the system at Kurita, because the other thing that it does is it gives you the option to take your guys off Coruscant and put them in space, which I guess wouldn't. Well, no, Moff Gideon's a pilot, so that actually that could matter.
Yep.
Now, at the same time, I feel like Steve does not have another ship except for the wild card. So the only way he can attack, or that's the Vengeance, sorry. The only way he can attack the Vengeance is going to be with, after there's a battle that he can pull off sand with. But so Charlie does verify this card in his force pile, or his reserve deck that he saved is a force push. So he has a 5.
He's already force pushed this game, no?
Nope, don't think so.
Okay.
He wouldn't have had any way to retrieve it, so.
Maybe he plays 2. I was just curious if he had played it yet.
I don't think he's played it yet.
Okay.
So Major Partagas goes down to the incinerator. Charlie's debating how he wants to back him up. I think backing him up is not optional. He definitely has to, but just how? Oh, no, never mind.
There's the McThrondo.
Yep, that's a weird play. I mean, okay, so it makes sense to put him there so that his text applies on Vestman. And Charlie's debating where he wants to put him. Yeah, I think that makes more sense, Charlie. I don't think Partagas by himself is super reliable. I guess you're probably going to move some stuff around here, right? But, well, you're going to move that way. Ooh, that leaves no ISB. Okay, I'm going to fix that. I was going to say, it leaves no ISB agents at that site, which
is bad.
Yeah. Oh, the stream is struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
So he's going to use, or no, he can't. He wanted to use Thrawn to prevent movement to the incinerator, but he cannot do that.
Well, it doesn't prevent movement.
Or to ping on first movement there. He cannot do that because it's related location. You can't target the same location. So after
he's at the incinerator.
Yeah, after all the deliberation about about where he was wanting to put Thrawn, he ended up putting him in the wrong place. So Charlie's going to retrieve the. Wait, how did he activate one? Oh, he activated one with Vane, right? So he activated one and drew the force push. All right, so see, it's just figuring out what is here with Maz and Solo, and how badly can I beat the hell out of them.
Yeah, Charlie's out to win this game is just to beat the crap out of Steve.
Steve has left 4 force behind, which is enough to shoot with Chewie and draw 2 Battle Destiny.
It's always nice when you get to shoot and draw 2.
And Tarkin can only cancel 1 of those 4 things. So now I was going to say Major Partagas and Mithron are kind of vulnerable over there.
I mean, I think everywhere is technically pretty vulnerable. I don't know how much Charlie has saved, but a
Excuse me.
Like a reacting trooper could be annoying.
He has 1 save, so he can't do that.
Okay. The depth perception working with all of these
all these
fun
visual
little
all these visual
yeah.
artifacts. Yeah, Charlie eats 4 in the drain, and then Steve is going to look with his force pile before he retrieves that Yakshit with celebration. If in fact he even does that, he might not want to. Ooh, he grabs Lando with blaster pistol.
This could be fun.
That sounds like bad news bears. I mean, so Lightside doesn't have a Dr. E, so there's that at least. All right, he does in fact retrieve the Yakshit, still saving the path. Oh man, Steve even like has Leia Rebel Princess, so like he can play Leia and move her and a bunch of things in front of Min, and then just cancel. Yep, that's exactly what he's doing. Cancel cancel 2 of the other drains.
Yep.
Oh, that's kind of gross. So he picked up. Looks like he picked up Lando with his force pop. He hasn't put Ancient Water Hole on
Lando
table.
with gun, no?
He picked up Lando with gun, yeah, but he hasn't picked up an Ancient Watering Hole yet. So there's Chewie, there's somebody else. Looks like so Charlie does have the Dark Collaboration option as well as a Gick. So this isn't gonna be that bad, but
No, but it's still gonna hurt.
yeah, Charlie did find his sense, so the glare is such I just wish I knew what the other card that Steve deployed was, because you can't see it.
Yeah, I'm looking at Ra, the god of the sun, right now.
Yeah.
Or yeah. Oh my lord.
Steve has played several of the like misprint blank cards that are all white on the front.
Oh, that would be entertaining.
All right, I can see Chewie. I can't see the other card. All right, so he is going to battle. Steve is going to. Oh, he played Lando and Chewie. Oh Jesus. Okay.
God. He does have his once per game recirculate.
Oh,
If
he
this shuffle is on the table.
does. Oh man. Okay, so he's gonna. Okay. So yeah, he's gonna shoot with Chewie at Tarkin and hit him.
I do like waiting to use your recirculate until you know what those destinies are. Like you draw another one and you know what one of the cards you're drawing for battle destiny.
Yeah, I agree. He might actually just not even use his recirculate. I don't.
Yep, it is the wild card.
Yeah, he just wants to pick up the wild card, which makes a lot of sense.
Also stops Tarkin from canceling the battle destiny.
Yep. He shoots. Oh, I would have shot first because. Yeah, he should have shot before he pulled off sand. Because now that he pulled off sand, Charlie knows he doesn't need to save. He doesn't need to save Tarkin's cancel for anything because he can't use it otherwise. So if he shoots first, then Charlie has to make a decision, right?
Yep.
Charlie's playing Dark Time.
Prevent him from canceling or reducing the destiny just drawn.
That doesn't.
I don't think it'll come into play. I think he's just cycling.
He's just cycling it. He must just be cycling it because it just straight up doesn't do anything.
Charlie draws out 0.
Yeah, he can redraw it with enforcement, but he doesn't.
No. Not
oh, he can't. He can't. Oh man, that's actually pretty bad.
It's brutal.
Oh, but
Charlie's gonna lose his battle and have to lose the guy.
It's not a 0 because Maz can't reduce. Or no, Maz reduces total, doesn't she?
Maz is total, yeah.
Oh, that's rough. So yeah,
Charlie might have to just lose the whole. Yeah.
Yeah,
Charlie has to lose the whole site.
Charlie's just gonna get wiped. I mean, he's outpowered by a ton. He had to peel 1 on top of that.
Oh my gosh.
Um,
And a foil sense.
so you move. Oh man, you move Leia over. Move that entire stack from the 1-0 in front of Min Kaino. And then Leia can just cancel both of the other drains.
Yep.
Actually, amusingly, she can't because there's only 1 card in Steve's lost pile. So she in fact cannot
She
cancel
can
both
only
drains.
cancel one.
Yes.
Oh, that is so trad. That is just depressing if you're Charlie. Like that's part of the mental game.
Yeah, where you're like, oh, my Leia Rebel Princess is so bad, I haven't lost enough cards for me to use her. Like, shut up.
Yeah, if someone says that to me at a tournament, there's some hands being thrown or tables being flipped.
It's like, what's the penalty for unsporting conduct? Do I like?
Might be worth taking at that point.
Yeah, I would just move everybody. I would move everybody in front of Min Kaino. I mean, okay, I understand. I get what Steve's doing here because this stack is the least threatening one in terms of like the counterbeat possibilities. But I still would have moved in front of Min Kaino just because that's the one where you can't where you can't stop the damage. And I would have moved. Would I have moved everybody? I think I would have moved everybody over. Although I guess it depends. It depends on what support he has in hand, because he'd be leaving Leia by herself at a site where she's not actually safe. So, although actually, I guess what you could have done is just paid a force to move her over.
Mm-hmm.
So then your whole stack, all 5 characters are in front of Min Kaino.
Yep.
Charlie did this in the wrong order, I think. Wait a second. How is he allowed to cancel that? Does Min Kaino just say you can't reduce?
That would be disgusting if it did.
Oh my god, it does. While add opponent's battleground force change here may not be reduced.
That's funny.
But they sure can be canceled. That's absurd.
It's hilarious.
Okay, so yeah, and then Leia uses her text to put a Maz on top and cancel the other drain. That's so.
Yep.
So Charlie did a grand total of 0 damage that control phase, and he forced Steve to use 1 out of 2 once per games and use a force.
Yikes.
That's pretty bad.
What you like to see.
So now he does have a counterbeat potential here because he's playing his force push. We know he has a garrison in hand. I think we know he had a dark collaboration in hand. Although he needs another ISB leader to go with Major Partagas for that. He has 2 senses. Oh man. He has sight and smell. Jesus. So
1 more and he'll have taste.
So
this is. I mean,
it's really
unfortunately for Charlie, I think this is at the point where if it was match play, we're talking about reducing damage.
Yeah, we're talking about drawing up.
Potentially. Just trying to mitigate as much damage as you can.
So Tarkin's bounty is really good because Tarkin's bounty is universal. Let me actually look that up before I say that. Make sure that
No,
that's
it
correct.
stops Leia from canceling everywhere. You're right.
Yeah. No, not the bad one.
You sure
yeah.
you don't want to add 6 to a rebel just captured?
Yeah, Leia may not cancel fortunes where you have an Imperial. So that's really good. Because like he got 1 use out of Leia, but he's not going to get the second one, which is really like that.
Yep.
That's quite strong. And then the extra pull is really good, obviously.
Yep.
Dan would be proud. So we'll see now. Man, it's so awkward because like the only spot where like your best beatdown spot is against like Solo and Chewie. That's so bad. Like
That just hurts to say. Um,
Charlie's playing his Endor docking bay. That's
I think Emp's going to the Endor docking bay.
yeah.
Oh, okay, that's helpful.
Okay, Garrison's good. Also good because it protects Thrawn's forfeit from Chewie, so that's
Yep.
powerful. It does add a Destiny there. Steve is going to use. Oh, he's going to use Path to bring Isla Sakura over with Solo and Chewie.
So he's drawing 3 Battle Destiny and he gets a shot.
And Isla is 8 power.
Yikes.
Oh, okay. And then Charlie's just gonna pass. He's just gonna
No.
he's moving his guys around.
Yikes, that feels awful.
Moving Moff Gideon away from the site also means that Charlie, while it's not impossible for him to play more characters to Bespin, it is now going to be pretty impractical because they're all +1 cost.
Yep.
And then he has to be cognizant of getting blown out in space, right? Because he knows that Steve has wildcard in hand. Charlie's going to spread out a bit here to try to mitigate. Oh, and oh, okay. So never mind. I was going to say we saw that Steve has Nabrin in his deck before, but there's an arrest order, so that part doesn't matter.
It won't.
Yeah,
It won't come into play.
yeah. That card certainly is not going to be relevant.
While it would be quite funny.
It would be. I mean,
into play.
Charlie has Gig in hand anyway, so like none of this really. That's kind of all irrelevant. But so both Charlie and Steve are going to draw are representing drawing 3 destinies at that site. And yep, Charlie will pay his maintenance, so he has no force saved. So no barrier or nothing. We know Charlie has a sense in hand, but he will have to lose 2 force plus the sense to play it. Steve, well, he won't have to save for celebration this turn. Well, he will take he will take a Yakshit out of his reserve with Maz. He had a choice of 2 Yakshits and a Path, so
that just hurts the mental.
yeah. So drain.
Yeah, I have
Is there an ancient watering hole in play and we just missed it? I think there is.
I think it's on the left side.
Yeah, I think it's the third
effect.
I think it's the third effect. I think I just missed it. I was like, he just hasn't played ancient watering hole. No, he definitely has. All right, so he's draining for. Oh, so he's draining for 4 at the battlegrounds. Does QNC protect all drains, or just battleground drains? No, each Bespin location. So he can drain for 1 at the quarter, which I assume he did.
Yep, one would assume he would.
Charlie has moved around and is representing damage. Definitely the best. Steve's goal in this spot has to be to find some smugglers to crack the vengeance in space.
Mm-hmm.
Failing that, he has Dins. He just needs to play any alien so that he draws both the 3 and the 5. Which will exceed Yularen's forfeit and crack the vengeance. If he knocks him out of space, I don't see Charlie's path to victory here.
No. If Charlie loses the system battle plans on table, he loses. And honestly, I don't know if Charlie has a path to victory, even if he doesn't lose space.
I mean, if he doesn't lose space, he is representing 5 damage here. I guess Steve doesn't have a lost pile, so all right, I'm coming around, but like I think like Charlie has a board presence and is threatening some damage if he keeps space, but if he loses space, he can't pay for everything. So, all right, yep, there's the wild card. No barrier possible. Charlie points to his empty force pile. He's like, can't do anything about that. So Dinjarin
There's a
piloting
Din.
and Eller's
He's
Matic.
got the Ellers.
Eller's Matic
And
pilot.
there's the
Yep.
concession.
Yep. Charlie's gonna scoop it up there. So congrats to Steve. That based on my read of the standings takes Steve to 6-1, which means that he almost assuredly is locked in top 8. I
Yep.
would have a very hard time imagining that a 6-1 will not make it in the next game, regardless of what happens. Charlie falls to 5-2, so he's got to win his next one. But if he does, I think he also will make top 8. So, so
Yeah,
this
he's
one,
got a pretty nice SOS so far, if my math is correct.
yeah, I would assume so. So, really nicely played by Steve, and I mean, kind of played out the way that we were saying at the beginning, that like, you know, ISB has all this power and threatens all this stuff, and it just doesn't matter. So
Yeah, great game by Steven. We have seen Steven play this deck twice, and he's played it. He's masterclassed this pretty confidently.
oh yeah,
might
I
add.
mean he's at worst 3-1 with it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
like that's how math works. So let's see, is it at worst 3-1 with it?
Something like that.
But yeah, I mean, certainly, I think there's a reason that QMC was 9 decks in the field, and there's a reason that Steve's doing so well with it. He's really good with it. So, yeah, congrats to Steve, and good luck to Charlie in the last round. We will got one.
Be back with game 8
Yep, one
when
game.
we get that.
One game left to go here, so we'll go ahead and break here, and we will be back with the final game of the day.
See y'all for game 8.
All right. Welcome back, Star Wars fans, to Game 8. Last game of the Swiss from the Indianapolis Eclipse Open. I believe Logan will be back with us in a second. He stepped away between games.
I am right
Ah,
here.
there he is. And the players for this game, we literally just saw on stream a second ago. So I'm just going to switch what sides they are, because that's what they're doing. So Charlie and Steve are playing this one, and I believe that actually Steve is probably incentivized to play this out, because although he could concede and they would both be in, I don't know who Steve Sluch's teammates are, but he might be helping them out by not conceding to Charlie and
Yeah.
creating more space. So. Now, Charlie has a really interesting deck. So this is Mind Which You Have Learned with Galactic Republic Navy.
Quite an interesting combo there.
Yeah, that is not something I would have expected. Now, how it matches up against Thrawn, we will see. Generally speaking, I don't particularly want to play a deck that is like split space and other, like, that's a split theater deck against, well, I guess that's not quite true. I would say like a deck that's not completely fully committed to space like EBO is gonna have a hard time challenging Thrawn in space.
I mean, we've seen decks like No Idea and QMC be able to put up a fight.
Yeah, and that's why I was like pulling back from my comment of like, well, I guess the split theater can be fine, depends how good you are in the other theater. The problem I could see is like, well, but like if you're spending turn one like, you know, playing Yoda and Daughter of Skywalker, I don't know how good you're gonna be in ground theater, right? Like,
That's fair.
so we'll see how much Charlie's committed to space versus how much he's committed to ground, and what his plan is for everything. Steve does need some locations.
I mean, I don't know. I choose not to start any of my games with locations on table.
I'll just place my objective out of play at the beginning. That's fine.
Exactly.
I'll find
See,
them.
you get it. You get it.
I'll find them all later. I'll activate one on turn one, and we'll just go from there. Deck construction could also play a part in this. As we said, like when Joe Olsen was on the stream with Thrawn, he had Kashyyyk, which is probably the most like default typical system for Darkseid to play in this deck, but is also the one that Mind Which You've Learned is best against, because Mind Which You Learn very likely is going to be able to cancel your drain bonus. So you'd prefer to actually have Endor or Naboo or some other like 2 Force icon system. I hope Steve knows that his Lothal is upside down and doesn't activate one less than he should.
Yeah, that would be tragic if he does.
That would be a little awkward. So I'm not sure what they're talking about here. Yep, he figured it out. Okay, so they may be discussing the fact that if Steve concedes, they'd both be in. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know everything that's going on with the like Steve and his teammates and everything like that. So it's hard to say exactly from our point of view what we think could happen here, but I mean, it's anyone's game. Mind What You Have Learned has a interesting matchup against Thrawn, and it's just gonna be important to see if Charlie can find his space, whether he's playing stuff like Home One or Pulsar Skate or whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, so Galactic Republic Navy definitely says to me he'll be playing Yularen and Resolute, I think is Yularen's ship. Whichever one is Yularen's ship.
I believe that is Resolute.
Now the kind of I don't know if problem is the right word, but like the tricky part about Galactic Republic Navy is that like Killian and the Endurance is not actually that good. Like
Nope.
it's sort of durable, and
Meh.
with the Navy, it's immune less than 5. But like,
5 is nothing.
yeah, but like you don't get an extra admiral. You don't get an
Well,
extra
to be
like.
fair, it is less than 6 with the third test, and then 8 with Yoda's huts.
Sure. Um, bro, like Killian or Yularen and Resolute is actually threatening because you get 2 Destiny. You're immune 6 with Navy, 7 with Test, 9 with Hut, and the ship is essentially immune to lateral damage.
Justin, our pictures are gone from the stream again.
Oh, whoops. Why did that happen? Probably because I didn't turn the window back on. There it is. So like that one's actually threatening. Killian and Endurance is fine, but there really aren't a lot of other good matches because it has to be clone army ships, and awkwardly, like the Jedi Starfighter is not a clone army ship.
Nope.
Um, like being able to match Plo Koon and his Starfighter would be fantastic, but I do not believe the Plo Koon's Jedi Starfighter is a clone army starship. Oh, actually, I am wrong. That ship is a clone army starship.
I believe you're right though. It might say capital ship.
It might well say capital. Let's see. Galactic Republic Navy. Nope, it just says starship.
Oh.
All right. So that one's fine. Although Plo Koon's ship has the kind of awkward aspect of it's natively immune less than 3. So the assumption being, of course, like, well, Plo Koon's text lets him make it immune fully. It's like, oh, but that means I have to lose a force from my force pile every combat. Like that's not exactly what I want to be doing. So
No, not particularly. No.
and like Azure Angel and Anakin Skywalker is pretty good. So yeah, we'll see how this all pans out. Now, anyway,
Exactly.
Charlie open-handed the Yoda's hut,
Oh, fun.
and he pulled another sight, pulled his test 1, but he pulled battle plan and then just drew cards. That's pretty bad. Like that's the kind of slow start that you really, really don't want to have against Thrawn.
Justin, I know you're a little bit more familiar with the Mind What You Have Learned deck. What do you think is like an out to win this game for Charlie?
And out to win this game for Charlie. So a lot of this is going to depend on the specifics of what Charlie has. The Galactic Republic Navy thing is pretty interesting and the sort of thing that I haven't really seen much of before. My concern
Mhm.
would be how he's causing damage, um, and what he has to defeat Thrawn in space.
Yep.
The answers to those 2 questions that to me are really going to be the determining factor as to how he can win this game. Because like if his plan to win is like, oh, I'll sit at your systems and drain you, it's like, well, Thrawn
Does
is
that better.
yeah, Thrawn is very likely going to be able to hold Kessel and Kashyyyk. And it's like, okay, fine, you can stack your whole navy at Lothal. I will take 1. That's fine. I have no issue with that.
Mhm.
So like you're not going to be able to win that way. And then even with your drain bonus canceled, Thrawn will still damage. Still, Thrawn will still get to drain for 2. And then like I see that Charlie had like Serene Qui-Gon. He has Qui-Gon's lightsaber. He pitched a clash. So like I'd be a little concerned that his plan on the ground is I'm going to play mains and lightsabers and we'll like beat you with that because like well that's just not going to do it against Veers and a Walker.
Mhm.
So now it remains to be seen if Steve is actually playing that build or if he's playing like troopers or whatever.
Yeah, we did have Joe Olson on stream earlier playing that Troopers version
Yeah.
of Thrawn. Um,
Now, like
I don't
based on the hand that Steve, okay, no, Steve is playing the troopers build because
a handful of
he
troopers.
has a handful of troopers. He has 2 patrols and a sergeant major burst, I think. Some snow trooper, probably sergeant major burst.
Yep.
So that changes the script on it. So now it's a question to me of like, I'm going to assume that Charlie knows that that's the case. So he just he just won't walk into a trooper beat. That's fine. Um, but if he doesn't walk into a trooper beat, it might be challenging to do damage on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, I'm concerned about how Charlie's planning to out damage Thrawn, especially since he didn't play Yoda or Daughter on turn one, so he's a turn behind in terms of setting up his
Yep.
all his stuff. Now, well, he gave up a verify, so Charlie definitely knows what's up now. Charlie did not save a force, so this actually would be a fine opportunity if like Steve wants to pull Price and get her in space because he can't get barriered, which we've seen happen before.
Yep.
He has Avenger in hand, so he's gonna flash with Avenger. I believe he also has Osla, so he must have that is Commander Nemeth. Okay. Commander Nemet's a cool card. I like Commander Nemeth.
Fantastic card, might I add.
He is a lot better when you have Imperial Arrest Order, but he's still pretty good.
Details, Shmi. You don't need to pay attention to those.
I kind of wonder what happened to Beefred's build of Thrawn that I saw a while back that was just floating code clearance. Um, and
I
was
believe that's what AJ was doing today.
it was just floating code clearance, but he was starting Arrest Order, so
Yeah.
you got both bonuses.
Correct.
All right, so Steve is figuring out where he wants to deploy Stalker and Nemeth. Like the safest thing is definitely just to move them with Thrawn, right? But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Steve pulled Imperial Detention. I'm not sure why. Yeah, so he's gonna put him stack him up. Will be nice and safe from any kind of Galactic Republic Navy beatdown.
There's
Yep.
the Gilead too.
Yeah, Peleon makes it so. Yeah, there's definitely no concern here about getting beat down. That would beat down. Yeah, it would be so difficult for that to be successful for Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I could see like if Charlie has something techie, right? Like if he's got like control tunnel vision to cancel Lost in Space, and like gets into a battle where he kills Thrawn, and like Steve thinks he'll just save him with Lost in Space, and Charlie can cancel the Lost in Space. That could be pretty devastating.
Yeah.
But I don't
I
like.
don't know
I
if
don't.
he's running it in this deck.
Yeah, and I really don't like our primary game plan being that we will beat him with random gimmick. But I don't think that like that's like, oh, so you're gonna lose. That's what you're telling me. Like,
Oh, so you're gonna lose.
yeah.
Hilarious.
So all right, so he's got Daughter and Yoda. I think you know what I think happened. I think Charlie activated both Daughter and Yoda on turn one, which is just
That would be so unfortunate.
that's just so terrible.
That's awful.
But he's got his sight out and both his characters out, so he's kind of got his engine started now. Oh, he did draw a system, so that's something.
And some pixels.
That looks like Wolf Yularen or Colonel Yularen. I guess he is still Wolf Yularen, right? But Charlie draws and passes. He is going to have to eat another drain of 3 total damage for at least one more turn here. Now, Charlie really needs to pass test 1 on his turn.
Yeah, without a pass to test 1, that could hurt.
Like, if he misses on test 1, I think he may just be too far behind to even be competitive in this game. But that might be passing judgment too fast. We'll see. We'll only have lost like 6 force, so. That is a Luke's Bionic Hand lost to Art. I don't know what the other card is, but I assume it's a 5 of some sort.
And then a Kessel and a Luke.
Yeah. Losing the Kessel makes some sense because, like, converting your opponent's Kessel is not super valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Amusingly here, it actually, like, kind of would do something because Wolfie Laren and Resolute do not draw on their own at opponent's Kessel. But I assume he's not going to ever deploy just the two of them and be like, that's probably fine, right? Like, so it's going to have something else with it. So price comes down. Charlie does not do anything about it. He doesn't appear to have a barrier anyway. My guess would be that Avenger will get like Mahdi put on it, and then price will shuttle up.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got command in both locations. Oh, his objective should be flipped now. Thrawn should be. Oh man, Steve has a strategic reserves in his hand. That is going to make it much harder for Charlie to make any forward progress here.
Yeah, this is
I'd be curious to talk to Charlie about this deck because, like, my impression seeing the cards play out and everything, it leads me to feel like this deck probably doesn't have a good matchup against Thrawn, but then I'd be like, well, why did you play it? If it doesn't have a good matchup against Thrawn, what are you doing here? So I my guess is my assessment on that is just wrong, and we just haven't seen it all. We haven't seen everything play out yet. So I'll be interested to see the rest of the game and to see Charlie's thoughts on the deck choice and everything.
Yep.
Because, like, notably, right, like, Mind What You Have Learned means that, like, Charlie's probably not playing Alter, so, like, even, like, another mains deck could play an Alter to answer strategic reserves, but Mind What You Have Learned doesn't have that choice. So,
Exactly.
or at least it's real bad. Like, you've got to get real lucky to successfully Alter through your own Mind What You Have Learned.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Ripping a +4 cents.
Yeah. I mean, it's against the sevens, so like you could do it with a
No.
you could do it with a 2, a 1 or a 2. You even get to cancel in a redraw, so if you draw high, you get another shot at
No.
it. I mean, as I would be surprised if Charlie had an Alter. So Steve is definitely deliberating over his turn here, trying to figure out what is his best path forward to be the most secure here. Now, like, it's a weird, like, different set of math, right? It's not like match play where he's like, oh, I only have to lose by this much or whatever. Like, it's like,
No, he's
no,
got to win.
yeah, it's like if he's down at time, he'll still lose. So, like, you want to, you don't want to put yourself in that spot where you're like, oh, I had full command of this game, I just needed like 3 more turns. And
Exactly.
we did see that with him with the QMC too. He's had a very deliberate style of play, like, as opposed to like Jeff. I mean, it's certainly served him well, so not knocking it, but it is just something you got to consider.
Yep.
All right, so
That's fair.
So Steve is going to pull his other site out with his objective. I think he was probably debating, like, do I want to get the other site and present it as an option? But I think it seems fine. Yeah, I think he only has like 5 force left, so we'll see. I realize actually I don't know if I'd like Mahdi because, like, without the Admiral's Order, Mahdi doesn't actually.
Mahdi still adds 1 to the power.
Yeah, but he doesn't add 2 of the attrition to the immunity, which is kind of what I was thinking about there. I think you want some Admiral though, so if you have another, I assume you have another Star Destroyer that's the match for Ozzel, so then you need to, you would need to save him for
Vengeance
that.
Shocker or something.
Yeah. Okay. So he's not going to deploy anything else. He's just going to move over and then shuttle up price and then probably draw some cards. Oh, he's moving everybody over. All right, playing this super safe. I guess he's assuming that Charlie is going to pass test 1, in which case Kashyyyk is no better than Lothal. So that makes sense to me.
Yep, that makes total sense.
I think and he's going to be paying for drain anyway. Yeah, I think this is reasonable. About the only other thing that I think you might reasonably do is like move to Kessel, because your opponent has to deploy a lot more stuff in order to successfully draw Destiny at Kessel. But
Yep.
This seems also fine. Like you're just closing off all of the doors that he could have to get through here. So Charlie does draw 5, so he will pass test 1.
Trying to decide if he wants to take that into hand.
Yeah. Nope.
He'll
Good
take
call.
that.
Good call. We'll cancel and redraw and take the Master Luke in hand. Yeah. All right. Draws the Ray, but that's fine. Passes test 1. Like Charlie's explaining the mechanics of how all that worked.
Yep.
I mean, it
Makes
does
sense.
it does involve a number of like virtual helpers. So like if you're not super familiar with it, it makes sense that it would seem a little odd compared to how Mind What You Learn works in like Decipher formats and stuff. So Charlie gets a grappling hook, plays test 2 on the jungle as you would with an at peace deck. Charlie has a handful of mains, and I don't know if it's safe to play him. What is that? Is that Luke's backpack?
No, it's mercenary armor.
Oh, okay. So that just cancels Imperial Barrier everywhere, which is kind of cool.
I don't know what else it does, but it does that.
Gives her armor and all kinds of stuff that doesn't matter. Mercenary armor. Yeah, mercenary armor. Freon Leia. She's a spy now. She's power +3. She's armor 4. She's immune to attrition less than 3. None of that is going to come up. And then Imperial Barrier is canceled. Blasters deploy for free and fire for free on this character. So yeah, there are 5 words on that card I think that are actually relevant, but
Interesting.
they're a good 5 words I think. Ooh, okay. So Charlie's got scanner tax, which is gonna put a damper on Steve's durability there. Now, he does still have a lot of power. So, and he gets 2 destinies with Thrawn. So, it's not like a guarantee.
Yeah, but Steve can also just go to a different system.
Yeah. So,
Like
yeah, I
Steve
don't
can go back to Kashyyyk and say that does nothing anymore.
Yeah. Also, I think Charlie made a mistake here. He didn't move Leia. Leia's still at the Yoda's hut. That can't be right. There's no way.
I hope not.
The card must have just gotten moved around or something. There is no way that Leia is still at the Yoda's hut. Because she has to
If
be.
she is,
She
Charlie
has to be.
might as
Yeah,
well
yeah.
scoop.
There we go. I was gonna say this, what is going on? Okay, yeah. So, mercenary armor is technically on the wrong character, but I think they all understand what's going on.
I mean, I didn't know that Yoda could get mercenary armor, but good for him.
Yeah, I think I agree. I mean, so okay. Charlie might have felt he needed to play the scanner text because he needed to draw a bunch of cards, so he needed to get a card out of his hand. But like you said, yeah, I kind of agree that it's like, well, but he can just move away. Now, I guess the wrinkle in that is I think it would make the system a drain 2. Opponent may not cancel or reduce your drains here. And yeah, the Lothal system is Steve's card, so yeah, that is a drain 2 system now for light side. So I think it's fine, even if dark side moves away. Steve also wants to be at that system for the AO. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So he may want to stay there in order to deliver the trooper beatdown most efficiently. So yeah, that's also a consideration. So yeah, I think while I would tend to agree that I think scanner text might have been best saved for the turn where you're going to fight with it, I think it's fine there now. So all right, and then Price is going to pick up a card. We'll see. He's got a lot of options. I do see we're in attack position now, and another Star Destroyer. Well, he can't pull the Star Destroyer, but that is not the Admiral's order that he would want in order to do a Trooper beat. So I don't know if he wants that right now.
Mm.
I mean, that would make it so that he could play Mahdi and then his Star Destroyers are pretty safe. Yeah, he's got that lateral damage at the front. I wonder if he may not realize the interaction with Resolute and Yularian. He may not have seen Resolute and Yularian before. If you haven't played against clones, it's actually like pretty likely that you wouldn't have seen Yularian and Resolute.
Yeah.
So okay, so he's gonna grab Target's bounty. That makes a lot of sense. It's like, well, I will defer this decision for later.
Yep. Good call.
So the interaction is that Admiral Yularen says while piloting Resolute, its power can't be reduced. So lateral damage setting the power to 0 is a reduction. So while Resolute would be forfeit 0, but would not be power 0, which is the part that matters the most when you play lateral damage.
Mm-hmm.
So
The only part that matters.
yeah. So Steve's gonna play Captain Mod Tarek, I think is his name. A stormtrooper up in space. I forfeit fodder, I guess.
Yep.
I wonder if we're reaching the point where Charlie can activate most of his deck. So then,
I think we are.
that looks like the Conquest to me. Oh, Commander Nemec can pull any Star Destroyer. That's right. That's so sick. Okay, so
Oh, that's so cool.
so Nemec pulls the Conquest, which is exciting because the Conquest is like, I would say it like if we were
Did
doing
he not have enough force to do it? Is that why he's thinking about grabbing a different one?
well, he can't grab a different one because there's only one in there, I think.
Well, if he doesn't have enough force, he can't deploy it.
Yeah. Oh, that could be bad if he like played Monteric and it doesn't have enough force for it. That would be a shame.
I've never had that interaction before. What happens?
Your once per game pull just fails. Oh no, he has plenty of force. Okay.
Oh. Sorry, he just put it back on his reserve deck. I don't.
So I was saying like if we were doing like one of Corrin and Batmass's top 8s, right? And you're saying like top 8 Star Destroyers. If we're talking just like pure like gameplay, game text relevance, Conquest is like number 2 at worst. Like Conquest is really good, and is the reason that you don't see it a whole lot is because there very deliberately is no matching pilot for the Conquest. And it's not a Death Squadron Star Destroyer, so there's no way to pull it with Alert Your Star Destroyer.
Gotcha.
So like we saw it in like Brad Reinhold's like Sikva deck, right? That was just playing all the Star Destroyers. But a deck like this that leans on Alert to pull the Star Destroyer wouldn't normally play Conquest because you just wouldn't normally have a way to get it out. But being able to use Nemec for that, that's really cool. I like that a lot.
That's sick.
Now, one thing I was thinking about there with Charlie being able to activate essentially his whole deck, that actually makes Monteric a little better than forfeit fodder. Okay, so Charlie is just going to use all of his force to pass his tests. I said the reason it's a little better than forfeit fodder is because Commander Nemeth lets you lose an Imperial aboard your ship to cancel and redraw their first battle destiny.
Yep.
Or just straight cancel their second or later battle destiny.
Oh.
So
Sick.
if Charlie activates down to his last force to be able to draw like a 7 or whatever, Nemeth can just cancel it, and Charlie can redraw it, but he won't have any to redraw, so he'll just be toast.
That would be disgusting.
Or he can just cancel the second battle destiny if he draws 2. So yeah, like this is what I was like, Nemeth's so cool. There's a lot of cool stuff going on in Steve's deck. I like this. So Charlie does play out Yularen on the Resolute and test 3. So I believe Charlie's probably done Jedi testing now. He's going to draw a couple cards. He did cancel and redraw the Ray, or no, the Ray into hand? I think it was the Ray into hand. And then he's going to play See You Around Kid.
No, he took the See You Around Kid with it.
Oh, okay.
It was Ray and Qui-Gon Stick that he drew for actual Destiny.
Yep, that sure looked like he took Haunter and the Falcon with See You Around Kid. So now with test 2, Steve needs to basically just stay stacked up with his space. It is going to be a little dangerous for him to spread because he has to keep 6 ability. And his destinies are going to be all -1 and attrition's -2, so yeah, like actually cracking the Resolute is not super practical. But Steve's just doing his consistent damage, just drain of 1, ping of 1 every turn. Oh, there is the Intensify the Forward batteries.
And
nope, he's gonna pull a full scale alert.
Funky.
I mean, honestly, that kind of makes sense because he's activated a ton of force. He's not going to use most of it. So, like, he doesn't actually need to make his troopers cheaper for a trooper beatdown to be effective here, I don't think. I would imagine we're going to see strategic reserves. Oh, this is a full-scale alert turn. So you're saying, like, he just moves everybody over and then full-scale alerts? He has to
Doesn't full-scale alerts not prevent starships, though? It's smugglers and starships, no?
Smugglers and starships, they are aboard, so
okay.
He would have to play a smuggler.
Well, isn't Yularen a smuggler?
No.
I mean, we talked about it earlier. Mace is a smuggler. Why should Yularen be one too?
So I kind of feel like this is a strategic reserves turn, honestly. Like, so the problem is full scale alert's gonna fail because there's no stormtroopers on table. So like, your odds of drawing less than the number of stormtroopers on table is pretty bad. So I would kind of just like, yeah, he played Piet, play Mahdi, play strategic reserves, draw some cards and pass, and then you cancel his drain in space. Not yet, as far as stormtroopers on table. I mean, yeah, but like, I wouldn't think that Steve's best route here is going to be to just deploy a bunch of stormtroopers to an empty site, right? Like, I think
I 100% agree.
If Steve doesn't go wild this turn, I'm disappointed. I mean, there's just nowhere for him to go wild too. He can't attack anybody with the stormtroopers, so like, I don't see a lot of value in playing them all out here. Oh, that's Nita. And there's the strategic reserves.
That is, yeah.
So we got, Peleon moving over the Conquest. And then Conquest moving over to Kessel.
I just feel nervous about that.
I think it's fine. Yularen is Yularen and Resolute is by far the best ship combo. And Charlie has to add 6 ability in order to draw Destiny there. Conquest cancels leadership. And Scanner Text is deployed, so Piet covers for 9. So I think you're pretty safe. Or Piet covers for 11 if Peleon's aboard. So I think you're pretty safe there. There's a limit to how bad. There's a limit to how bad things could go over there. Now, I guess the problem with it though is like, well, you moved over. Are you going to pay to train for 1 over there next turn? Like,
You might.
it's not super great. So yeah, he might. You might, like, if Charlie just like doesn't present anything. All right, so Charlie is going to play Hunter and the Falcon. You can't. Oh, there you go. Okay, I was like, you can't do that. Okay, so he's got Azure Angel and Anakin.
Just fair.
Yeah. Oh, there's another scanner text. Okay, that's pretty good. Now Charlie is down to looks like no, he's got like 7 cards still in hand, 8 cards still in hand. So Steve now looking at his cards like, did I not put enough stuff on the Conquest? Maybe. Yeah, and those ships are both going to be immune like less than 8, right? So
8 or 9, something like that.
oh yeah, Hanshin the Falcon is native 6, so man, too funny. He like I was like, oh no, he's totally safe moving over. He's like, no, actually, I think he might have been right. Like, yeah, I think Steve's like, oh man, I should have put Nemeth over there. All right, so we got Power Destiny of 5. Yoda cancels and redraws a character, and then draws a Run Luke Run for a 7.
Yikes.
The full scale alert play wouldn't have done anything. There's been no movement this turn, and there probably won't be.
I don't think Charlie wants to move the Resolute. He's perfectly fine where he is. He's doing his thing.
Alright, so that 5 doesn't really do anything here. He's immune. So that was 11 additional power and like 16, 27, I think, on light side against, this should be 14.
Gilead?
Oh, he's gonna Lost in Space. Helion.
Yep.
Oh no, he's just gonna lose Lost in Space? That doesn't make sense. What's happening?
I guess I get if you have to peel one, but there's no way you didn't have a better card to lose in your hand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Can Azure Angel cancel Lost in Space? That doesn't. I don't think that's right.
No. It can't.
I know it can cancel interrupts.
Yeah, can't cancel
Yeah,
immediate effects.
Oh, he just put the Lost in Space. He just put the Lost in Space in the wrong location. Okay. All right. So he lost both pilots to cover and then Lost in Space Pelion. All right. Gotcha.
Oh. Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah, he moved the wrong character. That's what happened.
That's fair.
All right. So command
There's
for
the Moti.
Nope, that's General Tag.
You. Anyway, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. And if he has another command, or actually he doesn't even need another command, he can just get that one with Price.
Yep.
He can now just like move everybody in front of the Resolute and still cancel the one drain and still do. So yeah, like all of
Yep.
that, and Steve lost a Lost in Space that he was like expecting probably to use anyway, and then lost a Piet that didn't really matter. So it's like that battle was good for Charlie. I'm not super convinced it did anything.
It did make him burn the Lost in Space.
It made him burn the Lost in Space. That's true. But I mean, he's just gonna like move away from the scanner tech system. Oh, I guess you can't cancel the drain of the scanner tech system, right? So okay, so that's something.
True.
And Steve was debating whether he wants to pick up that command with Price, or if he just wants one more force. Yeah, he's just gonna activate everything.
Good call.
The other thing is, Nemec can lose Imperials from hand to cancel and reach our destinies too. So like, oh, I forgot Avenger actually did have immunity because Nemec gives it immune less than 4.
4 is nothing. So
Well, it makes it 5 with Mahdi. So like, the problem was like Mahdi without the Admiral's Order normally wouldn't add any immunity, but because your immunity is +1, it's like yeah, but you don't have any, so it doesn't do anything. But Nemec gives it some, so then Mahdi's +1 does something. Yeah, Nemec can cancel a just drawn destiny, which redraws if it's your opponent's first battle destiny. That is wild.
Nemeth proving his worth time and time again here.
Well, I mean, he hasn't used it yet, so.
In the mental war, though. In the mental war.
He's winning in my mind.
Exactly.
So. All right.
For those in chat who are curious, the feature table is Cal Aldred versus Sam Tashima. Cal on QMC versus Sam on Shadow Collective.
Probably a pretty common matchup. All right, so there is Mahdi on the Conquest.
Are we sure that's not tag? They're identical twins.
No, it was definitely Mahdi. All right, so he moves the Conquest away. Oh, played a bunch of troopers that I wasn't paying attention to.
They're all the same.
Shuttles.
Oh, that is a stack.
Shuttles a bunch of guys down and draws. So I suspect that he will be taking the drain of 2 at Kessel, canceling the drain at the Resolute.
Yeah, the Resolute's the only one that you can cancel, no?
Yes, yeah, the Resolute's the only one you can't cancel. But Charlie just has to activate everything here.
I feel like Charlie's in a decent position, except he's just been losing cards for so long this game.
Yeah, it's almost like if their life force counts were equal, Charlie's position wouldn't be that bad. But I mean, at the same time, he's still out damaged, right? He's still
is he?
Yeah,
4 to 4.
Yeah, well, 4 to 2. Oh, yeah, can't cancel that one. So yeah, you gotta lose 2 force to the Kessel drain. But
I wonder if he's got a trooper to cancel the next drain. Trooper assault and we're in attack position off the top.
Yep, loses 5 and 6. It's pretty good. All right.
Unfortunate. Charlie doesn't even pay to drain at Kashyyyk.
No,
He'll deploy Padme.
There's Padme.
That tells me he's moving everyone in front of Lothal.
Yeah.
Sometimes my genius is almost frightening.
Hang on. Steve might want to
Shadow one of them.
Well, no, he might want to back him up here because he has full scale alert in his hand. We know he has full scale alert, and so like Charlie needs to do these movements one at a time.
Unless Steve just doesn't care.
Unless Steve just doesn't care. Well, it's because like Steve can let him move one and then full scale alert. And it's
The
like,
problem is it's going to be the Resolute. And that means you have the Resolute sitting at Lothal, and then Honshu in the Falcon, and Azure Angel sitting at Kessel.
sure, but
Those
like
drains are uncancelable.
the Resolute's going to eat it in this battle,
Yeah,
right?
but you're not gonna battle into the Resolute when.
Really, I would with my 3 Star Destroyers and my Commander Nemet, so that
Oh,
they only got one
is there
Destiny.
another Star Destroyer in there?
Yeah, he moved
Um,
the Conquest back over, so it's Conquest, Avenger, and Chimera.
in my defense, I'm looking at a
All
Star
this glare,
Destroyer
yeah.
I can see, a Star Destroyer I can see, and 5 white misprint cards.
Okay, somebody's bouncing their leg at one of these two guys.
That is, my money would be on Charlie.
Yeah.
That,
All right, so yeah, Charlie's still gonna eat a drain of 2 here on the ground. I mean, man, it doesn't like. It's not even crazy for Salucci to just run away. Like
I absolutely would run away.
he actually can just like split. He can even just split his ships.
I think you send everyone to Kashyyyk, so that if Charlie follows you, when you
can-
move away, you can cancel that drain.
Yeah, when you run away, you can cancel it. Yeah, that makes sense.
The nice thing is, Charlie does not have enough of a space force to sit in front of you and cover all 3 systems. He has to have
Yeah,
at least 2 ships in front of you. You just like not immediately go pay 1 to battle. So if Charlie even splits it up a little bit, it puts him in a much worse position.
yeah, because like if you move your whole stack as one, yeah, the only thing Charlie can do is move his whole stack in front in terms of blocking the space drain. Now he has a bunch of
Now,
characters in his hand, but like he doesn't have that much force left, and like I don't think he has an answer to Trooper Assault, so he can't go to face down the ground damage. Like
Interesting to notice as well, if Charlie makes the mistake of not moving the Resolute first, he will most likely lose that game if he doesn't have the Hoochicks. Because
yeah,
if he moves,
if he moves
makes the
just Azure Angel first. Okay, now no more movement. Like um.
there's the Grand Moff Tarkin.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there is another Star Destroyer there. Unbelievable.
We're looking at.
So
Okay.
he's placing the Lat Dam. He's gonna target the Honshu and the Falcon, and
Yeah,
I really like that
Yeah, send us a Dagobah.
because I really like targeting Honshu and the Falcon here because there's no pilots aboard, so he can't just toss the like with the Azure Angel. He can toss Anakin, and then it just floats in space and does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you, and obviously you can't target the Resolute, so if you put it on the Honshu and the Falcon, it's power 0. There's no pilots, forfeit 0.
Yeah. Oh,
like that is
he's just
as useless as it gets.
Oh, he's just gonna battle now that he's lateral damage, which actually seems kind of okay.
I absolutely love this. After you lat dam the Honshu and the Falcon, you take away what is that? 17 essentially.
You take away 8 power 7, 8 power 8 forfeit.
Is it a 6/8? I thought it was yeah. Oh yeah. So you take away 16 plus a Destiny to power.
Oh well, he still gets the Destiny to power.
It does have game text.
Yeah, Latam's not that good. So now
We've been streaming for 12 hours. I had to take my mom to the airport. I'm losing it, dude.
So yeah, Steve's gonna add 3 to total.
Ooh.
Add 3 to total battle destiny, which is pretty good.
Oh no, he will not.
Oh,
Text.
right. No, he's Charlie's gonna be a nice guy and let him take it back. Because that doesn't.
You know what's funny?
do a thing.
AJ did the same thing against Phil Asen.
So Charlie's gonna play leadership so that Conquest can cancel it.
He have to lose one?
He has to lose a force, so it's not completely free. Loses a Trooper Assault. I'm sure he doesn't have one in hand now.
Does he have a card grabbed, or?
I don't think either of them have grabbed a card.
I know Charlie hasn't. I can't tell if those are on a grabber or cards for the Thrawn effect.
They're cards for the Thrawn effect. So yeah, neither of them have grabbed anything.
So Charlie draws a 7.
For the
Probably is
for
gonna get.
no, that's a 7 for power. So he could actually just cancel the 7 completely by forfeiting like the Mod Tarek or whatever. Or that card's probably not aboard anymore. But yeah, he can forfeit an Imperial to cancel that. He probably shouldn't, because he should probably just cancel the second Battle Destiny.
I think he's doing the math right now to see if he needs to.
Yeah, to see what the power is right now.
Yeah.
Because he got to redraw one of his Battle Destinies with Tarkin. Yeah, he's like, that's fine. All right, 1 he'll cancel and redraw into hand. 4 and 4, you probably cancel the second 4, right?
I would assume so. Or the 5.
Oh, the 5 was a Destiny to attrition from Padme. Forgot about that.
He just drew like 8 Destiny, dude.
This battle
See,
might.
this is
This
why you play
not,
map. Make him pay 1 or lose 1 to draw every single one.
Yeah, this
Would have
battle
been 8 force right there.
might not have actually been that good. Alright, so Pelion will die because he doesn't really do anything here. That's fine.
Yeah, forfeit values cannot be increased.
Yeah, he didn't. He loses Nita, which has to place himself out of play. Padme.
Nita's a May, is he not?
I don't believe Nita is a May. Tarkin will die also. That's also fine.
I can give Charlie a call if we need to make sure that Nita goes out of play.
Nita does have to go out of play.
You just call Charlie up.
I don't
think it'll matter.
I don't think it's going to matter either now. Yeah,
Charlie has another captain.
Charlie just had to lose every character, so now he has 7 ability. He has 7 power, and he has 7 power there. So, this. Charlie has no reason to scoop, but yeah, price will come back up because why not? And no, just leave all the troopers down there. Probably just draw. I kind of wonder if Steve forgot Nita's text or Nemet's text after I was like harping on it the whole damn time.
Oh, okay. It's so good, it's so good. Oh shoot, what does it do again?
And he just, because like he didn't cancel any of the Destinies, it didn't seem like. So he might have canceled the 7 and we just didn't notice. So Charlie is going to use Walkman to get Onita, play Yularen back. I don't. Does it even make sense to fly the Hanshi and the Falcon away? I think the Destiny to power is probably better than I think Charlie's conceding. Yeah, that's going to be a game. So congratulations to Steve. That makes him 7-1. He's in contention for the #1 seed here. I don't know what the tiebreakers look like. I know Chris Kelly and Mike Kessling were both at, I think, X and 1 at the top of the standings. But yeah, Steve joins them at X and 1. So
at the end of Game 5, Steve Salucci was in first place as 5-0. Jeff Levine, Casey, Mike Kessling, Chris Kelly, Garrett, Sam Tashima, Justin Carulli, and Charlie were all 4-1.
Yeah, so Steve, given that his SOS was given that he was 5-0 and he lost that round and then rolled off 2 straight, his SOS might actually be the best, and he'll be able he'll be the #1 seed. But we'll have to see how the standings all turn out. I don't know if they're planning on doing an announcement today of the top 8. I'll ask Show. Certainly, if they are, I can just turn the sound on same stream, and we'll probably be able to hear it. But I'll find out if that's the case first. Yeah, really well played by Steve. Didn't leave himself any avenues to lose the game. Even that one battle that we were talking about, where it was like, oh, Azure Angel came down and Hanshi and the Falcon came around. We're like, this could be really bad. It's like, Yeah, but it really
I know.
can't though. Like he
It
his
looks like Sam Tashima also might have just beat Cal Aldred
okay. All
as
right.
well. Shadow Collective beating QMC. Two great finals matches on, or final matches on stream today. Um,
Nice.
no idea when those are going to get uploaded to YouTube. I would assume sometime, hopefully around Wednesday. I don't do any of it, so I'm just praying for you guys as well. Not saying I'm putting any work into it.
Yeah. Um, yeah, and then this stream will be sent over to the PC, so it'll appear on the PC stream as well. I don't know whether anyone's going to cut it up into into 8 separate videos, or if it's just going to be a single 10-hour video that you can watch at your leisure, with a bunch of breaks in there. So
Just want to give a quick shout out. I think he's still here. Silver Glenn, thank you so much. We might have gone insane without you. And then WYSV at the end. Thank you guys so much for staying and chatting. It has been a blessing and a lot of fun to talk with you and be able to commentate today.
okay. Um, I don't know if we're going to do a top 8 announcement. So I will go ahead and say that we'll close out our stream here. And if we do a top 8 announcement, it will certainly be on the PC Twitch channel. So I'll direct you guys to head over there.
I'll
And
post a link for that real quick.
thank you. And then you'll all be able to see over there. If we do an announcement on stream, it'll be held live on there for y'all. But we'll close out here. Thanks everybody for watching, and Logan, thanks for casting with me for this whole day. And I will be back. I believe. I don't know.
I don't think I will be on tomorrow, so
Okay.
that will be all you.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's going to be on what stream tomorrow, but certainly Jeremy from the main stream, and I will be streaming in some capacity tomorrow for the top 8. I believe same time in the morning. So keep an eye on the PC channel for announcements on that, and have a good rest of your evening.
Take care, y'all. Have a good night.